Hello, it is 11 a.m. and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. Nigel Farage is smiling after Reform UK's success, winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, but by the narrowest of margins.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There's victory too for Reform in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP, Dame Andrea Jenkins, winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister's Labour Party says change doesn't happen overnight as it defends its performance. The Liberal Democrats are hoping to take seats from the Conservatives as local council results come in. The Conservatives, though, say politics is a marathon, not a sprint.
And also on Sky News today, Russell Brand appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. He has been granted bail.
Hello, good morning. Well, Reform UK are celebrating success at both Westminster and in the local elections today. The party pipped Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. The leader, Nigel Farage, said that represented a whole different politics, with his party taking votes away from both the Conservatives and the Labour Party. Well, Reform also won the position of the newly created Greater Lincolnshire mayor as well.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Well, that was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby shortly after 6 o'clock this morning. And of course, it was so late to come in because of those multiple recounts. The by-election was called after the previous MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. Well, let's look at the result now, shall we? Because Reform's newly elected MP won 12,645 votes, but she was just 6 votes ahead. That is right, 6 votes ahead of Labour's Karen Shaw on 12,639. So if anyone says your vote doesn't count, just look at that result. The Conservatives were way behind in third, only just ahead of the Greens. Well, Reform and Labour both won an identical 38.7% of the votes, and the other parties only managed to get single figures as well. But just look at the change in share, because this really tells you the picture here. Reform's vote share was up by more than 20%, and Labour's was down 14%. The Conservatives also down nearly 9% as well. So you can see the kind of shifting tectonic plates there in Runcorn, leading to that shock result. Well, this is what the new Reform MP, Sarah Pochin, had to say in her victory speech.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper. Every one of you who voted for change. Every one of you who have put their faith in me as your next Member of Parliament for this constituency, which has such potential, and who have put their faith in Nigel Farage as the next Prime Minister of this great country. It will be an honour and a privilege to serve this community, a community of hard-working people who just want fairness. Going forward, I will do my very best for all of you in Runcorn and Helsby and Frodsham. I think it should have been included in the name, regardless of how you voted. And I will be accessible to you all. I am in politics to serve. I'm in politics because I care. And I'm in politics to be a voice for those who need representation. I will serve you, I will care for you, and I will speak for you. I know our victory here in Runcorn and Helsby will inspire the rest of the country to believe that they too can stand up for fairness, for what is right, and for our British values, and their voices can be heard. We have made history here tonight in Runcorn and Helsby. Now, together, let's build a better future. Thank you.
Well, after it was announced that Reform had secured victory, the party's leader, Nigel Farage, told Sky News that the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
All right, let's hear now, shall we, from our political editor, Beth Rigby, who's in West Yorkshire for us. And Beth, it feels like this, you know, the arrival of Reform, if you like, has been building for some time. It hasn't happened overnight. But are we going to look back at this moment as the time that they finally broke through and started challenging the main two parties?
Well, I don't think we can underestimate how potentially significant today will be when we look back on these results, but they are still coming in. But certainly for Reform, all of the promises that they made going into these elections are coming good for them. They said they would win big. They seem to be winning big. Nigel Farage said he wanted to break up the two-party system, and he has some material, some evidence to prove that momentum at the moment. So it's certainly a significant day. And look, we've talked a long time about whether or not Reform could turn that positive polling. They're polling ahead of the other main party. It's been building since the general election. Could they turn positive polling and that surge in popularity into actual votes at the ballot box? And it looks at the moment that they are indeed turning out the vote, and people that perhaps weren't voting, didn't want to vote, are coming out to vote for Reform. What it says about the two-party system and the bigger state of British politics, I think we can get more into as the days and weeks go on. But certainly at the moment, this is a massively significant and successful day for Nigel Farage. And the reason that I am here in West Yorkshire, I'm near Brighouse, is that we started the day in Runcorn and we're now heading up to Durham. I've been tipped off that Farage could do very well in Durham. And think about that. In 2021, Labour lost overall control of Durham Council, and it was a massive shock at the time. Labour had controlled Durham for a century. It was true Labour territory. And now could it be that Farage manages to take that council? That would come on Corn by-election. It would come on top of the mayoralty in Lincolnshire, where the Conservative Party have collapsed. And I think that will be another story of the day. I think for Labour, when I've spoken to sources, this was going to be a rough night for us. It's come to pass. I think there's some relief that they've managed to hold on to 3 of the mayoralties. And yes, they were beaten in Runcorn. And yes, that is a bitter blow. But it was a small win, just 6 votes, astonishingly tight race. So I think that they are going to, and you saw the Prime Minister at an event this morning, it's just like, let's get on with business of governing. We've got to go further and faster, and we've got to deliver for a public. And I think what they will be able to say, at least, is that it's too soon. It's too soon to prove that the plan is working. But for the Conservatives, I think this is going to be really, really difficult as the vote collapses all across England, and Nigel Farage just looks in the ascendancy where he's absolutely eviscerating the Conservatives. And he will argue today that he is becoming the official opposition. So all momentum with Farage. And yes, the trends in the general election about two-party system breaking up into a more multi-party system, we're seeing play out in real time. It could be a new era. Where it goes, I simply don't know. I can't say yet, but there definitely is a trend here, and it now remains to be seen whether Reform can really deliver when they win mayoralties, if they win local councils. Can they put their sort of what they say rhetorically about fixing Britain, can they put it into practice and therefore win votes going into a general election? Labour would say, judge us in 3 years' time, and hopefully we can win those voters back that supported us in July 2024 by delivering on policies. But it makes British politics, even with that Labour landslide, really fascinating, because the tectonic plates look like they're shifting.
Yeah, they certainly do, and more to come, as you say, throughout the day. Beth, I have to admit, I was trying to work out why you were in West Yorkshire in a field with a load of cows behind you. And is it right you're saying that you just pulled up on the side of the road, whizzing between two places?
I'm literally on the road. I mean, not on the, I mean, I'm on the curb, I'm on the verge. Yeah, I mean, look, we started off in Runcorn. There was an expectation this morning that Nigel Farage would do a big rally in Runcorn if he won, but actually, because the vote got recounted and announcement at dawn, he kind of did the media round. You saw him, didn't you, on Sky with the great John Craig. The sort of plans changed. So we were in Runcorn, and now, as I say, we're heading up to Durham. Could it be that Reform take that council? That would be a massive moment for them. But this will be part, I think, Sophie, of a day in which we see Nigel Farage dancing around the country, go into different pit stops. He really wants to celebrate the wins, show the momentum, and I think that it will be, this is Nigel Farage and Reform's day. Just think, it was but a few years ago that they even created the party, and now they're not just winning in the polls, they're actually winning at the ballot box. So he will want to shout loudly about it and continue that momentum.
OK, Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there.
Just going to take you away from politics for a moment and show you these images. Our other story today, of course, is Russell Brand appearing at Westminster Magistrates' Court. You can see he was swarmed by crowds of photographers there as he arrived. He faces charges of rape and sexual assault. He denies non-consensual sex. The Magistrates' Court granted him conditional bail, and we have seen him leaving court there. We understand that he did not enter a plea, and he has been told that he needs to attend future court hearings. He has got bail, but it's conditional. He must attend all future court hearings, whether he is in the UK or the United States, where he currently lives in Florida. So Russell Brand there, leaving Westminster Magistrates' Court. Let's go back to Sophie and the rest of the Vote 2025 programme.
Thanks very much, Sam. Well, we are poised and awaiting more results, because we've had some, of course, overnight, but there's many, many more councils to declare throughout today, and it'll be interesting to see if the narrative starts to shift. But the one thing that does seem to be pretty clear already is that Reform are shaking up the two-party political system, perhaps in a way that hasn't been done for a very, very long time, because there was another victory for Reform in Greater Lincolnshire, where they won the newly created mayoralty as well. With 9 of the 9 councils declared, Andrew Jenkins won with 104,133 votes, and that is an absolutely thumping majority of almost 40,000. The next closest candidate was the Conservative Rob Waltham on 64,585. He would have been hoping to do a bit better than that, being that he was one of the people who helped to set up that mayoralty in the first place. But it is Andrew Jenkins of Reform, formerly of the Conservatives, winning that mayoralty for the first time. In a speech after being elected, she said Reform were making gains up and down the country and would mean the end of what she called soft touch Britain. She spoke to our political correspondent, Serena Barker-Singh.
You said it was a dirty campaign, but you just used your speech to smear other candidates and to bring up all of that dirty laundry. Do you think that's appropriate?
Well, I ask you, if the police was called on you for something unfounded, if you was reported to the council for something that was unfounded, wouldn't you want to speak out about it? I've always been honest. I was honest about Conservative Prime Ministers when I was a Conservative, so I will always call out bad behaviour.
But you're elected to be a representative for this county now, first mayorship. Do you think it's appropriate for a politician to be speaking?
I think it's important to restore trust in politicians by speaking the truth. In my 9 years as an MP, I always spoke truth to power, even if it was the Prime Minister. I will continue doing that.
I mean, all the candidates left halfway through your speech. They were so disgusted by what you said. I spoke to the Tory candidate. He left when you said... He left when you said migrants should be put in tents. That's good enough for France. That should be good enough for them too. Do you think that's a divisive way of conducting politics?
I think it's what the majority and the silent majority think.
That's what you think of migrants. That's where they should.
And well, illegal migrants, people come here illegally. They should be put in tents like they do in France.
And people are seeking asylum should also be put in tents.
Well, I think genuine asylum seekers, like Ukraine, etc., that's a different matter.
And then you also accused one candidate of, she said you were parachuted in, yes, and you made a comment about her South African accent. What did you mean by that?
Well, what I meant is, how can they say I've been parachuted in when I spent most of my life in Lincolnshire school?
Why mention the accent? Sorry.
Because the irony of saying someone's been parachuted in who's not even from the country. I mean, I went to school, college, university, so I think...
So someone who's got an accent can't be from this county?
I think, actually, I'm not even going to answer any more of your questions. I think that your questioning is quite divisive. You're looking into things when it was a little play with words, it was a little joke because of the irony. Do you not understand irony?
Well, those aren't the only results we've had so far. Just to rattle through, bring you right up to speed, because in the contest for the West of England Mayor, Labour's Helen Godwin won 51,197 votes. That's the majority of 5,945 over Aaron Banks of Reform UK. Mary Page of the Greens came third, Steve Smith of the Conservatives fourth, and Ollie Henman of the Lib Dems fifth. Well, Labour won the election with just 25% of the vote. Both Reform and the Greens were also in the 20s, so you can really see how those votes were clustered up there. In North Tyneside, Labour's Karen Clark won with 16,230 votes, but Reform were not far behind at all. She won a majority of just 444. And we've had the first council to declare as well. Northumberland, the Conservatives lost control with no party winning a majority. The Conservatives will still be the largest party there with 26 councillors, but Reform overtook Labour and they will now be the second largest party on the council. Now, of course, more council results will come in through the day, many, many more, but I just want to look, this is the state of the parties so far. You can see just one of the 23 has declared, so this is very, very early days, and this map, if you like, is going to be building throughout the day. But you can see already the Conservatives down at 10 seats in total, Labour down 12 seats, so both the two major parties shedding votes, and Reform are the ones who are benefiting. They are up 23. And I guess at this point, Reform might be asking whether they should be part of the phrase of the major parties as well. Is it actually fair to talk about two major parties when Reform are picking up so many seats so far? Right, we're joined now by Dame Priti Patel, the Shadow Home Secretary. It's great to have you on the programme.
Thank you, Sophie. Good morning to you.
What do you make of the results so far? I know we're only kind of partway through.
Yeah, well, we haven't even sort of touched the sides in terms of the real results coming through. I mean, first of all, I don't think there is a major surprise because we've seen this direction of travel in our politics, certainly since before the general election, during the general election, and also now through the local elections. And I have been out and about in the country, so you gauge the mood of the public. I think, quite frankly, what we're seeing is pretty devastating for Labour and Keir Starmer. It's a damning verdict. It's less than a year ago they had this enormous parliamentary majority, and I think their slogan for change, the public are really reacting against that. Of course, we've seen Reform win the mayoralty in Lincolnshire and also that by-election. I think basically the polls did show a lot of that coming.
In a way, you've timed this interview quite well in some ways, because what we've got overnight are the Labour losses.
Sure.
But what we're going to see this afternoon is an awful lot of Conservative councils
I don't doubt that.
shedding councils. I mean, how painful do you think it's going to be?
That for us, it is painful. And I say this as someone, I'm a member of my party. I've been for over 35 years. I know a lot of those councillors, decent, hard-working, grassroots councillors that believe in public service. That's why they do this. It's not a fancy job. They believe in serving and representing their communities. So it is painful and it is difficult for us, but I think we have to put this into the context of where we are as a party, where we are as a political party. We had the worst ever general election result last year for my party in our history. And so we are rebuilding. We are absolutely rebuilding. We're undergoing right now the biggest policy renewal process that our party has had in over 30 years. That is very significant. We don't want to be like Labour, where they promised change without any substance or any programme whatsoever. And what did they do? They came in, took away winter fuel payments, decided to do a deal on the Chagos Islands, assaulted our farmers. So we have to be honest with the public about who we are and where we are going, and that for us is crucial.
The thing is, that's all very well, but you've got Reform snapping at your heels and taking votes from you already. And I guess my question is, why should someone vote for the Conservatives over Reform? In the past, you said you should vote Tory because Reform will split the vote and let Labour in. Well, they can say the same about you this time round. Or you might say, you should vote the Conservatives because of the record of delivery. But, you can't do that when you're a party who promised to stop the votes and then saw 14 years...
Well, I think, first of all,
the answer?
By the way, that line of, 14 years actually doesn't resonate certainly when I've been out and about. The public are tired of having over-promises and lack of delivery.
But my question is, why should anyone vote for you other than Reform?
Well, I think, first of all, these are local elections. This isn't a national election, i.e. a general election. The crucial thing right now is, I've said it, it's about public service delivery. And we have been very consistent in terms of our campaign on public service delivery. If you're asking now about a national level, I've explained to you already, we are having the biggest policy renewal for our party in over 30 years. Yes, that will take time.
You haven't got the luxury of time, have you?
Sophie, I disagree. I totally disagree, if I may say so, because what the public is seeing right now, they're seeing slogans and jargons and platitudes, basically, from political parties. And by the way, from Reform. I saw an interview this morning with their new mayor in Lincolnshire. She was speaking about national policies when, by the way, she will have a budget of £26 million. She doesn't have a mandate to stop the boats. Reform were running a national campaign. Their leaflets were on national political messages. They weren't speaking about...
People liked it, though, didn't they?
Well, they weren't speaking about adult social care, local public service delivery. And you say people like it. Well, you've spoken about my party. They're being promised something and a lack of delivery. And they will also be judged on delivering local services. So I think, we're very grounded. My party is totally grounded. We are learning the lessons of our defeat. I don't think it's right that we should go out there and start making vacuous promises and false promises. I think some honesty in British politics is vital, and that's the work that my party is doing right now.
You ran for the leadership. Now, of course, you were someone who's been loyal to Kemi Badenoch. I'm not saying that. But it must be slightly odd, after going through a leadership process, thinking about what you would have done, to be watching someone else's vision.
Not at all. Not at all. Let me come back to where we were this time last year, or not even quite this time last year. We were in a general election, effectively. We lost the general election, and I can tell you now, whoever would have become leader, and Kemi had a solid mandate from our grassroots, she is our leader, it would be a tough battle, full stop.
What would you have done differently?
Well, to be quite frank, not a great deal, because I would have had to go out and tour the country. Kemi's been to every single county council region in the country, supporting our candidates. I've done what I can in my current position as Shadow Foreign Secretary. That's what we do. I'm a very big grassroots campaigner and advocate for my party. People know that. They knew that with me during the time of the leadership. People know me as that in our party. We have to rebuild our party. We are doing that collectively. Not one person can do that, and I emphasise that. It's not the job of one person. We have to do it collectively as a team.
It's all very well. If you're a Conservative councillor about to be turfed out, as many will be over the next few hours and throughout the afternoon, you might be thinking, blimey, it's all right for these guys in Westminster talking about all this time that they've got, all these renewals, all these, listening policies. they want to see action now to save their seats. They're the ones who are at the sharp end of this. They're the ones paying the price. They might be asking for a change of leader.
Well, I don't think they are. I've been out campaigning, Sophie. I've met many of them. By the way, many of them are my friends, long-standing friends that I have known for a long, long time across local government and people that have delivered for their communities. And I have got absolute admiration for them because I can tell you now, running a local authority and being a local councillor is tough. You know, you're giving up your time in the evening, you're doing all sorts of things basically to serve your communities. You know, this will be difficult, and I'm the first to recognise that. I think my party has been doing that throughout the night, and we knew what we were going to come out of these elections with. We knew these results would be difficult. It is incumbent upon all of us, if I may say so. Look at local government itself. It is changing across the country. We've got more mayors up for election, new creations, local government reviews and reform taking place. My colleagues at the grassroots are part of that renewal and reform process, and they are working with us on that.
Can I just finally ask on your view on some kind of pact between the Conservatives and Reform? Because there's been talk of this, and pacts can take lots of different ways. It could be on councils, the Conservatives and Reform working together. It could be, as Ben Houchen suggests, even on a national level, coalitions to keep Labour out of power. Or it could be, you know, not standing against each other in certain seats.
I think it's premature. I think it's really premature to discuss that. What I would say,
because you wouldn't rule it out.
I have consistently ruled it out. I really have, because quite frankly, we shouldn't even be going there. And the reason being, I mean, you even asked me about, you know, my own positions this time last year, standing for leadership. I believe in the Conservative and the Unionist Party. Our values are different to the likes of Reform. We stand up for the freedom to live your life, lower taxes, supporting businesses. I'm crystal clear about that. Now, at a local level, you will understand this. I think Northumbria might have gone into no overall control. You know, it is for local leaders to decide what is best for their communities. It's not for autocrats in Westminster, basically, or people to sort of take this centralist view. And I think that's part of the reason why the country's so fed up with national politics and major political parties, because we're always sort of dictating to them in the same way in which Keir Starmer came with his whopping majority and basically said, I've got a majority to do what the hell I like. Okay. It's affecting local communities, and local leaders should be deciding the outcome for their local communities.
Thank you very much for being on the programme today, Priti Patel, speaking to us there. Right, let's dig into the data, shall we? We can get some more of the themes, some more of the numbers that have been coming through, because for the last few hours, our economics and data editor, Ed Conway, has been sifting through the lot. And look, we've got loads more to come this afternoon. Yeah. We've had a lot already. What's caught your eye? Yeah, it's interesting. And the narrative is doubtless going to change. So obviously, you know, a lot of talk at the moment about that by-election result and about some of those mayoral contests. But then as we start to get those council numbers through, then we'll have more of a sense of just, you know, is this confirming what we're getting from poll data going back a long time? You know, what does this mean for the bigger picture of politics, particularly in England? Let me just show you a few of the numbers so far, though, Sophie, because on this, some interesting stories already. And should we start, and this is just a bit of a recap here, we'll start with what happened in Runcorn with that by-election. Just an extraordinary result in so many dimensions. So obviously, perhaps the most eye-catching thing, the most eye-catching number is the one that we don't normally focus on, which is this one down here, the majority. Not a misprint there, not a typo. That is a majority of 6, and I'll show you in a second. You know, that is, we have never, not in living memory, seen anything quite like that number before when it comes to a close finish here, which obviously underlines why that had to be recounted so thoroughly. But there it is, Reform. Winning this seat by that thinnest of majorities, but winning such a safe Labour seat, one of the safest Labour seats in the country, at least up until this election. And I think the striking thing is going to be to focus on these bars, OK? And we're going to do that with many of the numbers we get. So we're going to have those council elections as well. We've got the mayoral elections. I'll show you a few of those that we've had so far. But it's focusing on the change. And the change here is enormous for Reform, up by 20.6%, but for Labour, down by 14.2%, and the Conservatives, you just heard from Priti Patel there, but the Conservatives down by 8.8% in this seat, in this parliamentary constituency. So very striking indeed. And I said one of the closest in history. Well, in living memory, we have never seen anything like this. We've never seen anything like this. This is the closest by-election wins. Just to put this into context, this is close. That's close, because you're talking about only, you know, a few hundred in it. This time around, 6 votes in it. Like I say,
some people are saying maybe back in the kind of late 19th century, but really in the kind of era of universal suffrage, we've never seen anything like this at all, just underlining how much of a contest it was. And for the Reform Party, obviously, they have now gone from a position where they just weren't really contesting fully in these by-elections. It's obviously the best by-election result they've ever had, but not just by a small amount, by a country mile. So going up from 17% to 38.7%. Enormous, absolutely enormous in terms of the swing that we're seeing there for Reform. And as I was saying just a moment ago to Sophie, so we've got that constituency, that by-election result, but also we're going to start gradually over the course of the day, because most of the counting is only happening now, to get results in councils, in those councils that are being contested, mostly kind of, shire councils. So these are areas which traditionally have been strong Conservative areas in terms of the local elections, and consider Northumberland. So was Conservative, was controlled by the Conservatives, and now that has gone to no overall control. So see that at the top, Conservative loose and no overall control. That's why it's in grey, Northumberland. And if we just look at the vote share, this is kind of interesting. So looking at the vote share over time is going to give us a sense of what's happening in the overall electoral picture in the UK. And I want you to focus, this is going back to 1973, just looking at the vote share in Northumberland, how that has evolved. Look, it has mostly been dominated by the blue of the Conservatives and the red of Labour, going back through history. And what has changed? Well, look at that light blue. The turquoise of the Reform Party is right there in the middle, splitting the vote, essentially. And that is massive. It truly is massive. And when I say massive, the last local elections that UKIP at the time, Reform now, but Nigel Farage's party did well was 2013. And this is significantly bigger. So far, this is just one council, but so far, significantly bigger and changing the overall picture. And also, that red and the blue, the Conservative and Labour Party, their overall share of the vote is diminishing. It is diminishing. And I wonder, Sophie, whether that's going to be something we're going to see increasingly over the course of the count, because that's just one council so far. We're going to get many more over the course of the afternoon. What does this mean for UK politics? What does this mean for UK politics? What does it mean for the bigger picture here? We are going to find out quite soon.
It really feels like we're going to be looking back at this as a turning point, doesn't it, when it comes to the two-party system. The electoral system makes it so hard for those smaller parties to break through, but now that Reform are polling at around 20 or so %, it feels that actually suddenly things could start crumbling, things could start falling their way.
That's right, and it's kind of formalisation. So we kind of thought this was coming, Sophie, but now it's been formalised, and people are clearly quite passionate. They're never massive turnout numbers, but to the extent that this is a massive poll of what's going on in the country right now, it's a shift and a half.
Yeah, it really is. Ed, thank you very much indeed. We are going to have so many more results for you. You're watching Sky News. And our coverage of the results of the local and mayoral elections, of course, as well, that Runcorn and Hellsby by-election coming up. Hello, you're watching Vote 2025 on Sky News, and Reform UK are celebrating big success in both Westminster and also in the local elections today. The party pit Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, and the leader, Nigel Farage, said that represented a whole different politics. And I have to say, it does feel like this could be a day we will look back on when Reform managed to break through in a way that they've never previously managed to. In Runcorn, they were taking votes away from both the Conservative and Labour, and they also won the newly created Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty as well.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Well, that was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed as the winner in Runcorn and Helsby. That's the by-election, the parliamentary by-election. It was called after the previous MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. I just want to take you to the details of that result, because really it is quite astonishing. Only 6 votes in it. 6 votes. Reform's newly elected MP with 12,645. Labour just 6 votes behind them. And then, of course, really there is an awfully long way down until we get to the Conservatives and the Green Party. The fact it was so close is reflected in the vote share, because Reform and Labour both had identical vote shares at 38.7% of the votes. And if you look at the change in vote share, though, this is the real story of what happened, because it's a storming increase for Reform. They were up 20.6%, Labour down 14.2%, and the Conservatives down as well. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has been speaking to Sky News in the last few minutes. He said the government took tough but right decisions in the budget when he was asked about the impact of policies such as a winter fuel allowance having on support for Labour. He told our political correspondent Rob Powell the reason that we took the tough but right decisions in the budget was because we inherited a broken economy. Maybe other prime ministers would have walked past that, pretended it wasn't there. I took the choice to make sure our economy was stable. He went on to acknowledge that they were tough decisions, but the right decisions. And then he said, because of those decisions, we're now seeing waiting lists coming down, something people desperately want. So Keir Starmer there really standing by the decisions that he's made since becoming Prime Minister, despite some criticism already from disgruntled figures in the Labour Party about the results that we've seen coming through. Well, let's get some more reaction, shall we, from the government to what's been happening. We can speak now to Luke Pollard, who's the Defence Minister. He joins us now from Plymouth. Thanks very much for being with us. What do you make of the results so far?
Oh, well, it's frustrating losing the Runcorn by-election by only 6 votes, but great news that we retained the mayoralties in the west of England, Doncaster and North Tyneside. I mean, certainly what I've taken from my experience knocking on doors over the past few weeks, including yesterday, and the results, is that we need to deliver the change faster and to go further to make sure that it's not just change delivered, but it's change that people can feel as well. That means building more homes. It means further bringing down the NHS waiting list, making it easier for people to see a GP or a dentist. And it's making sure that when we're rolling out the new breakfast clubs in primary schools, Runcorn had 4 of them rolled out only a few weeks ago, but by the end of this year, they'll be rolled out in every single primary school across the country. That's what we mean by going further and faster. It's making sure that the change that we received an enormous mandate to deliver last year is felt by every single community up and down the country. And that's the lesson that I'm taking from these results.
I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting that answer from you, saying that some of the results so far were great news, saying that your response is effectively going to be more of the same. You just lost one of your, frankly, a safe seat to Reform, who absolutely surged, showing that they can hit you. And even the results that you're pointing to, your vote share is going down in an awful lot of them. Reform nipping at your heels in the west of England, for example. It sounds a bit complacent, doesn't it?
No, absolutely. It's the exact opposite of that, Sophie. I'm frustrated, as I imagine lots of my parliamentary colleagues are, about the Runcorn result. We need to
but you said you were frustrated not to win it, and it was only 6 votes in it. your vote share plummeted and reforms went up. It was close in the end, but I just surprised at the response.
No, I mean, I think it's quite natural when you lose an electoral contest by only 6 votes to be frustrated that we didn't stay out for that extra one round. And certainly as someone who's lost an election in the past by 500 votes, you spend your time thinking, could we have done a wee bit more here and there? But we need to listen to the results that people, the message that people are sending us. We know that we're 10 months into a very serious project to turn around the country, to get it back on track. We know we inherited an economic situation that the last government hid not only from Parliament, from the media like yourself, and from the Office of Budget Responsibility. That meant that we had to take tougher decisions than we had planned to take. Now, we know that they have consequences, but what we're also absolutely determined to do is to deliver the things that we were elected last year to deliver. That means fixing the National Health Service. We're doing that by hiring more GPs, putting in more appointments, 2 million extra delivered early for in the NHS, funding the hospital extension programmes that were left unfunded by the last government. Now, those changes take time, and we've been clear right from the start of the general election campaign that some of these changes that we want to make won't happen overnight. They will take time. We're sweeping away bureaucracy and old legislation in the House of Commons. We're funding our public services to create that change, to cut waiting lists, to build houses and to fix many of the public services that were so strained under the last government. So we've got lots more that we have to do. It's far from complacent. It's a real determination to deliver on what we were promised at the last general election.
It's pretty clear from both yourself and also listening to Keir Starmer as well that the message is that you're going to just try and speed up and lean into what you're already doing. But there are some who think actually there needs to be more self-reflection about things you've got wrong, I guess. Ros Jones, the Doncaster mayor, is one of them, someone who understands what it is like to be at the sharp end of a difficult fight with reform. She said that it's time for the Prime Minister to start listening to those calling for a U-turn in winter fuel reductions and also in changes to disability benefit. Is she right?
No, I think she's right that we have to listen. I'm personally delighted that Ros has been re-elected. I think she's great. But we do need to listen to the message that has been given to all political parties by the electorate. I'm really pleased that we've won in some places, but disappointed that we haven't won others. But I think
just
when
to come
we're
in,
looking
because she's
across the board,
just to come in, if I may, because she's asking for something very specific. She's saying listening to people who are calling for a U-turn on winter fuel. So should he listen to those people?
Well, I think the Prime Minister, in the statement you read out before you came to me, was very clear that he's had to make difficult decisions. He's sticking by those difficult decisions because what we're seeing is the consequences of them, meaning that we can stabilise our public finances. It was only a few years ago where Liz Truss had crashed the economy and we had a massive period of instability. That means huge consequences for the general British public, especially in terms of rising interest rates under the Conservatives, inflation hiking up to, remember, 11%. We're now seeing inflation come down. We're seeing 3 cuts in interest rates. We know we've got more to do, but stabilising that our public finances, getting the economy back on track and growing again, well, that required tough decisions, especially considering the extra mess that was hidden by the Conservatives that we only saw when we took office. So we know there's more to do, but I think the Prime Minister, did not make these decisions lightly. They weren't, just on the whim. They were thoughtful decisions that he took time to consider the consequences of. And we know that sometimes making tough decisions can be unpopular, but it was the right thing to do then. It's the right thing to do now to invest in our public services. It's the right thing to do to help people back into work and to make sure that we're building the houses and fixing the NHS. That's what we were elected to do, and that's our determination as a government to deliver now.
OK, thank you very much indeed, Luke Pollard. They're the Defence Minister. Always good to talk to you. Well, we were discussing there Keir Starmer's response to the results that we've seen. Labour, of course, losing an awful lot of votes to reform, as well as the Conservatives losing votes to them as well. We can hear now from Keir Starmer, who's been speaking to our political correspondent, Rob Powell.
Time? Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, But I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I believe for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of, but actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it, we've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
What is it that you get? Because a lot of your own campaigners, some of your own MPs, voters in these areas say what has done it for you in Runcorn and what has meant reform have chased you very close elsewhere is things like the benefit changes, is things like winter fuel allowance. Do you get the impact that those policy changes are having, and are you looking again at them now?
Well, the reason that we took the tough but right decisions in the budget is because we inherited a broken economy, £22 billion black hole. Now, maybe other prime ministers have walked past that, pretended it wasn't there, continued the sort of pretense.
They were your choices, though, to fill that hole,
yes,
weren't they?
I took the choice to make sure our economy was stable because I think it's fundamentally important. Because I took that choice, we're able to invest in the NHS, a record investment, and now waiting lists are coming down. That's the choice I made, that we wanted to make sure waiting lists were coming down. Because of the choice I made, state pension went up £470 last month in April because we're committed to the triple lock. So yes, they were tough decisions, they were the right decisions. Because of those decisions, we are now seeing waiting lists coming down, something people desperately want. Because of that, pensioners are now £470 up as of last month. These are really important changes we brought about, but yes, they're political choices.
So just finally, is the message basically, the medicine might not taste nice right now, but in a few years' time, things should be better? No change, basically, no reflection on some of these deeply unpopular policy choices?
I reflect, of course, on the results, and I say to those that felt they couldn't vote Labour in these elections, I get it. I do understand people want that change. We are delivering that change. I never pretended at the election last year there was some magic wand that I could pick up and change everything within a few months. That's what's happened for so many years. It'll take time. The message for me out of these elections is go further, go faster, deliver the change that working people want across the country. That's what I'm determined to do.
Prime Minister, thank you.
Thank you.
Keir Starmer there speaking to our political correspondent Rob Powell, where here we are. Of course, we are in the studio. We are preparing for our Vote 2025 coverage, and we've got political correspondent Tamara Cohen with us, and also our economics and data editor Ed Conway, who's been crunching through all the numbers. It wouldn't be a special, would it, without Ed Conway's screen, basically. Tamara, we just heard there from Keir Starmer. What's your kind of reaction to what he had to say?
He says, I get it. I get that people want us to go faster with change, and that's what I'm going to do. And he talked about NHS waiting lists there. This set of elections was answering a couple of questions. Reform are surging in the polls. Can they translate that into seats? We're already seeing that's the case. We're going to see more today of them doing so at the expense of the Conservatives and to some extent with Labour, although the Conservatives are defending far more seats and far more councils today. The next question is, what does this mean for Labour? Of course, there will be unease about what Runcorn, one of their safer seats, falling to Reform, says about how people feel. People feel frustrated. I was talking to Labour MPs who were knocking on doors in Runcorn. They said people have no enthusiasm for us. They feel times are tough and they don't feel that we're doing enough. I think this is going to start a bit of a debate about what the party needs to do, and not everyone's going to think the same thing. We're already seeing some of the MPs very much on the left of the party saying this is all about winter fuel allowance, this is about forthcoming benefit cuts, this is about the wrong political choices. But I saw one MP, Nadia Whitome, saying this is about chasing the far right on immigration. There are other MPs who say they're not going far enough on immigration. So, look, I think we're going to see Labour MPs expressing lots of frustration, but they may not be united in what direction they think the party should go in.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that at this kind of sort of halfway point, if you like, a lot of the results overnight have been focused on Labour, and the ones this afternoon are very much going to be Conservatives, all those Conservative councils. So it could be that the narrative starts shifting. But while we're talking about Labour, I do just want to bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell, who, of course, just managed to speak to Sir Keir Starmer. Rob, how was his mood? What do you make of it?
Yeah, I find it a bit weird, actually, Sophie, that I'm even here this morning, in that there are no local elections going on here in Luton, where I am in Bedfordshire, just north of London. And actually, the Prime Minister in this visit here didn't even talk about the local elections until he started doing interviews with journalists. He's been talking about aerospace, about the high-tech drones that this company, Leonardo, work on here. And he was taking questions from workers that all looked fairly carefully scripted in advance as well, all of which focused on defence, none on the sort of pretty grim political news that we were getting overnight. So that maybe tells us something from the off, that this was all planned by government, by Downing Street in advance. There wasn't any plans to, potentially go to Runcorn if they had won there, potentially go to one of the mayoralties that they've won in the west of England, in Doncaster and North Tyneside. No, we've come on a policy-based visit in somewhere where there are no elections. In terms of what the Prime Minister said, though, he sort of tried to kind of have his cake and eat it too in his answer by saying, what I'm not going to say is that opposition, when you're in government, you always find it tough in by-elections. He said, I'm not going to say that, but he said it anyway. And he said that he gets it. But what he gets, and this is what I was trying to push him on, what he gets isn't necessarily, I think, what a lot of Labour campaigners, some Labour MPs and voters, especially in Runcorn, have been saying held them back from voting Labour. He says people want change and the government needs to go further and faster on that. OK, but I think people feel that they have seen change already, but it's not the type of change that they actually want. They point to the changes like the changes to benefits, the changes to winter fuel allowance, the changes to inheritance tax on agricultural land. When I was in Runcorn last week, that was what I was picking up from people that was really repelling traditional Labour voters from backing Labour this time round. And I think what we got from the Prime Minister there was zero indication that he'll be looking again at some of these really unpopular policies that people within his party this morning are saying this is not what Labour should be doing while in government. I think that stuff is still full steam ahead. What the Prime Minister is pointing to is things like wage growth and saying, look, we will go further pursuing economic growth through investing in things like defence and companies like that. And essentially, you've got to be patient. He's saying to the electorate, give us some more time. In 2-3 years' time, things will hopefully feel a lot better.
It's so interesting, isn't it, Rob? I'm glad you explained that about Bedfordshire as well. I'll admit, when I heard that Keir Starmer was there with you, I was kind of frantically searching my revision documents, trying to work out what was going on in Bedfordshire. And it is very bizarre that he's there, one of the places in the country where there is nothing going on. But there you go. Perhaps, as you say, that tells us an awful lot. Rob, thank you very much indeed. Rob Powell there in Bedfordshire. Right, let's chat again, shall we, to Tamara and Ed. Ed, it's interesting, isn't it? I felt when I spoke to Luke Pollard, the Defence Minister, he was like, oh, look, it's frustrating to lose by just 6 votes in Runcorn, but there's been great news elsewhere. I mean, it felt to me that was, I guess, a bit of a strange response to some of the changes that we've seen.
Well, I suppose perhaps is he referring to the mayoralties, so west of England? I mean, the Green Party were kind of hoping that they were going to pick that up, and it hasn't been as good a night for that particular upsurgent party. They had a very good general election, and they were hoping, I think, to convert that into some mayoralties this time around. Didn't happen. But beyond that, and we will have to see what the numbers show for the council elections, there haven't been many things to be particularly proud of for the Labour Party. Same thing for the Conservative Party. What we're seeing is a changing in the electoral kind of makeup of the map of the UK, or at least certainly for England and different parts that are being contested at the moment. And it is very stark indeed. And the share of the vote, and this is one of the things we're going to be looking at, showing you different charts and ways of getting your head around this, because we're living through a quite historic moment. The share of the vote from the main parties is dropping from where it was before, kind of, around the kind of 70%, 80% perhaps, down to maybe 50%. And we haven't seen that before in any of the comparable elections that we've been looking at recently. So that's a big moment. What does it spell for the next election? I think that's just too imponderable because there's so much time to go. But already the big picture and the numbers are changing.
if you're wondering why we're talking so much about Labour, it's because some of those results that have happened overnight tend to kind of skew a bit Labour. There's going to be an awful lot about the Conservatives' performance in council elections to come. And tomorrow, I guess this is the key, isn't it? Because, look, Reform have demonstrated overnight that they can punish Labour, that they can take votes off Labour. But there are some who say that it could be existential for the Conservatives.
Oh, definitely. I mean, most of these councils, there are not many councils having elections at the moment. There's 23, almost all of them held by the Conservatives. These were last fought in 2021, Boris Johnson riding high, the vaccine bounce. They did incredibly well, which is very rare for a party in government to then do brilliantly at local elections, but that's exactly what happened. So they knew they were going to be losing seats, but it looks like they're losing seats at a pretty catastrophic rate. They're defending about 1,000. We thought a bad night would be losing half of those. It looks like it could even be worse because they're not only losing to Reform, they're also losing to the Lib Dems in the areas where those two parties are in competition. So look, it could be very bad for them. There could be questions about Kemi Badenoch's leadership. But yes, for Labour, the question is Reform going to be eating into their seats, eating into their votes in other similar seats to Runcorn?
An awful lot to digest. Thank you both very much indeed. And as Tamara was just saying, we've got 23 councils in total accounting, the vast majority of them Conservatives, and most of them will be coming in the hours to come. So don't go anywhere. Hello, it's midday and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. Well, Nigel Farage is smiling after Reform UK's success, winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election by the narrowest of margins.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Reform won as well in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister says change doesn't happen overnight as he defends Labour's performance.
I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change.
The Liberal Democrats are hoping to take seats from the Conservatives as local council results start coming in. The Conservatives, though, say politics is a marathon, not a sprint.
Also today on Sky News, Russell Brand appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. He is granted bail.
Hello, good afternoon. Well, we are amidst the Vote 2025 results coming in, and already Reform UK are celebrating success in both Westminster and also in the local elections today. It's been a great night so far for Nigel Farage, who pipped Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. Nigel Farage said that represented a whole different politics, with his party taking votes away from both the Conservatives and Labour. Reform also won the position of the newly created Greater Lincolnshire Mayor.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
That was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby shortly after 6 o'clock. This morning, the by-election had been called after the previous MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. Well, let's look at the results because things really do not get closer than this. A majority of just 6. Sarah Pochin, Reform's newly elected MP, got 12,645 votes, 6 ahead of Karen Shaw for the Labour Party, and then really the Conservatives and the Greens way behind in 3rd and 4th. And the closeness is reflected in the vote share because both Reform and Labour got an identical vote share of 38.7%. You can see why they had all those recounts, can't you? But really, to go under the bonnet of this result and find out what's going on, you need to look at the change in vote share because just look at that pale blue increase. Reform up 20.6%, Labour down 14.2% and the Conservatives down as well. And really, it does feel as if the Nigel Farage political earthquake is starting to really be felt by both of the main 2 parties. Well, after they...
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
It wasn't just in Runcorn where Reform had a victory. In Greater Lincolnshire too, they won the newly created mayoralty. So here's Andrea Jenkins, the candidate that used to be a Conservative MP, of course. She won 104,133 votes, and honestly, that is a thumping majority of almost 40,000, with the next closest candidate, the Conservatives' Rob Waltham, all the way down on 64,585. So within the last half hour or so, the Prime Minister has given us his reaction to the results so far.
Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, but I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I believe for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of things. But actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it. We've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
What is it that you get? Because a lot of your own campaigners, some of your own MPs, voters in these areas, say what has done it for you in Runcorn and what has meant reform have chased you very close elsewhere is things like the benefit changes, is things like winter fuel allowance. Do you get the impact that those policy changes are having, and are you looking again at them now?
Well, the reason that we took the tough but right decisions in the budget is because we inherited a broken economy, £22 billion black hole. Now, maybe other prime ministers have walked past that, pretended it wasn't there, continued the sort of pretense.
They were your choices, though, to fill that hole,
yes,
weren't they?
I took the choice to make sure our economy was stable because I think it's fundamentally important. Because I took that choice, we're able to invest in the NHS, a record investment, and now waiting lists are coming down. That's the choice I made, that we wanted to make sure waiting lists were coming down. Because of the choice I made, state pension went up £470 last month in April because we're committed to the triple lock. So yes, they were tough decisions, they were the right decisions. Because of those decisions, we are now seeing waiting lists coming down, something people desperately want. Because of that, pensioners are now £470 up as of last month. These are really important changes we brought about, but yes, they're political choices.
Keir Starmer there saying, I guess standing by his decisions really so far, saying that they just need to speed up the programme for change. That's the message he's taking from voters. The focus so far has been on Labour, but of course, as those councils come in throughout the afternoon, we're going to get an increasing focus on the Conservatives. The Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel, has been talking to us earlier.
I saw an interview this morning with their new mayor in Lincolnshire. She was speaking about national policies when, by the way, she will have a budget of £26 million. She doesn't have a mandate to stop the boats. Reform were running a national campaign. Their leaflets were on national political messages. They weren't speaking about...
People liked it, though, didn't they?
Well, they weren't speaking about adult social care, local public service delivery. And you say people like it. Well, they, again, you've spoken about my party. They're being promised something and a lack of delivery. And they will also be judged on delivering local services. So I think, we're very grounded. My party is totally grounded. We are learning the lessons of our defeat. I don't think it's right that we should go out there and start making vacuous promises and false promises.
Reaction will keep coming in, but in the meantime, I want to take you to Consett now, where they're counting votes for the election at Durham County Council. Ali Fortescue, our political correspondent, is there. Durham is a fascinating one, isn't it, Ali? Because, this in some ways, you think of the miners, you think of Labour heartlands, but what are we expecting to see this time round?
That's right, Sophie. This is pretty true red Labour land, and we've just hot-footed it back from the platform because the results are starting to come through pretty thick and fast now. We have had 9 results so far, 9 declarations. 6 of them have gone to Reform, 3 have gone to the Labour Party, and that tells you everything really that you need to know here. Reform are the insurgent party. They think they can make gains here. Nigel Farage came here twice during the campaign. He said he's parking his tanks on Labour turf, and few places, I think, are more symbolic of that than here in Durham, as you say. I should say this county council was Labour run for a century until 2021, when they did suffer a blow. They lost overall control. It's now no overall control. But at the general election, Labour won all 6 parliamentary seats in Durham. 5 of them, though Reform was in second place. So they are hoping that this is a pretty symbolic moment for them. It is incredibly early days, Sophie. Things could really change. But it does look so far like this is a race between Labour and Reform. And Reform, privately, some behind the scenes think they could get the 50 seats required to get a majority here. We are nowhere near that yet. This is going to be a big challenge, but it is a symbolic place. I should say UKIP really did not make inroads here in 2013, and I think that is something that people in the Reform Party have brought up with me. If they do well here, they think it shows that they can go further than UKIP, that they don't have that ceiling. Looks like we've just had another declaration. I'll try and work out what that was and bring it to you next time, but still counting, still going on. We'll bring you the results as they come in, Sophie.
Thanks, Sally. I have to say, it's hard to ignore the fact that the walls seem to be exactly the shade of Reform light blue. I wonder if anyone's been in there with a paintbrush, before the declaration.
Definitely not Tory
Maybe
blue.
that's a thought too far. Ali, thanks very much indeed, Ali Fortescue there, bringing us the latest from Durham. Well, we're going to have an awful lot more, of course, on the election results as some of those councils start rolling in. Can reform convert votes into seats on councils? But in the meantime, let's get some of the rest of the day's news with Sam Washington. Sam.
Thank you very much indeed, Sophie. Russell Brand has been granted bail after appearing at Westminster Magistrates Court. The comedian is facing charges of rape and sexual assault involving 4 women alleged to have taken place between 1999 and 2005. He denies all allegations. A 14-year-old boy has been charged with attempted murder after 2 teenagers were stabbed in Kirby in Merseyside on Wednesday. The boy has also been charged with wounding with intent and possession of a bladed article in a public place. A second 15-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The 2 injured teenagers remain in hospital in a stable condition. And the German right-wing Alternative for Deutschland party has plans to take legal action against Germany's intelligence agency, which has classified it as extremist. The AfD stands accused of threatening democracy, a claim that the party's co-leaders deny. The party, which won a record number of seats in February's federal election, said that the decision was a severe blow to German democracy. A Russian drone attack on Ukraine late last night has set buildings ablaze in the city of Zaporizhia. 29 people, including children, have been injured. 10 are currently being treated in hospital. Ukrainian forces say that they managed to shoot down 64 of the 150 drones which were launched by Russia overnight. Preparations for the conclave to find a new pope are underway in the Vatican. This is the roof of the Sistine Chapel. That is where a chimney was installed this morning. As you may know, smoke from that very chimney will indicate if a decision over the new Holy Father has been made. And the Prince and Princess of Wales have released a new photo of their daughter, Princess Charlotte. It is to mark her 10th birthday. The picture was taken by Kate during a visit to Cumbria earlier in the year. Happy birthday, Princess Charlotte.
Well, we are slap bang in the middle of our Vote 2025 local election coverage, and of course the by-election that happened overnight. The Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, is in Shropshire ahead of election results being announced there. He says that despite gains made by reform, he's found voters he's spoken to don't agree with Nigel Farage's politics. Let's have a listen.
Reform have hit the Conservatives particularly hard, and there's a clear fight on that side of British politics. But I think the more people hear about what Nigel Farage stands for, the more they won't like it. Certainly that's what I found on the doorsteps. People don't like the fact that he wants to privatise the NHS. They don't like the fact that he thinks Vladimir Putin is the world leader he most admires. And then when you come to President Trump, wasn't it interesting in the election he didn't talk about Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Now the polls have closed, he's saying he wants their policies in every local town. Well, that's not really how you should do politics, and I think he'll get found out.
Well, we can chat again to Ed and to Tamara. Tamara, just off the back of that Ed Davey grab, I've got a theory I want to kind of run past you. It feels to me that the Lib Dems are the one party who might actually be benefiting from the reform surge, because you've got Labour and the Conservatives, where they're losing votes to them. They'll end up tacking perhaps more towards reform on policy terms. And then that just leaves the Lib Dems to, I guess, mop up the anti-reform vote.
Well, Lib Dems are really mopping up the discontent with Labour and the Tories in different areas from reform. So essentially, yes, they gained 60 parliamentary seats from the Tories at the last election, and many of these seats are having council elections today. So they're in the parts of England like Oxfordshire, Gloucestershire, places where the Lib Dems really capitalise on discontent with the Conservatives, and areas where Brexit wasn't as popular as it was in some areas where anti-immigration policies weren't as popular. They really cleaned up there, and what we're seeing is the general election trends again happening in those areas, with the Lib Dems likely to win big gains. They didn't do well in 2021. They were in the doldrums in 2021 when these seats were last fought. Now they've got over 70 MPs and they feel they're going to, they've always been strong in local government. Unlike Reform, they have always been strong in targeting the areas where their support is. And I think it's going to be a very good night for Ed Davey.
Is it just Conservatives that they're going after, or are they taking votes from Labour as well?
They're largely taking votes from the Conservatives because these are areas where the Conservatives are strong, and it's the same as the general election trend. Those areas where the Lib Dems and Conservatives fight for the seat. Largely, Labour voters know to vote tactically if they don't want the Conservatives to come in. So I think we're going to see mostly the Lib Dems doing well at the expense of the Conservatives. Reform also doing well at the expense of Conservatives. Everyone is eating the Conservatives' lunch here, and I think that's going to be a real problem.
Now, Ed, with the kind of, I guess, the health warning that we've only got one of the council results in so far, but you're already starting to see some trends coming through, right?
Yeah, and looking in different kind of wards, different seat results that we're having within some of those councils. So I'll show you. We've got Northumberland so far in terms of an overall result, but for instance, Nottinghamshire, we're getting numbers through at the moment, and looking at Newark West, that's within Robert Jenrick's constituency. That's just gone from Conservative to Reform.
Well, there you go. It's
so within very prominent senior member of the Conservative Party, who's been perhaps the most friendly of all of them to Reform. There goes one of the seats there. But let me just kind of give you the big picture here, actually, because there's a lot going on. There really is a lot going on, and actually, you can kind of split it up in a way into three narratives, three stories that we're learning more about. And the first, of course, was what happened in Runcorn. And Sophie just ran through these numbers a moment ago, but I'll just give you the quick update. Obviously, Reform winning in that by-election, but by such a thin majority. Let me just show you 6. I mean, that is not a number we normally see around there. And if I kind of give you that the context, the historical context here, what we can look at is, if you look back at every one of the narrowest by-election results that we've had in history, or at least going back in living memory, there's others that are a little bit tighter, kind of more than a century ago, but nonetheless, we've never seen anything like that. Never. These are tight results. That is an extraordinary result. That's beyond knife edge. And so that's just what we heard about. But obviously, for the sake of, the narratives we're talking about, Reform have won it, and that is massive. It's massive for Reform. It is by far and away their best result in any by-election that they have contested. Obviously, Reform, there's UKIP as well, but nonetheless, for Reform, in this latest rendition for Nigel Farage, 38.7%. That really is enormous. And so you've got that by-election result, very positive for Reform. Then you've got all of the mayoral results. And there we do have a lot of the numbers that have come through already with those elected mayors. So we've got 4 of the 6 results so far. So we're still waiting on Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, Hull and East Yorkshire as well. But the one that caught everyone's attention, obviously this one, Andrea Jenkins, winning in Greater Lincolnshire and winning handily, really winning handily, 42%. I mean, this was Conservative. In the last election, a lot of these constituencies were pretty strongly Conservative. So the Conservatives there in second place, but with quite a hefty margin there for Andrea Jenkins. So again, good news for Reform. But that's not the only kind of third or alternative party story that we've been trying to kind of track, because the other question was, what was going to happen to the Green Party in the west of England? This, in that last election last year, was their stronghold, with a lot of MPs elected around Bristol in the west of England. And so I think they were hoping for a better performance than that, coming in third place to Reform, and obviously Labour winning there in the west of England. So you've got those mayoral results, and then that's the second part of this. And then the final part that this is the bit that's evolving right now, is what's happening in those council elections. A lot of shire councils that we're having. So again, traditionally Conservative, and this is just on the basis, over here, look, we've only had one of 23 in terms of the total results across the councils. As I mentioned, Nottinghamshire, we're getting kind of ward by ward, seat by seat, we're getting some of those numbers, so we'll bring them to you. But so far, just one of them. But already from what's happened in Northumberland, that one result, there's a real kind of story here, because the Conservatives have lost control of Northumberland. It's gone to no overall control, but the big picture here is the changes, OK? So look at this. Conservatives down by 10 seats in Northumberland. The Reform up by 23. OK, so 0 to 23, because they weren't contesting this, obviously, back in 2021. That was the last time it was contested. But here's what's striking, OK? If you look at just the share of the votes in this specific council, OK, and we're going back to the 1970s here, you get a sense of how the story, particularly in this part of England, has shifted and the political dynamic has changed. So look at that. There's the Liberals, the Lib Dems being quite strong within this council. Conservatives always pretty strong. Labour always pretty strong as well. But just look at what's happened recently. So that is the result there, with Reform taking that enormous chunk of the vote there. And Labour and the Conservative Party have basically been squeezed out. So you're seeing this squeezing out of those main parties. And the question, of course, is going to be, in the next few hours, because this is literally one council, we're going to get the next in the coming hours. You saw from Nottinghamshire, Durham, all of the next. The question is whether that squeezing out is going to happen across England, across all of these council elections. And, I mean, it's too early to say, Sophie, but so far there's definitely an indication that looks like the way it's heading. But yeah, the data is still coming through.
I mean, it's like you say, all the usual health warnings were still early. But to me, as someone who's covered politics for 20 years, it feels like something is happening here. It really does. Reform and then UKIP before them, the Brexit Party before them, were very good at picking up votes, but less good at the efficiency of converting that into seats. And if they break that, if they do start getting seats, then suddenly I think you're really going to get, a lot of fear of the formerly two major parties, I should say, Labour and the Conservatives. It does feel significant. And it's significant, from a political perspective. We're here to talk about who's up, who's down, but also from a policy perspective as well, because they're going to have an increasing impact on that policy debate. And I guess more scrutiny will come with that as well.
That's right. I mean, this does not really change the balance of power at Westminster, where they have 5 MPs now. Of course, Rupert Lowe was thrown out. But their real impact will come on the conversation. There will be Labour MPs saying, maybe we got it wrong on welfare, maybe we shouldn't carry on with this, maybe we're going too far, not far enough on immigration. So I think that's where they will have the real impact. The note of caution for Reform is they can now show they can win power at a regional level and to some extent at a national level. They will now need to deliver in power. As people in charge of councils, if they go on to win councils, or people who are elected mayors, they are in charge of immigration policy. They're in charge of transport and housing and skills. They will need to deliver on that and some of their promises to, make councils spend less money but do more, which is what they spent the whole campaign talking about. And next year, a year from now, we have some really significant elections for Labour. We have the metropolitan authorities where Labour are strong. We've got the Welsh and Scottish Parliament elections. And that is, by then, whether they are able to do well against Labour will partly be determined by how well they do in office now. So I think a lot of expectation on them.
Really interesting stuff. I just want to bring you some numbers, because we do have the latest numbers so far. This is not a complete declaration, I should say, but we do have some of the latest numbers so far for the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayorship. So this is 3 of the 6 areas counted so far. And it's really close between the Conservatives. Paul Bristow, who is a former Conservative MP for Peterborough, lost the election. He is a nose in front with 29,804 votes. Ryan Coogan of Reform is snapping at his heels with 24,391 votes. It's a really, really hard one to call this, impossible to predict. So that's what we've got so far.
What's kind of exciting about this? I mean, I like to use the word exciting when it comes to this kind of stuff.
No, I'm excited. It's absolutely fine.
But what's particularly exciting? So often with these results, when it comes to the general election and council election, we kind of just get the big results at the end. So there's a bit of suspense, then you have the result. With these mayoral contests, we're getting kind of different regions declaring each time. So it really is a horse race, and you're going to see those numbers. That's 3 out of 6, so we've got another 3 to go. You're going to see those numbers vying with each other, and it could, like you say, this could be a photo finish.
Yeah, as Ed says, it's really important to say that, some of the areas could be a really heavy Labour one coming in later, so it will change around an awful lot. But those numbers coming in so far, I think really playing into that narrative of Reform doing very well and, previously was like a Labour Conservative fight this seat, but just very, very unpredictable because of that reform. Well, the surge of reform, if you like, there as well, and all these mayoralties as well. We have an increasing number of mayoralties, aren't we? But as we've seen around the country, whether Andy Street, Andy Burnham, these guys and women, but mainly guys so far, I have to say, can become household names.
Yes, that's right. And we've got some new ones being elected for the first time that we'll see later today, and some where there are elections again, but it's under a different system as well. So it's first past the post this time. So some of them are not direct comparisons to last time. But yes, Andy Burnham speaking out against some of Keir Starmer's policies. I think one note of caution the Conservatives have been talking to me about is, can Nigel Farage tolerate people publicly disagreeing with him? He didn't like it very much when one of his MPs, Rupert Lowe, did. If Andrea Jenkins starts, trying to make a bit of a name for herself, talking about national policies, how is he going to handle that? They can become figures who range beyond their responsibilities. They have regional responsibilities, but very often you see them talking about national policies. Ben Houchen was on the TV over the last couple of weeks talking about, whether the Conservatives should have a pact with reform. They often are significant national figures, and they don't always agree with their party.
Yeah, it's absolutely right.
And that's really interesting. So this is perhaps the first big test of reforms, even stroke UKIP as a governing party, even more perhaps than in European elections, because they weren't actually taking kind of direct decisions.
Yeah, they don't have a big record of getting on that well with each other. We saw that when they were in the European Parliament. But since they've had 5 MPs, we have we've seen them. One has now been removed from the party, and now they've got their first woman MP. She is a former Conservative. Is she going to be agreeing with all the policies that the rest of them are talking about? And as we see reform also shifting some of their positions in order to try and target Labour votes, most notably on sort of the Scunthorpe Steelworks issue, are they carrying everyone with them? It's notable that Andrea Jenkins and their new MP in Runcorn, they are both former Conservatives. Those are the sort of people who lean towards reform, people defecting from the Conservative Party, but they are trying to get Labour votes. I think we can see some policy clashes potentially coming up as they go forward there.
So interesting. Thanks both of you very much indeed. We will have lots more coverage coming up because votes are still being counted, including here in Kent, where it's a similar picture in Ramsgate in Kent, where Conservatives dominated last time round, but all eyes to see on how many votes they may lose to reform. That story will be unfolding throughout the afternoon. Hello, welcome back to our Vote 2025 coverage, where Reform have had a good night so far, winning a parliamentary seat from Labour by just 6 votes, and also, of course, winning the newly created Lincolnshire mayoralty. As you see, we've got lots of people ready to discuss in the studio, but let's listen to the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
That, of course, is Reform's newest MP. The by-election was called after the previous Labour MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after admitting punching a constituent. A disappointing evening, of course, for Labour. They lost by just 6 votes, and within the last hour, the Prime Minister's been reacting.
Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, but I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I believe for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of... But actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it. We've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
Oh, that was Keir Starmer's reaction. Let's get the reaction of our studio, shall we? As you might have noticed, we've been magically joined by more people. We've still got Tamara, our political correspondent, but we've also got in the room the former number 10 Deputy Press Officer Jack Sellers and the former Labour advisor, now Chief Leader Writer at The Observer, Sonia Soda. Thank you very much for being with us. Great to have you all with us. Now, look, obviously, there's a health warning because we haven't got the council results in yet. Most of them, they're still coming through. But it's already, the narrative seems to be overpoweringly one of Reform doing awfully well. Sonia, what's your reflections?
Well, they are. There's sort of no 2 ways about it when you look at the fact that they've won this by-election, they've won a mayoralty. There were also 2 other mayoralties where Labour did win, but really in quite Labour-safe areas, Reform came within touching distance. And I think what's going on here is, you've got voters who are extremely cheesed off with the Conservative government and gave them a real kicking. And that was sort of the main dynamic of the last election campaign, rather than a very enthusiastic embrace of Keir Starmer and Keir Starmer's Labour Party. And we're a year in, or almost a year in, and it's been a difficult first year. And people are feeling quite cheesed off with politics. There's declining trust, I think, in both of the main parties, and they're going for other options. And that's why you're seeing Reform do quite well out of this.
I mean, Jack, what's your take on this? Should we just see this as a bit of a flash in the pan? As Sonia's saying, people just not very happy with the main parties. Or is this like a fundamental redrawing, I guess, of politics in the UK?
I mean, I think time will tell whether it's a fundamental redrawing, but I completely agree with Sonia, and I definitely think this should be taken seriously, and I think it will be taken seriously by the Conservatives and by Labour. I mean, firstly, when I first woke up this morning and I saw the results, I thought, I mean, what a day for democracy. I mean, 6 votes in the by-election.
Yeah.
I mean, don't let anyone tell you that your vote doesn't count for something, right? I mean, it's the best message that you could point to. But, I mean, the picture at the moment is, it's early results, but the Conservative picture is probably going to get worse for the day. Hopefully for them, I used to work for the Conservative Party, but hopefully for them, they'll be looking at, a decent result maybe in Cambridgeshire. The results are halfway through there at the moment. It's looking quite positive. They're just going to be looking for anything to point to. But none of these results will have come as a surprise, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't take it seriously.
When you say about taking it seriously and that both parties will be taking it seriously, what does that look like?
That's a good question. I mean, look, there'll be a lot over the weekend. There'll be a lot of briefing in the newspapers to yourself, Sophie. You'll have messages from people saying, Kemi Badenoch, what has she done? Why hasn't she done better here? I think that's a very cynical view. She is 6 months into her tenureship today. I think it is very early days. it is also less than a year on since the election where we did get, a historic defeat, and it was a paced in from the electorate. They sort of sent us a really big message. That trust is not going to come in 6 months. It's not going to come overnight. It does need to be built up over a few years. I'm already looking, as a Welshman, I'm already looking to the elections next year, right? Wales, Scotland. In Wales, Reform are polling very high. That will be, if at that point, 18 months in, Keir Starmer is not delivering in Wales, which is obviously a strong Welsh Labour hold, or if Kemi Badenoch is not delivering any results, I think then it'll be a different question, and the MPs in the background will start getting a bit panicky.
Yeah.
I think for Labour, so there's going to be lots of people now within Labour saying, look, this shows that the strategy is wrong. We need to be more like, we need to meet reform more on its territory, or we tried too much to ape reform. And what I would say to Labour is they need to take a step back from all of that and ask, the only way that they are going to do well at the next election is if people feel better off as a result of 5 years of Labour government. And the difficulty for them, if this was 1 year in and people were feeling a bit cheesed off and the economy's not got much better, but you really felt like it was going to change in the next 4 years. If I were a Labour MP, then I'd feel a bit better about things. I think the issue is that you look at what's going on with the economy, you look at what Labour's plans are, they're actually incredibly risk averse. You look at the really difficult fiscal decisions that Rachel Reeves is making and the cuts there are going to be in many areas of government spending. And it's hard to see this dynamic where basically people don't really feel like Labour's achieving very much. And so they look to a party like Reform. The worrying thing for Labour is it's hard to see that changing very much over the next 4 years, I think.
We're going to continue with all of you in a minute, but I just want to bring you the latest update on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoralty, because what's quite fun for geeks like me is you're kind of getting the results coming in, the different areas declaring, so we can really keep track of every move. And the latest, with 4 of the 6 areas counted, 2 still to go, is the Conservatives' Paul Bristow is in front of the Reform candidate Ryan Coogan. I mean, it was interesting because, this was previously pretty hard to call because, the current mayor is Anna Smith of Labour, the deputy mayor standing in for the guy who was elected last time round, but they're now in 4th place. Now, it should be said that 2 areas still declare. It could all change around, but once again, we are seeing Reform piling up votes as well. We'll bring you all of the latest on the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayorship, of course, as it comes in as well, because those numbers could change quite a lot still with 2 of the remaining areas still to go. Tamara, let's bring you in, shall we? What are your kind of reflections on what we're learning?
Yeah, so the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoral contest is, I think, wouldn't be that much of a surprise if the Conservatives won. It will be close, but I think we're seeing a bit of a split on the left here, whereas in the rest of the country we're seeing a split on the right, because you can see those votes divided between Labour, Lib Dems and Greens.
But then you've got Reform as well on the right, haven't
and
they?
Reform, yeah, but Labour, Lib Dems and Greens all piling up votes, and also it's, they're judging it a different way, they counted the votes in a different way to 4 years ago, so that could be a bright spot for the Tories. There won't be many. As we see the results coming in throughout the day, the Conservatives, who are defending the vast majority of these councils and these council seats, are going to see the numbers plummet because they were doing extremely well in 2021. They were so popular. They had some of their best local election results in government ever. And now those numbers are going to start dropping as they lose support to Reform, to the Lib Dems, and to some extent, maybe to Labour, because I think we are going to see Labour pick up some seats today as a result of the general election dynamics playing out, but not nearly as many as they would do if Reform weren't having this extraordinary surge, which could see them, by the end of the day, actually running councils and being in charge of important council services like roads and bins and adult social care. And this will be a very important moment for them to show whether they can actually deliver.
Yeah, it's a really important point, isn't it, Tamara?
This is where it gets real for them, because basically Reform have been mopping up the disaffection with the 2 main parties. And it's the point where it starts to tip is where you actually do get some power, and then people start to judge you in those local areas for what you're actually achieving locally.
Nothing worse than a missed bin collection, obviously.
Exactly.
These are things that really,
ask Birmingham about
exactly. That. Yeah, exactly. I've been thinking a bit about Reform and the Conservatives, because when I interview Conservatives, the one thing that they all say to me is, look, we need time. It's right after such a big defeat that we have time to reflect, come up with policies. But do they have time, Jack, because of reform? Because if they leave a vacuum, then, Nigel Farage, he's not waiting around. He's in there straight away.
I mean, I don't think they've got time to not be talking about things. I think, look, a year in is going to be too premature because, Kemi Badenoch could come out and say, I'll do this, I'll do this, I'll do this. And every normal person is going to be looking and saying, well, you were in government 9 months ago. Why didn't you do it then? So there is that sort of bedding in process where you've got to let that sort of fade away a little bit. But having said that, you are right. I mean, the next 4 years will quickly shift. And I mean, I think George Osborne said the other day that, the first year in opposition, it's not too bad for MPs. All these Conservative MPs used to be in government for 14 years. It's not too bad. But then you get into year 2 and 3, and then it's bedded in a little bit, and you realise that, and if they have other defeats in other areas, that's when the pressure will start coming. So, Kemi, they do need to start putting things out. In the next year or so, to start ironing out the position they've got going into the election, because it takes time for the public to listen to you and for the messages to land and, to see what you stand for.
Tamara, how much kind of disgruntlement are you picking up from Conservative MPs towards Kemi Badenoch?
Look, there certainly is some, and I've certainly had Conservative MPs saying to me, even over the last few weeks and months, if she is not the person to take us into the next election, when is going to be the moment to make that clear? But I think they also know, I've heard this as well, even for people who don't like Kemi Badenoch and didn't vote for her, we cannot change leaders because we'll look ridiculous if we do that after 9 months. I've had people saying to me, we have to hold our nerve because, we change leaders so much in government. If we start doing it again and anyone's going to find it difficult, so I think, the strong message from Conservative HQ to MPs will be hold the line and try and hold it together.
Well, bear that thought, because we have just had through a council result and it is a big one. I don't have the full numbers to bring you now, but I want to talk to you about Staffordshire. Conservative control. They've dominated here since 2009. They would have needed to have lost 25 seats to have lost control, and that has happened because Reform are now in control in Staffordshire. Now, we knew that they were likely to do well in Staffordshire. UKIP got 1 in 4 votes there in 2013, but that really is a blow for Kemi Badenoch's party, and it does feel like questions may be asked. We'll, of course, bring you the full breakdown of the results, but just to give you a sense, back in 2021, the last time these seats were up, the Conservatives won 57 of them, the Lib Dems won 4, and only 1 went to an independent. And for them to go from that to losing control, that is a pretty big shift, to say the least. That is the second council that Kemi Badenoch has lost. We've only had 2 council results in so far, so that's 2 out of 2. 1 to no overall control, and the second council, that one in Staffordshire, we're just getting that result in now, and it is a massive one. It's been a straight switch of power from the Conservatives to Reform, a council area that they have dominated for an awfully long time. Right, let's bring in our panel, shall we? Tamara, that is a really significant loss.
It's a total wipeout in Staffordshire. I mean, the Conservatives held almost all the seats. This is a council with a history of Conservative control. In the general election, like everywhere in England, the Conservatives, they only kept 3 out of their 11 parliamentary seats. So you saw a big swing to Labour in Staffordshire, but not always by big margins. But the voters there who were disenchanted with the Conservatives did not vote for Labour at this local election. They voted for Reform, who will now be controlling that council. So, look, big coup for Reform and a really, really bad sign for the Tories. I was talking to a Tory campaigner in Staffordshire yesterday who said, look, we know that the Reform are going to pick up support. We don't know on what scale. They pointed out that they were not doing much door-to-door campaigning. A lot of it was social media campaigning, and it was very hard to judge. This is those real results, real voters, are not backing the Tories.
It is actually worth, just take your breath to reflect on the significance of this result. Reform have secured the 32 seats needed for a majority, 24 seats left to count. Conservatives losing 30 so far. Jack, what is going to be going on within the Conservative Party right now looking at this?
It goes back to what Tamara was saying earlier. I think there will be a message of hold the line. This is all expected. I'm not playing it down, but it is all expected, and this is just going to be the start of negative news throughout the day. And it won't be just to Reform. There'll be seats in the southwest where the Lib Dems will probably do some damage. So, yeah, I mean, Kemi and others, and I saw Priti Patel was on your show earlier, this was all really built into her lines. They would have been expecting this. And it's not a huge surprise for journalists. We've all been talking about this for months, about the polls and where it's going. But it is a little different to see it actually.
It feels that, in Staffordshire, we'd expect the Conservatives to lose control, right? That may be right. But for Reform to gain control, I mean, that for me is... that's worse than I was thinking, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, look, you're right. And this was before today. We only had four. There was just 4 Reform MPs, right? They had a good performance at the general election, but it didn't deliver real results. They had 4 MPs now, and then all the hype around Reform was just built off polls over the last year after Labour's performance in government. The Tories have pretty much stood still from when we left, if not dropped a little. But now we're seeing just how how variant those polls are and what they deliver. So, but I mean, look, for me, actually, today is a big challenge for Reform as well. I mean, look, it's positives. They're going to be in government across the country in different places. But with governance comes more scrutiny. They're not just 4 MPs anymore. They are going to be in charge of things, in charge of delivering local services, a mayor who's going to have responsibilities. The scrutiny is going to be upped, and they've got to deliver on what they've been promising.
Quick thought from you, Sonia.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing actually for the first time is both of the main parties being squeezed on all sides, which makes electoral strategy really difficult to get right. So for the Conservatives, you've got the Lib Dems on one side, and they're looking at losses to the Lib Dems. You've got Reform on the other. Labour also is looking both to Reform on one side and then to the Greens and the Lib Dems on another. So, this is why I think it's quite hard for these parties. You've got really difficult fiscal decisions for a Labour government, and then they're sort of saying, well, which voters are we trying to talk to here? How do we run this competition on all sides?
Yeah, it's completely right. Loads of challenges you can see. Thanks both very much, indeed. You're watching Sky News' coverage of Vote 2025, and the results are coming in thick and fast. The Conservatives losing control of 2 councils so far, and that could be the narrative of the afternoon. We'll bring you all the latest coming up.
Escape 1945, the day of victory in Europe. Hostilities will end the 8th of May. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
80 years on from that historic moment, we will be at the heart of the events as we reflect, remember and celebrate together. Join us for the full story of VE Day on Sky News.
The Premier League run-in is live on NBC and streaming on Peacock, with crucial fixtures in the race for Europe. Saturday, Arsenal look to finish strong against Bournemouth.
Expect the unexpected.
Sunday, exclusively on Peacock, Champions League hopefuls Chelsea take on the Premier League champions Liverpool. This is the Premier League run-in, live on NBC and Peacock.
Over there, to your left. There have been airstrikes every day. Hezbollah are very sensitive about us showing any pictures, and we're being hurried away right now. It felt akin to riding into some sort of Armageddon. Many other areas have been hit badly. There are shells coming in every few minutes. Hear that whistle and that crunch? We know that they're coming from the south of the city, where there's a column of Russian armoury. I'm Alex Crawford, and I'm Sky's special correspondent based in Istanbul. It's trying to hit us. That's it. It got us then. There's a lot of action going on. A lot of hits going in still. We were the first journalists and the only outsiders to reach the site of the attack several weeks after it happened.
We found from the missile.
It's very difficult to see what around here could be conceived of as a legitimate military target. Only about half a mile from the Turkish coast, a boat seriously overcrowded. This is one of the most severe viruses in the world. Clearly not had very much to eat at all, a lot of them extremely thin and very frail. Look at that sheet of flames, and that has happened within minutes, and now it's coming from both sides. moving this way.
The world's largest falls now down to a trickle in places.
I can't imagine how much plastic is lying at the bottom of this huge lake. Whoa!
Getting up close and personal with a rhino.
This is what makes the job so fantastic.
Hello and welcome back to our Vote 2025 coverage, where things do feel, I've got to say, pretty seismic. I mean, this has been building for a while, but so far it has been a very, very good night for reform. They've just taken Staffordshire Council from the Conservatives, who previously dominated there. They've won the Runcorn and Helsby by-election from Labour. Again, that should be, on paper, a safe Labour seat. And they have won by a very firm margin the Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty as well. Let's listen to what Andrea Jenkins said after she won that victory.
We're going to have a Britain where we put British people first, where we put you and your families first. We'll make sure that you are in front of the queue and you are at the heart of our policy decisions. Today, we as Reform, as we're making gains up and down the country, you will see an end to soft-touch Britain. The fight back to save the heart and soul of our great country has now begun. Now that Reform is in a place of power, we can help start rebuilding Britain. Inch by inch, Reform will reset Britain to its glorious past. We will tackle illegal migration. We've been working on policies. I say no to putting people in hotels. Tents are good enough for France. They should be good enough for here in Britain. But I take my hat off to our great leader, Nigel. Now, he has fought for decades, and he still fights for you here today. And I know one day he will make a magnificent Prime Minister.
Dame Andrea Jenkins used to be Conservative, switched to Reform. Now, of course, she has won that mayoralty. We can chat again to Tamara. I think the point that you've been making so far today in our coverage has been such an important one, that actually now Reform has got something to be judged on. They're running things.
Yeah, absolutely. And you heard Andrea Jenkins there talking about immigration and restoring Britain to its former greatness. She is, as mayor, going to be in charge of a budget of £24 million, which is in government terms not huge, and in charge of things like transport and skills and economic development, not immigration. She's going to have to work with the councils in that area in order to deliver things. And, you know, it may be harder than it looks. And, you know, so I think there's going to be a real challenge there. She's also got to navigate another difficult thing, which is she's going to be a senior Reform person. She was a Conservative MP for 9 years. If you recognise her, her big moment was beating Ed Balls in the 2015 election in a huge victory for the Conservatives. She then criticised them from the sort of Eurosceptic right. She, you know, will now need to be. She's now a senior Reform figure. Is she going to be someone who has different ideas to Nigel Farage? Could that potentially be seen as a challenge? Something the Conservatives have seized on is this idea that Nigel Farage, they say, struggles with MPs like Rupert Lowe, who was now thrown out of the party, who are putting forward their own ideas. So I think there's a challenge for her there, but undoubtedly a big victory.
I just want to give you an update on something that we have been following every little kind of itch and scratch of, which is the Cambridge and Peterborough mayoralty, because they've got 5 out of the 6 areas in now, and actually Paul Briscoe, the Conservative candidate, is building up a bit more of a lead now over Reform's Ryan Coogan. And I should say that the 6th area, the only one that hasn't been declared yet, is Cambridge City. So you'd expect Labour to be doing well there. You wouldn't necessarily expect Reform to be doing well there. I mean, famous last words, of course, just before it comes in. But it does feel to me that it may be that the Conservatives, Paul Bristow, the former Conservative MP for Peterborough, lost to Labour at the election, may be feeling a bit more confident about his chances there. Cambridge City, Anna Smith, of course, she is the current mayor in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, but that may be a mountain too far for her to climb, even if she does pile on a few votes in the last remaining area to be counted. So Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, it does seem as though Paul Bristow, the Conservative candidate there, may be feeling increasingly confident of holding off that pretty strong challenge, I have to say, from Reform. You're watching our Vote 2025 coverage, and I have to say it feels pretty seismic already. Reform winning mayoralties, winning by-elections, and now, of course, as well, winning councils. But of course, it does mean as well that they are going to have a record to be judged on, and delivery is always the key in politics. But there are an awful lot more councils still counting, and an awful lot further for this narrative to go. Hello, it is 1 o'clock and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. We're digesting as well, and Nigel Farage is smiling after Reform UK's success, narrowly winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election and taking control of Staffordshire County Council.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There's victory too for Reform in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP, Dame Andrew Jenkins, winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister says change doesn't happen overnight as he defends Labour's performance.
I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change.
Well, the Liberal Democrats are hoping to take seats from the Conservatives as well as local council results come in. The Tories say politics is a marathon, not a sprint.
Also on Sky News today, Russell Brand appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. He is granted bail.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to our Vote 2025 coverage. And I have to say, so far, Reform UK are celebrating an awful lot of success today. The party pipped Labour by the smallest of margins in Runcorn and Helsby, just 6 votes in it. And the leader, Nigel Farage, said it represented a whole different politics, with his party taking votes away from both the Conservatives and Labour. And in the last few moments, the party is also taking control of Staffordshire County Council. That is a very big blow for the Conservatives, who've been historically strong there. And Nigel Farage's party also won the newly created Greater Lincolnshire mayoralty.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Well, that was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby. It was shortly after 6 o'clock this morning. The by-election had been called after the previous MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. Well, let's look at the details of the result, because things do not get closer than this. You can see there Sarah Pochin, the Reform candidate, with 12,645 votes. Labour's Karen Shaw got 12,639. So, yes, you read that right. Only 6 votes in it. The Conservatives and the Greens way behind. Look at the vote share, because Reform and Labour got identical vote share. They both won 38.7% of the votes, with the other parties only having single figures. And then I'm hoping I can show you the change in share. So that's a vote share there, so identical vote share, and the change in share: Reform up more than 20%, Labour's down 14%, and the Conservatives down 9%. Well, after it was announced that Reform had secured victory, the party leader, Nigel Farage, told Sky News the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There was another victory for Reform in Greater Lincolnshire as well, where they won the newly created mayoralty. The former Conservative MP, Dame Andrew Jenkins, won 104,133 votes. That is a whopping majority of almost 40,000. And the next closest candidate was the Conservatives' Rob Waltham on 64,585. Well, let's have a listen, shall we, to the Prime Minister's reaction to the results so far.
Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, but I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I believe for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of... But actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it, we've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
That was Keir Starmer's response. I did just want to bring you something that we've had posted on X in the last few moments. This is by Ian Byrne MP, the MP for Liverpool West Derby, just off the back of that Keir Starmer comment. He's tweeted to say, a tone-deaf response from Labour spokespeople. We must listen to and heed the message voters have delivered. And he said, I urge the Labour leadership to now truly reflect and change course. If they do not, I genuinely fear the country will face the consequences of a far-right government in 4 years' time. I mean, he's obviously there reflecting on reform and the ground that reform have made in the last 24 hours or so, but perhaps pointing to a bit of nervousness and disgruntlement among some on the Labour benches too. Right, we are joined by Tamara Cohen, our political correspondent, and also our deputy political editor, Sam Coates, here in the studio as well. There's going to be an awful lot of time to talk about the Conservatives. They've lost control of 2 councils already, the only 2 announced so far. But just to focus on Labour for a moment, how is this the time, I guess, that Reform have proved they can take votes off Labour?
Yes. I mean, yes. It has been a sensational night in many senses. In last year's general election, we saw the damage that Reform UK inflicted on the Tories. And this is the moment where, you know, despite the sort of pitch rolling of lots of opinion polls, we can see the hard data that suggests that Reform UK has the capacity to do that. I mean, I've been here all night, apart from the last couple of hours, and you watch the gradual increase in nerves on the Labour side, particularly in the by-election in Runcorn. There was a period of several hours in the early hours of the morning where they thought they were going to win it, and there was a confidence of cabinet ministers in the days leading up to it. So I think that tells us 2 things, Sophie. First of all, that Reform can run Labour very, very close and take it. But secondly, that their political intelligence operation, their ability to know what's going on, their ability to see these things coming, not mind, deal with them, is also pretty weak. And I think that kind of thing should be ringing alarm bells. We're at the foothills of analysing the results of today's election. It's complicated. There are different types of election. There are different places. But the damage that Reform is inflicting all over the country in surprising places at the moment feels to me breathtaking. This set of elections will have an impact, not necessarily at all because it's a predictor of what happens in the future, but the 2 main parties now who have effectively got one of the lowest vote shares combined ever in modern political history now are both going to have to respond and potentially respond quite dramatically.
It really does feel seismic, doesn't it, Sam? It really does. And one of those moments perhaps we'll look back and think that's when things really started. I mean, I guess not changing, because it had been changing for a while, but the pace of change is going to alter, isn't it? Tamara, just to bring you as well, we just saw there a tweet from Labour MP. Is there much disgruntlement about the leadership that you're picking up, or is it being overplayed?
Yes, the Labour MP Ian Byrne, not to be confused with the former Cabinet Minister Liam Byrne. Ian Byrne is on the left of the party, but he says he urges the Labour leadership to reflect, because he says if we don't improve the situation of millions of working class people after 14 years of austerity, we will be rolling out the red carpet to reform at the next general election. And we have seen quite a few Labour MPs writing on social media today to say that Labour need to take this challenge seriously. Now, all of them so far are very much on the Starmer critical left of the party. Figures like Nadia Whittome, Richard Bergen, Kim Johnson, people who are quite critical of Keir Starmer and austerity, welfare cuts, winter fuel allowance in the first place. I think the debate behind the scenes is among the people who are publicly loyal to Starmer about what direction they go in.
I'm just going to jump in because I can now tell you that Sky News is projecting the Conservatives are going to lose control of Devon Council. Now, this has been Conservative-controlled since 2009. UKIP got votes here before, so I think we can kind of project before seeing the numbers that this is, again, Reform taking votes from the Conservatives. And I have to say there's a few Conservative seats around that area in Westminster terms too. Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, as well. Sam, Devon, is this the Conservatives being squeezed, I guess, by both Reform and the Lib Dems?
I mean, undoubtedly, there's a pincer movement. Look, at the moment, we've got 42 out of the 60 different wards counted. And at the moment, the Liberal Democrats are on 20. They need 31 for an overall majority. Reform are currently on 12. So it's not yet certain whether that council will go all the way from Tory control to Liberal Democrat or will end up in that no overall control. Probably not. We'll probably end up in that mushy middle ground, but we'll see. But look at that. Look at that pincer movement. I mean, just look at that electorate. The Lib Dems are up 14, Reform are up 12. And, of course, it's all at the expense of the Conservatives.
How do you appeal to both
24.
of those voters?
And it feels too crude and simplistic to say that what that result tells me is that it's a protest vote against established parties. But, I mean, that really is, I think, the way that politics is made. It feels like the politics at the moment it has two camps. It has one camp of sort of established parties that want to do things within the existing order and change things using existing and well-tested structures and methods and legal frameworks. And then there's another emerging type of politics, which is the group that want to blow everything up. And Reform's in that group. There are some MPs on the Tory and the Labour side that want to blow things up as well. And at the moment, years, maybe even decades of building frustration amongst voters is making them take bigger risks, because that's what you're doing if you vote for a party that says things that maybe you don't know whether they'll deliver or not. But there is a shift in the risk appetite of voters, and I think that's what you're seeing from Devon to Lincolnshire.
It's really interesting, and it makes a lot of sense actually. If you feel let down by the establishment, by parties you voted for in the past, then why not roll the dice? What have you got to lose?
I mean, we'll have a look in a moment at some charts, but just look at Runcorn, arguably the most important result of the night. You know, what happened there is the Tories, the last two elections were Labour win and then today was a Reform win. But what you saw was a big vote for the Tories. Didn't quite win it in 2019, a big vote for the Tories. Then that almost entirely collapsed in 2024. And I suspect that's the vote that's hopped at every election looking for a protest, the home of their protest party against the establishment, against the status quo, being the beneficiary. It's whatever we don't have now.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Sam and Tamara, thank you. Well, it's been a difficult day so far for the Conservatives. They've lost control of Devon, they've lost control of Northumberland and they've lost control of Staffordshire. The Shadow Foreign Secretary, Dame Priti Patel, has been reacting to Reform UK's performance.
I saw an interview this morning with their new mayor in Lincolnshire. She was speaking about national policies when, by the way, she will have a budget of £26 million. She doesn't have a mandate to stop the boats. Reform were running a national campaign. Their leaflets were on national political messages. They weren't speaking about...
People liked it, though, didn't they?
Well, they weren't speaking about adult social care, local public service delivery. And you say people like it. Well, you've spoken about my party. They're being promised something and a lack of delivery. And they will also be judged on delivering local services. So I think, we're very grounded. My party is totally grounded. We are learning the lessons of our defeat. I don't think it's right that we should go out there and start making vacuous promises and false promises.
Well, in the last few moments, we have had some reaction from Kemi Badenoch, not on camera, but she's been tweeting on X. I just want to bring you what she said. She said, "My utmost thanks to every Conservative councillor and activist who helped get out our vote yesterday. Congratulations to those who've won their seats and my sincerest commiserations to those who've lost today. These were always going to be a very difficult set of elections coming off the high of 2021 and our historic defeat of last year, and so it's proving. The renewal of our party has only just begun. I'm determined to win back the trust of the public and the seats we've lost in the years to come." So Kemi Badenoch there reacting to some of those early defeats, disappointing defeats, I should say, for the Conservatives, and effectively saying, I've only just started the job, give me some more time. Right, let's go to Consett now, where they're counting votes for Durham County Council, and our political correspondent Ali Fortescue is there. Ali, any sign of what's happening there?
Well, look, I mean, it's been absolutely fascinating. Reform were the incumbent coming into this. Behind the scenes, quietly, some people in Reform suggested they could take this council, and it looks like that might happen. It is early days, I have to say. You know, we're about halfway there in terms of the actual counting. You can see behind me quite a lot of the counting has already cleared up, but they have won more than 30 seats last time I checked. They need to get to 50 to get to a majority, and so far Labour have just 3 seats. So you look at that and I think make of it what you will. This is what the Labour MP for this part of the world said to me. He has effectively conceded defeat.
It's been a very difficult night. We're going to be left with only a small number of Labour councillors in Durham, and looks like there's going to be a Reform majority on the council. We didn't control the council to start with. It was a hung council where there was an anti-Labour coalition running it. But obviously it's a disappointing set of results for us.
I think it's important to stress, Sophie, that this really is, true red Labour land. They were in charge of the council here for a century until a shock loss in 2021. Now it's no overall control. They also, in the general election, they won all 6 parliamentary seats in Durham. This is kind of, traditional mining, working class area. These are the sorts of votes that Keir Starmer needs to be tapping into. The MP you just heard from there, Luke Ackhurst, he said to me he thinks a vote for Reform is a protest vote. I put that to Darren Grimes, a man that some of you may recognise. He used to be a GB News presenter. He has just been elected in here to be a Reform councillor in Durham. Here's what he had to say.
I would say that the red wall is going to turn a shade of turquoise blue. I absolutely would say that. The MP that we've got here is from Oxford, There is a real laugh and a joke, I think, on behalf of the Labour Party at people that vote up here because they assume they could put a red rosette on a donkey and it would vote Labour. Well, actually, we've just told them that we won't be doing that, and I think a really loud and clear message has been sent to Westminster. I don't think they'll wake up to it, though.
I do think this is a really symbolic moment for the Reform Party. UKIP really did not make inroads here in Durham in 2013. They wanted to show that they can go further than UKIP. They don't have that ceiling. And it looks like, from everything we've seen so far, they are doing that in Durham. They are turning those hypothetical votes into actual votes. That means power. There's a big challenge that's going to come with that, Sophie. But yeah, today in Durham, it looks like, and we are not there yet, but it looks like we could well be seeing a big upset.
Well, that'll be fascinating to continue to watch. Ali Fortescue there, keeping us up to date with everything that's happening in Durham. Right, we can chat again to Tamara, our political correspondent, and also to Sam Coates, our deputy political editor, who's got lots of screens and data for us, we are promised. Just before we get on to that, Tamara, I just wanted to sort of pick up on the Kemi Badenoch tweet, because it's very early days. We're just at the kind of very, very beginning of all those council results starting to flood in. And already the Conservatives are hemorrhaging votes, losing control of councils. It looks like it's going to be a very difficult day for her. What do you make of her response so far?
Yeah, she knew it would be a difficult day, and you can sense that she knows what's coming later in the day. The Conservatives say these were always going to be difficult for us because we're coming off such a high back in 2021. But I think for many Conservatives, that just won't be enough, given what looks like the scale of defeats we are expecting today. The Conservatives control the vast majority of the councils that have elections today, 18 out of 23. They are defending about 1,000 council seats, and it looks like they were expecting on a bad night to lose about half of them. It looks like it could well be more than that, because you've not just got the Lib Dems taking Conservative votes in the areas where they were strong at the general election, Oxfordshire, Shropshire, a bit in Devon, a bit in Gloucestershire. You're also seeing, to some extent, Labour taking votes off the Conservatives, not in a big way, but that is the general election trend as well, and Reform taking loads of votes and whole councils like Staffordshire off the Conservatives. So they are losing votes in every direction. I think they'll be very aware that the real risk for them is that if they start losing votes in a big way, if, the Lib Dems, this is a long way down the road towards the evening, but become, for example, the second party in local government, there is a real risk of a slide into irrelevance for the Conservatives. where it becomes partly about her leadership, but also just about whether the party still has much to say to all these different groups of voters. And I think that is a real concern.
It's so interesting. It's kind of struck me today that the Conservatives used to say, oh, reform was a wasted vote, you're splitting the vote on the right. At what point is the reverse true? You know, you hear Reform using the line already. The Conservatives, the wasted vote now, not us. What a shift it has been. Sam, you've got I feel like Sam's got 4 devices in front of him currently, which is feels quite overwhelming, I'm not going to lie, but there's lots of numbers to get through, right?
You're device shaming me, Sophie. I might have to cancel you.
It's not a bad thing.
Let's get on with the content. Look, you mentioned the word shift, and I've just woken up from a 2 hours break, and the first thing I saw was a message from, I'm going to call them a Tory agitator, and they talked about how there'd been a vibe shift in the results. Now, here are the overall council results that we've had so far, and as you can see down here, we've only had 2 councils completely confirmed, and we know the story that Reform UK is winning in seats at the expense of Tories and Labour, and to a certain extent now that's a little bit priced in. But I think what's not priced in is quite where the Tories are losing to Reform. So this is a new nuance to this. I think that there is an issue now that the Conservatives are losing to Reform, not only in what you might call the red wall, and we heard that being referred to as the light blue wall now, but all over the country. So this is one area, I think, where you've got a sense of, in Northumberland, here we have, this is, I think, this area here, you have a sense that the Conservatives were probably not unlikely to lose to Reform. But there is a place and you can see over time just how dramatic that is. Look, if you look here, right back to 1973, the Conservatives have been growing and growing and growing their vote all the way up to 2021. And then you can see an extraordinary interjection, arrival of Reform UK. So you can see just how sort of groundbreaking that is. An area that is prepared to vote 3-party politics, but those 3 parties are now Tory, Reform and Labour, and Reform are the biggest ones. But there's a result. There is a single result, Sophie, that's being passed around Tory WhatsApp groups. Now, it's not completely representative, but I can show it to you now. And this is it. It's in Hertfordshire. And in Hertfordshire, we are also seeing the Conservatives losing at the hands of Reform. And this result, I think, is being... this is the reason people are talking about a vibe shift, right? So it's the in the Hertfordshire ward of Flamstead and Turnford. And you've got a big rise, 38% of the vote there for Reform, percentage points up. The Tories down 30%. In the Tory shires, that is where Reform also seems to be making progress against the Conservative Party, an area that you would traditionally think perhaps that true blue conservatism, rather than that kind of red wall conservatism, might discourage voters from going to Reform. But no, here they're abandoning the Tory party in droves. And it's this result, which, by the way, isn't completely representative. Yes, the Conservatives have had basically their vote share halved here. But in other parts of Hertfordshire, actually, the Tory vote is holding up pretty well. But this is being shared by Tories as an example of why there is now a real danger that the Conservatives could be overtaken as the second party in a 2-party system by Reform. I think it's a bit much to use this as the primary piece of evidence for it, but that is nevertheless what is happening. So I think that there is a unexpectedly aggressive and depressed conversation inside Tory circles, Sophie, in which they are going... Has there really been a fundamental shift in our politics that we didn't see coming quite as clearly as we should?
Yeah, it really is an astonishing night. I mean, the numbers that Sam's talking about illustrate it. We're just having a few more updates of seats coming in as well. I should say that these are not whole council declarations, but in Kent, for example, the Conservatives losing the first 4 seats, 3 to Reform, 1 to the Lib Dems, big falls in their vote share. And also in Derbyshire, listen to this, out of 64 seats, 11 have been declared so far, and Reform have won all of them. And I think that perhaps does help illustrate, you know, just how astonishing, I guess, and how fast the pace of change has been in our political system. Awful lot of coverage coming up here on Sky News. There will be more results from the local and mayoral elections coming up next.
The Yazidis are a very small religious group, and in 2014, ISIS seemed to have set about their destruction.
Chilling reports describe ISIL militants rounding up families, conducting mass executions, and enslaving Yazidi women.
Some Yazidi survivors refused to be beaten by ISIS. But the suffering of the Yazidis is far from over. 10 years of darkness on Sky News.
Hello, welcome back to our Vote 2025 coverage, where it has been a very good night for Reform UK. They've won a Westminster by-election, they've won a mayoralty, and they've also won control of council from the Conservatives as well. Is this a moment when they've managed to break through that two-party system for good? Well, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has been talking outside his victory after the Runcorn and Helsbury by-election. Let's listen.
Whether we'd won by 6 or lost by 6, I was going to come to this count, support our candidate. And as I say, winning's obviously fantastic, but just think about the swing, think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics.
Why do you think you've done so well and Labour's vote, as you say, has collapsed?
Loss of confidence in the Labour Party. No one knows what the Prime Minister really stands for. A sense that somehow in this very patriotic constituency, the Labour Party doesn't really stand for those values anymore. A sense from working people whose alarm clocks go off at 5 o'clock in the morning that they're paying ever more taxes and they wonder why. But I promise you that the fact there are 750 young men who've illegally crossed the English Channel, living in this constituency alone. It's a sense of fairness and what's right and what's wrong, bordering, I would say, even on resentment. And we picked that up very strongly on the doors for people who voted Labour for all of their lives.
What's your reflection of the results across the country, mayoral elections, local government elections and so on?
Well, some near misses in mayoral contests, but in old Labour areas, North Tyneside, Doncaster, we missed out by cigarette paper on both of those. We are smashing into the Labour vote in many parts of the north. Durham tomorrow will be the acid test of how much we've hit into Labour. But Lincolnshire and Staffordshire show you that in areas the Conservatives have always run, we're making massive progress there too. So it's a phenomenal night for us.
What's your message for Sir Keir Starmer and also for Kemi Badenoch?
Kemi Badenoch, please stay. I mean, please don't resign. We want you to stay on as leader. I'll put some money in if you'd like to keep you there. No, she's got an impossible job. The Conservative Party is split. And what you'll see tomorrow, as the West Country results come in, is you'll see a stack of 2021 Conservative votes will have come to us, but also gone to the Liberal Democrats as well. The Conservatives are standing in the middle of the road in terms of their own supporters and getting hit by vehicles coming both ways. And to Sir Keir, well, just keep going. You're making life easy.
What about a pact with the Tories, as Robert Jenrick wants, and in fact Lord Houchin as well, to keep Labour out next time?
Yeah, I bet they do. One very clear message that comes from the west of England, where Aaron Banks came a very close second, from North Tyneside, from the contest in Doncaster, the mayoral contest in Doncaster. Very clear message tonight. In much of this country, if you vote Conservative, you will get Labour. And what tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
And what next for Reform UK after these elections this week?
Regroup, get ready, and prepare for the Welsh and Scottish Parliament elections next year.
You said in an interview with Beth Rigby a couple of days ago now, I think she said, what's your biggest fear, your biggest risk? And you said delivery. Why are you worried that you won't be able to deliver? Is it because some of your candidates are novices and not experienced in local government, that type of thing? Why are you so concerned? Because you've been telling us what great candidates they are.
I'm concerned because the general feeling out there, about 2/3 of the British public think Britain is broken, that it's not working. And there's almost, regardless of who you vote for, either at local or national level, nothing ever changes. So we are going to, by tea time tomorrow, we'll know which county councils we're in charge of, and we will have a responsibility to make things better, to spend money more efficiently, and to deliver better services. We have to deliver.
But you might have to have some local pacts with Conservative councillors, mightn't you, to govern?
We may well have to work with local Labour councillors, for all you know. Look, this Robert Jenrick idea that somehow we're going to merge. I only do deals with people if I shake their hands, look them in the eye and trust them. After what the Conservatives did after 2019, I don't trust them. They are toast. You're witnessing the end of a party that's been around since 1832. It's disappearing.
Nigel Farage speaking there. Well, our little gang here around the desk have been joined by the political commentator and Reform UK member Tim Montgomery, who joins us now. Tim, what's your reaction to the results we've seen?
Well, exhausted. I'm sort of alternating between yawning and smiling, but I think it's a big moment. I do think it's a big moment. Reform have clearly appealed to a large section of the electorate, but why... Yes, Nigel Farage is a very charismatic, effective politician, but why has this opening appeared for him? It's because we had a 14-year period where the Conservative Party failed comprehensively, in my view, and still haven't really explained what went wrong during those 14 years, why those 14 years that began with Cameron and ended with Sunak were so different in a range of accomplishments from the Thatcher-Major years. Still haven't answered that. And then so soon after that, the other party in British politics has failed too. And so Reform are doing well at the moment, but I think Nigel Farage, I'm privileged to talk to him quite regularly, he is very aware, look at the calendar, look at the watch, there's still only 1 year of this Parliament to go. If we do not have policies that the electorate can believe in at the next election, we won't succeed to win their trust, because the British people will have had 2 bad experiences in a row. And if we fail now to get much more serious than we are at the moment, frankly, it's serious for democracy as well as for
What do you
us.
mean, though, about reform needing to be more serious than you are at the minute? What do you think is unserious about reform?
Well, I think it's a very young party. You know, it's a very, very young party. I think there's 19 people who work in their headquarters. It needs to grow an awful lot bigger and hire the kind of talented people that a serious political party needs. I'm not criticising it now, I'm just saying the challenge is huge.
And Nigel Farage talking about delivery there as well. I guess now, if you're in local councils, if you've got mayoralties, then suddenly, you know, people will be judging reform in the same way that the Conservatives and Labour get judged.
Absolutely.
I mean, I'll be honest, the one thing that I get, you know, all the time, you know, my Twitter mentions today has been like, start asking reform about policy in the same way that you do about the other parties. Do you think that that hasn't happened until now?
Well, one area where I do still agree with Kemi Badenoch is there's no point having policies now for a world that is changing so fast and the election is 4 years away, the general election. But you make the point about the Scottish and Welsh elections. We have to have some policies. We have to begin to say that this is where we're going on some of the big questions like the NHS and things that we haven't talked about so much.
I'm just going to interrupt you, and you might be pleased, actually, by this interruption for once, because I can tell you the Reform have now gained Lincolnshire Council from the Conservatives. They, of course, have won the Lincolnshire mayoralty earlier in the day, and Reform have managed to... I mean, I have to say, the fact that they've managed to win that control from the Conservatives, that means that they have overturned some pretty stonking, some pretty hefty Conservative majorities on that council. Richard Tice, of course, the MP for Boston and Skegness, this is his area as well. Sam, you might have got a bit more to say on this.
I do wonder, when you look at areas like that, and I'm interested in what Tim has to say on this, you've got an area that voted heavily for Brexit, an area that has a lower proportion of graduates. I do wonder whether or not you're having some of the Brexit effect that I think helped Boris Johnson in 2019, now helping... It's those kinds of voters who voted for change to leave the EU in 2016, who voted for Boris Johnson in 2019, who sort of went back to Labour Party in 2024. Are these the people who are now the core of Reform's voters? And in the same way that Brexit traversed Labour and the Conservatives, I mean, I think there were more Conservatives who backed Brexit than Labour. Nevertheless, that was a movement that reached into both sides of the political party, and both main parties, as they were then. Do we see similarities? Do we see a read across amongst the people who are hopping around our political system?
Well, there's a global phenomenon happening in all of the Western sort of advanced electorates. You're seeing wealthier, better educated, formally educated people moving left, and you're seeing sort of people who are really experiencing the worst parts of globalisation and some of the technological moving rightwards. And it's happening everywhere. And so, yes, Brexit makes it particularly interesting here, but Boris Johnson wasn't able to ride that phenomenon for various reasons. But the policies that Reform does have on net zero, on immigration, on crime, talk to the working class like Labour is not able to anymore. But if Reform is to go to government, be a partner in government with perhaps another party, it has to address the women problem that it faces. Women are beginning to join Reform and support Reform in greater numbers, but it's still something where Reform has to do some work. And I think it's partly some of the issues that we talk about as well. So, but it is year one. We have time to do this, and I hope we will. And I wouldn't have joined Reform if I didn't believe Nigel Farage was serious about getting serious.
And it's a question that's been asked before, but will any of this happen if Nigel Farage goes under a bus? Do you think that this party has the infrastructure, the commitment, the drive, the singular sort of destination point in the future if the man at the top responsible for so much of it isn't there?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But just very briefly, if this was a presidential country with gubernatorial or mayoral, I'd be very confident Nigel Farage could win. Can he build a parliamentary party of 325 candidates? I'm sorry, I don't know. But that's the test. That's the test.
The other thing is the two big winners tonight, Andrea Jenkins and your new MP in Runcorn, both former Conservatives. A lot of former Conservatives are in Reform. Can they really reach out to former Labour voters, who might be wanting higher public spending, might not want, a Doge-style body to slash council spending? Is that... can they ride those two horses very successfully?
Well, it's going to be a big challenge, but of course, who was the first leading politician in Britain to call for the nationalisation of British Steel? It was Nigel Farage. So he is willing to listen and understand and move policy. So watch this space.
Thanks all very much indeed. You're watching our coverage of Vote 2025, the local elections and mayoral election and that by-election too. And I'll be honest, it's been a pretty simple story for us so far. It is the march of reform. Just to bring you the latest, they've gained control from the Conservatives in Lincolnshire, an area where the Conservatives were traditionally strong. We're now hearing that with Not Everywhere declared, they're only one seat short of control in Durham, which is an area that before 2021 Labour controlled for 100 years. Is this a fundamental redrawing of the political map in the UK? Stay with us on Sky News.
Gates, 1945. Day of victory in Europe.
Hostilities will end the 8th of May. We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing.
80 years on from that historic moment, we will be at the heart of the events as we reflect, remember and celebrate together. Join us for the full story of VE Day on Sky News.
Show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
Slightly minutes, slightly better. It's like Emirates. It's like better.
Welcome back. Russell Brand has been granted bail after appearing at Westminster Magistrates' Court. The comedian is facing charges of rape and sexual assault involving 4 women, alleged to have taken place between 1999 and 2005. He denies all of those allegations. A 14-year-old boy has been charged with attempted murder after 2 teenagers were stabbed in Kirby in Merseyside on Wednesday. The boy has also been charged with wounding and intent and possession of a bladed article in a public place. A second 15-year-old boy has been arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. The 2 injured teenagers remain in hospital in a stable condition. Meanwhile, the England and Wales Cricket Board has banned transgender women from playing in women's cricket with immediate effect. Following the Supreme Court ruling, the ECB said that only women whose biological sex is female will be eligible to play in women's and girls' cricket matches. Transgender women and girls can continue playing in open and mixed cricket. Israel's military says that it has carried out strikes near Syria's presidential palace. They're the second such strikes this week in what the IDF hopes will be a warning to Syria's new leadership over attacks on a minority sect living in the south of the country. It comes after days of clashes between pro-Syrian government gunmen and fighters who belong to the Druze religious group. Well, let's take you to Consett now. That is where Durham County Council, we have just learned, has been called for reform. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, is there. Ali, they were 1 short of taking that council, and now it appears to have gone under reform's control.
That's right, Sam. In the last couple of minutes, I've just been told that they have passed the number needed, 50 councillors. They needed to get a majority in Durham County Council. That is a historic moment. They have come really out of nowhere to get to that. Behind the scenes, some Reform insiders had suggested that maybe, just maybe, they could take Durham County Council, but that was not something they ever were happy to say publicly. But look, they have done that, and that is significant. This is true red Labour land. This was a county council that was controlled by Labour for a century until it was lost in 2021. That was a big moment. It has been no overall control since then. Now it looks like it is going to be run by the Reform Party, and that is, I'm sure, where the big challenges are going to start, when they now have to actually govern a county council, and all the challenges that I'm sure will come with that. I have to say, you know, the mood here from Labour was pretty grim pretty early on. We were talking to the local MP for this area, who said quite early on that he thought the party would be left with just a handful of councillors, and it looks like that is what's going to happen. The last time I checked, that number was 3. I think it might have gone up slightly, but it is still a small number of Labour councillors. There is still a way to go, but it does look like Reform are going to be taking this council, have overall control in this council. A big moment. They came second, I should say, in 5 out of the 6 parliamentary constituencies here in the general election. But Labour won all 6 of those constituencies. Since then, though, Labour poll ratings in Durham have been falling, and we've seen that the hypothetical success of Reform borne out in reality today here in Durham. A big symbolic win. Nigel Farage came there a couple of times during the campaign. He said he's parking his tanks on Labour lawn. That has happened here in Durham today.
All right, Ali, for now, thank you very much indeed, bringing us that update there. Another big moment in this set of local elections, which is seeing a surge of support for Reform UK. In other news now, Germany's domestic intelligence agency has classified the far-right AfD party as an extremist entity. Our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, has all the latest on this from Berlin.
This is a far-right party which came second
in the general election and has been moving up the polls for the last few years. But actually, it was already being investigated as suspected of far-right extremism. Today, Germany's domestic intelligence service, so essentially their MI5, has put out its report saying that it now says that the party is a party of far-right extremists. And the reason they say that is because of language and actions to do with what they claim excludes certain parts of society. So in its report, it said specifically the AfD considers, for example, German citizens with a migration background from predominantly Muslim countries as not equal members of ethnically defined German people as understood by the party. Now, there's already been reaction to this, the Interior Minister welcoming this report and underlining that this was a politically independent report, so it wasn't influenced by the main parties. And that is something that the AfD always say. Whenever I've said to them, are you extremists? You know, are you a danger to democracy? They always say that these are politically charged, motivated allegations, so they always deny them. What does this mean in reality? Well, it doesn't mean an outright ban for the party. The Domestic Intelligence Agency don't have the power to do that. That would be something that had to be decided through government channels and through votes. But of course, this ruling could empower those within the Bundestag, the German parliament, or the Bundesrat, to start taking those moves. It does mean that domestic intelligence services have more powers to monitor and carry out surveillance on members of the AfD. We're waiting for a response to the AfD. This is going to be a blow, though. One of their leaders has always denied that they're extremist. Alice Weidel has said, for example, that they're just strong conservatives, denying that they're far right even. What does it mean for voters? Well, to be honest, they've been accused of being extremists for a long time now. And when I went to the heartlands, places like Thuringia, where they are already classified as extreme groups, that didn't put voters off. So the reality is, I don't think for their hardcore supporters this is going to have an impact, but it is a blow for the party.
Siobhan Robbins for us there. Let's take you back to the local elections. Reform UK are celebrating success at both Westminster and in the local elections. The party pipped Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. And in the last hour, it has taken control of Staffordshire County Council, a big blow for the Conservatives. Well, joining me now is Alex Wilson, leader of Reform UK in the London Assembly. A very good afternoon to you, Mr Wilson. Your reaction to the results so far?
Good afternoon. It's been a fantastic set of results for Reform UK. I couldn't even have dreamt of it being this good. I knew we would be competitive in quite a few places across the country, but I didn't realise quite how many would come off. I mean, the Runcorn by-election obviously is the one that's got all the headlines because it's very rare for a government that should still be in its honeymoon, to lose such a safe seat in a by-election so quickly into the Parliament. I mean, it took 9 years for the wheels to come off the Blair government. It's only taken 9 months for the same to happen with Starmer. So the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, absolutely massive. Labour were defending a majority bigger than Keir Starmer's own majority in Holborn and St Pancras. That's how big a challenge it was for us. But we fought that campaign so hard. We had a really well-organised machine in the constituency from day one, lots and lots of volunteers coming to help. The voting intention data that we got was phenomenal, and then huge operation on the day to get out the vote. And what it showed, by winning by only 6 votes, the narrowest of margins, it showed that every vote really can matter, and every door that you knock on, every leaflet that you put through the door, that really shows the value of campaigning. And that's something that we'll certainly be looking to learn from as a party in all the future campaigns that we do. For council elections, just as good. I mean, we've already...
Can I just pick up, you were saying there that results better than you expected. Nigel Farage was saying that he thought that the biggest risk at the moment for Reform UK was on being able to deliver. What is the priority for Reform UK now in terms of trying to professionalise and to deliver what voters think that they're getting?
Absolutely. We've professionalised the party and set up the structures which have given us this opportunity to run such an effective campaign. And now we've got to make sure that these councillors who've been elected are able to professionalise the way they deliver these services. It's a new challenge for us. I'm perfectly honest about that. We don't have a track record of running councils up till now, but that means we don't have a track record of failure either. Unlike the main parties, they've got lots of experience. and it's not serving people very well, is it? So it's a huge opportunity for us as we obviously build towards the next general election. Obviously, it's a huge test for us as well. We need to make sure that our council groups do the hard work and do deliver on the ground. But it's a nice test to have, and it's one that we're really looking forward to passing.
As part of getting all your infrastructure in place, is that also more clearly formulating policy, rather than just saying it's not this and it's not that and the things that the other parties are doing is ineffective? It's actually saying what you're going to do.
Absolutely, that will be part of the process as well. I mean, the party only, we're a small organisation. We only have so much bandwidth to get things moving at any sort of given time. And the focus since July has been about getting branches in place, getting the organisation, and giving that the way of then getting candidates nominated for these council elections. These elections were the main priority for the party infrastructure, and now we've delivered that, we can move on. But yes, developing policy in a more kind of comprehensive way is certainly something that the party will be taking forwards, and hopefully I'll have a role in helping shape that.
What are you going to do about increasing your appeal to women?
Well, we had two fantastic women elected last night in Andrea Jenkins as the first mayor of Greater Lincolnshire, and of course Sarah Pochin in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. We're a very broad party now. We're widening our appeal, getting lots and lots of people involved and engaged. Our membership, as you well know, has gone completely off the scale, and as part of that, we've got so many people bringing their kind of skills and experiences from all walks of life to the table, and that's what we're going to harness and make sure that this is not a flash in the pan. We are here to stay, and we are here to shape the future of British politics over the next 5, 10, 15 years.
And in terms of pacts with other parties, just quickly, we've only got 40 seconds left.
Sure. Well, so far we've taken 3 councils outright, so you don't need to even consider pacts in those places. Where an administration might need to work with other parties, we'll look at that and see what the appropriate situation is in each individual council. But that's for something after the elections, after the votes are counted and after seats have been declared. Certainly not interested in any kind of pre-election pact with any party. No pacts, no deals, no mergers.
Alex Wilson, good to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Do stay with us here on Sky News. We'll be bringing you the Court of Appeal's judgment on Prince Harry's appeal.
Hello, it is 2 o'clock and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. Nigel Farage is smiling after Reform UK's success, narrowly winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, taking control of Staffordshire County Council and in the past few minutes also control of Durham County Council.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There's victory too for Reform in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister says change doesn't happen overnight as he defends Labour's performance.
I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change.
Also ahead, Russell Brand appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. He's granted bail. And we'll be live at the Court of Appeal for the judgment on Prince Harry's appeal against the downgrading of his security. Hello, good afternoon. Well, the Prime Minister has conceded Labour's loss to Reform UK in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election is disappointing after being pipped to the post by just 6 votes by Nigel Farage's party. And in the last few minutes, Reform has also gained control of Durham Council. We're going to have lots more on that, a very strongly emerging narrative of Reform's success. But first, we want to take you now to the Court of Appeal in central London, where the judges are about to deliver their judgment on Prince Harry's appeal of a High Court ruling that the Home Office acted lawfully when they downgraded his security.
So, this afternoon, we're going to hand down our judgments in the case of the Duke of Sussex against the Secretary of State for the Home Department. I'm going to read out a summary of my judgment, which has been prepared so as to assist the public and the press to understand what exactly the court has decided. It should, however, be understood by all that the full judgments themselves are the only authoritative version of what has been decided. We will have some hard copies of both the press summary and the full judgments here to let you have after the hearing. But the judgment will be uploaded as usual this afternoon to the case law section of the National Archives website, so it will be accessible to everyone. Introduction. In this case, Prince Harry, the Duke of Sussex, seeks a declaration that the protective security arrangements provided for him on his visits to the United Kingdom are inadequate and unlawful. The defendant to the claim is the Secretary of State for the Home Department, whom I'm going to call the SSHD, because she is accountable to Parliament for the Executive Committee for the Protection of Royalty and Public Figures, known as RAVEC, which provides protection for royalty and certain other very important people. On the 28th of February 2020, Sir Richard Mottram, who was then the chair of RAVEC, wrote a decision letter explaining that protection would be withdrawn from the Duke and Duchess of Sussex from the 31st of March 2020. In early 2020, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex moved out of the United Kingdom to live first in Canada and then later in California. The main issue raised by this appeal is whether Sir Peter Lane, who was the judge, was right to dismiss the Duke of Sussex's claim. The judge decided that RAVEC, in taking its decision to withdraw the Duke's security, had good reason not to follow its 2017 policy. That policy provided that RAVEC would evaluate a risk analysis conducted by its risk management board in order to determine which individuals should receive protection. RAVEC had not commissioned any risk analysis from the risk management board in respect of the Duke of Sussex before taking that decision. The judge also decided that the Duke of Sussex was not in an analogous position to certain other VIPs for whom protection is provided by RAVEC. Part of the two-day hearing before the Court of Appeal, which is composed of me, the Master of the Rolls, and Lord Justice Bean and Lord Justice Edis, was conducted in private. Because of the confidentiality of the security arrangements provided for members of the royal family and for other individuals. But the judgments are public, but they have a short confidential annex which will not be made public in case it puts any of the persons protected by RAVEC at risk. Did something go wrong with the process? Ms. Shahid Fatima, King's Counsel, leading counsel for the Duke of Sussex, submitted that this case had an important human dimension. She submitted that the Duke of Sussex's life was at stake because of the decision-making in this case. She said that the bespoke process adopted by RAVEC had singled the Duke out for especially inferior treatment as compared to all others protected by RAVEC. In effect, it had been predetermined in the decision letter that on future visits to the UK, the Duke of Sussex would be provided with a lower level of security than had been provided for him throughout his adult life. This demonstrated, submitted Ms. Fatima, that something had gone wrong with the process. She submitted that the claimant was still subject to the same risks as he was before he stepped back from royal duties, and that the impact of an attack upon him was obviously still just as significant as it has always been. His military service, she said, placed him at particular risk. Although it was not suggested that no security provision had been made, the Duke of Sussex strongly criticised the adequacy of what RAVEC had determined was appropriate. I said in my judgment that these were powerful and moving arguments, and I said that it was plain that the Duke of Sussex felt badly treated by the system. But I concluded, having studied the detail of the extensive documentation, I could not say that the Duke's sense of grievance translated into a legal argument for the challenge to RAVEC's decision. The legal question, indeed the only question for the court, was whether Sir Richard had failed to follow RAVEC's policy without a good reason. From the Duke of Sussex's point of view, I said that something may indeed have gone wrong, in that an unintended consequence of his decision to step back from royal duties and spend the majority of his time abroad has been that he's been provided with a more bespoke and generally lesser level of protection than what he was provided with in the UK before. But that did not of itself give rise to a legal complaint. Did Sir Richard fail to follow RAVEC's policy without a good reason? I said in my judgment that Sir Richard had indeed failed to follow RAVEC's policy. but I said that there were four main reasons for holding as a matter of law that Sir Richard had had a good reason for having done so. First, Ravek's policy was inward-facing and unpublished, and it concerned an area of national importance that was peculiarly within the expertise of law enforcement agencies, Ravek, and the royal household. Secondly, in this area of high political sensitivity, the court had considerable respect for Sir Richard and Ravek as decision-makers, because they had unrivaled expertise and experience in the field of royal protection. Thirdly, the decision was explained in contemporaneous documentation to the effect that the Risk Management Board would not undertake further risk analyses for the Duke of Sussex because they were no longer required, given the alternative governance arrangements that were to be established on a case-by-case basis for the future. Sir Richard had, however, obtained 3 threat assessments for the Duke of Sussex during February 2020 before writing the decision letter. Fourthly, Sir Richard and Ravek had given compelling reasons for having reached the conclusion that the appropriate course was to establish bespoke arrangements for when the Duke returned to the United Kingdom on future visits. The Duke was in effect stepping in and out of the cohort of protection provided by Ravek. Outside the UK, he was outside the cohort, but when in the UK, his security would be considered as appropriate depending on the circumstances. It was impossible, I said in my judgment, to say that this reasoning was illogical, or indeed it seemed sensible. Finally, even if there had been a risk analysis from the Risk Management Board, it would very likely have only confirmed the threat, vulnerability and impact levels which the Duke had faced when earlier risk analyses were undertaken. But it would have had nothing to say on the critical features of the changed situation, which were the need for protective security on future uncertain visits and the government's appetite for risk. The decisions taken in the decision letter and subsequently were taken, I said in my judgment, as an understandable and perhaps predictable reaction to the Duke of Sussex having stepped back from royal duties and having left the UK to live principally overseas. So the conclusion, in my judgment, with which my colleagues, Lord Justices Bean and Edis, agreed, was that the Duke of Sussex's appeal would be dismissed. So that concludes this afternoon's hearing. Thank you.
Well, there you have it. Prince Harry has lost his court appeal in the case about the withdrawal of his personal security. We can get more on this story with the legal commentator Joshua Rosenberg. It was a pretty clear judgment in the end.
Very clear. Sir Geoffrey Voss, the Master of the Rolls, who's a senior civil judge in England and Wales, went out of his way to explain this, as he said, for the benefit of the press who are watching and indeed the wider public watching on Sky News. And he went through all the arguments and he explained why the 3 judges who were sitting in the Court of Appeal dismissed the Duke of Sussex's appeal, upheld the earlier decision just over a year ago by the High Court Judge Sir Peter Lane. And what we're talking about here is judicial review. It wasn't the job of the Court of Appeal to decide whether these security arrangements were adequate. That's not something that they're capable of doing. What they had to consider was whether this committee called Ravek, which has police people on it, palace representatives, all sorts of other people. They're the people responsible for assessing security for the royal family, for senior politicians and so on. The question is, did this body go about its work properly, or did they behave unreasonably? And as far as the Court of Appeal was concerned, Sir Richard Mottram, who's the chair of it, did go about it reasonably. Certainly, the question that Sir Geoffrey Voss asked himself, did something go wrong, which was what was alleged by Shahid Fatima, counsel for the Duke of Sussex, well, obviously that's what Prince Harry thought. He thought that the security that he was getting was inadequate. And Sir Geoffrey Voss said these were powerful and moving arguments. He felt badly treated. But the question was whether the Ravek committee, Sir Richard Mottram, had failed to follow his policy without good reason. And Sir Geoffrey Voss said he had 4 good reasons for failing to follow the original policy. First of all, this isn't a public policy. It's something that is within the experience of the people on the Ravek committee. Secondly, the court had to respect Ravek's thinking because they're the decision makers, they had the experience. Thirdly, there's all this stuff about a risk management board, but there was indeed a threat assessment that Sir Richard looked at. And finally, there were compelling reasons for establishing what was called a bespoke arrangement, one that was tailored precisely for Prince Harry, given that he didn't need the security when he was out of the United Kingdom that he would need when he was in the United Kingdom. A risk analysis would have made no difference. The decisions taken by Ravek were correct. They were an understandable and predictable reaction to Prince Harry stepping back from royal duties, living abroad. The other 2 judges, Lord Justice Bean and Lord Justice Edis, agreed with the Master of the Rolls, and the appeal is dismissed.
Yeah, it's an important point you make, isn't it? This isn't a rerun of the initial decision. It is actually something altogether quite different. Does this draw a line under it, or is there other things that Prince Harry could pursue?
Well, he will obviously try to consider the question of an appeal to the Supreme Court. Now, for that you need permission. There wasn't an application for permission just now from the Court of Appeal. There might be one in writing. If permission is refused, then Prince Harry's lawyers could go and ask the Supreme Court for permission. But what the Supreme Court will look at is whether this is a case of general public interest, general public importance. It seems to me it's one of very, very specific importance to Prince Harry, and exactly how you assess this particular risk is not something that's going to be of general importance because there's nobody in this position who's stepped back from the royal family and who is wanting the same sort of security as he had when he was doing royal duties. So I wouldn't hold out much hope for an appeal to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, that makes an awful lot of sense. Thank you so much for explaining all the legalese to us. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. Well, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills joins us now from the Court of Appeal in central London. Rhiannon, this would be a blow to Prince Harry.
Oh, an enormous blow. You have to remember that he deliberately made the choice to fly all the way from America back here to the UK for that 2-day Court of Appeal hearing. He wanted for himself to sit there and hear all of the evidence that was read out, not just in public, but in private, because as you were hearing in that judgment there, a lot of what was heard was highly secretive, seen as very important that it was kept secret in terms of what is done for protection when it comes to royal family members and also VIPs that travel here to the UK. But for Prince Harry, this is the most personal issue. It's been one of the most contentious problems, as it were, ever since Harry and Meghan decided to move away from the UK, wanted to step away from royal life. And when his barrister was talking through what his case was during that 2-day appeal court hearing, she very clearly said that he believed that his safety, his security and his life were at stake because of that decision to not automatically give him police protection when he comes here to the UK. You have to note that when Prince Harry has recently made those visits to the UK, we haven't seen Meghan. We also haven't seen his children either. And he will say that one of the main reasons for that is because they simply do not feel safe. However, the Home Office have all along said that actually they were still assessing what risks he was under. but it was on a case-by-case basis. Rather than doing this kind of top-line assessment that he permanently needed protection, they were taking it on a case-by-case basis. So whenever he came here to the UK, he had to explain to them why he was coming, the intention of his visit, and then they would decide whether or not he needed their protection. I have to say, for Prince Harry, he was talking to reporters after the appeal court hearing. He very clearly said that he realised that whatever the outcome, it may not change things for him. But as with so many of these court battles that he's taken on, he sees this as a real point of principle. He was hoping that it might change things for other people as well as himself. His team have consistently said, and they said that there has been confusion around this, that he has not been asking for special treatment. What he's been asking for is to be treated like everybody else. However, today we've heard in this judgment that it's been decided that the Home Office were doing as much as they should have done, and his appeal has now been dismissed.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed. Rhiannon Mills there reporting from outside the Court of Appeal. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, big wins for Nigel Farage's Reform UK party as the Prime Minister says he's disappointed but tells voters he gets it. Hello again. Well, let's get back, shall we, to the local election coverage, because frankly, it has been a breathtaking set of results so far. For Reform UK, Nigel Farage's party won the Runcorn and Halsby by-election by just 6 votes. That should have been a safe seat for Labour. They've also taken control of Staffordshire and Northumberland councils and won the position of the newly created Greater Lincolnshire Mayor too. And in the past half hour, we've just learned they have taken control of Durham County Council. I think we can go to Consett now, where Reform UK, I should say, control Durham County Council. Our political correspondent, Ali Fortescue, is there. I mean, this is quite breathtaking, isn't it? Reform now in control.
It is, Sophie. This is, true red Labour land, old mining, traditional Labour towns. County Durham is somewhere where they want all 6 parliamentary seats in the general election. I should say that in 2021 they did lose control of the county council here. They had controlled it for a century. This is Labour. It was no overall control, but we have seen an extraordinary march from Reform here. Privately, behind the scenes, some in the Reform Party suggested they could take Durham, but that was something they whispered privately. They didn't really want to say publicly. So yes, Sophie, it is a really significant moment. You know, UKIP in 2013 really did not make inroads in Durham. That's something that Reform insiders are bringing up today. They want to say that this shows that this is a party that can do better than its predecessor, if you like, in the form of UKIP, that doesn't have that ceiling when it comes to the number of votes. So this, I think, a very symbolic win. It shows once again that Reform can take votes off Labour. And, you know, we had all the upset overnight, but really, Sophie, I think it's on day 2 that you get a sense of what has actually happened and how things have actually played out, and Durham a very, very important part of that. Reform were hot on the heels of Labour in the general election here. They came second in 5 out of those 6 parliamentary constituencies, but they have turned those kind of symbolic second place wins into actual power. Now they're going to have to run a council here in Durham. That is where the challenge is going to start. I was talking to Darren Grimes, who some people might recognise, a former GB News presenter. He is now a local councillor here in Durham. He tells me he's daunted by the task. I asked him whether this was a protest vote. He said, no, it's not a protest vote. It's a vote for change. The challenge starts now, but a huge victory for Reform in Durham. They have taken control of this council.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Fortescue there on another astonishing victory for Reform. I do have one result to bring you now, because it's a mayoralty. The Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Mayor Paul Bristow has actually gained that. He's a Conservative candidate. He's gained it from Labour. We don't have the final numbers yet, but Paul Bristow, former Conservative MP for Peterborough, lost to Labour at the election, and I have to say that is one of the few bright spots for the Conservatives and what will undoubtedly be a difficult day. They've won the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoralty. Now, let's just dwell, shall we, on some of the other results we've got coming in, because, of course, that victory in Durham was just the latest for Reform, which began with a big one, the Runcorn and Helsby by-election.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Well, that was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby shortly after 6 o'clock this morning. The by-election had been called after the previous Labour MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. Well, Reform won by 12,645 votes. That is just 6 votes, yes, 6 votes ahead of Labour's Karen Shaw. Things really don't get closer than that. The Conservatives well behind in third, and the Greens not really making much of a mark either. Let's look at the vote share, because Reform and Labour both won exactly the same percent of the vote, 38.7. The other parties only had single figures. But really, this is the story of what happened in Runcorn, because Reform's vote share was up by more than 20%. Labour's was down 14%, and the Conservatives were also down nearly 9%. Well, after it was announced that Reform had secured victory there, the party's leader, Nigel Farage, told Sky News the result showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Well, let's look at the Prime Minister's reaction to the results so far, shall we?
Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, but I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is We must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I believe for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of... But actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it. We've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
Well, I mentioned just a few moments ago the first bit of good news, really, for the Conservatives Party because they've won the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough mayoralty, taking that from Labour. And I can just show you the numbers now. Paul Bristow, the former Conservative MP for Peterborough, now the newly elected mayor, he got 60,243 votes for the Conservatives. In second place was Reform's Ryan Coogan, who got 49,647. Anna Smith of the Labour Party got 42,671. She's the current mayor after stepping in after the other mayor, the Labour's Nick Johnson, steps aside because of a heart surgery. Lib Dems in fourth place there with 41,611 and the Green Party on just over 18,000. I think it really does give you a bit of a sense of just how split voters are in this area, the splintering of UK politics. Another real story, actually, of the last 24 hours. So Conservatives there winning that mayoralty. We've also heard from the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, for the first time. She's been tweeting. So let's have a look at what she's got to say. She said, "My utmost thanks to every Conservative councillor and activist who helped get our vote out yesterday. Congratulations to those who've won their seats and my sincerest commiserations to those who've lost today. These were always going to be a very difficult set of elections coming off the high of 2021 and our historic defeat last year, and so it's proving. The renewal of our party has only just begun, and I'm determined to win back the trust of the public and the seats we've lost in the years to come." Right, let's take a breath, shall we? We're joined now by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates, and also by our political correspondent, Tamara Cohen. Just stepping back for a second, it really does feel to me today increasingly what a significant day this is. And there will be people thinking, why is it a surprise? You know, Reform have been polling so well for ages. But actually, when you see the councils, when you see the parliamentary by-election, when you look at some of the mayoralties, something is really shifting, isn't it, Sam?
That's right. Now, I've got quite a lot of charts now. We're at that point in the cycle where we could do quite a lot of analysis. And what's interesting is that every single chart tells the same story. Every single result tells the same story, and it's very, very stark. Let's just look at the overall big picture. We've now got 5 councils counted out of 23. And look at this. Look at the light blue. Look at Reform all across the north of England. Is this the start of a light blue wall in British politics? And now let's look at the results when it comes to seats. Reform, the big, big, big winner. And who loses? 2 of them. The Conservatives, like they did in last year's general election, but also the Labour Party. In fact, the Labour Party have lost, if anything, a bit more. Now, remember that, because that is a theme that you're going to see. So these are the councils that the Tories are defending. We actually haven't got particularly large numbers of results, but none of them are good. Northumberland going to no overall control, Staffordshire going all the way to Reform. That's because Reform is doing well all across the areas that the Tories are doing. But here's a great chart, Sophie. This is a chart about just the damage Reform UK is inflicting on both of the main parties. Look, in 2009, Tories plus Labour was 58% of the electorate. And then in 2013, it was 58% of the electorate. And then in 2017, it was 68% of the electorate, 67% in 2021, and plunge down to 40%. This is the Reform UK effect. In fairness, it's also to do with the Greens and the Liberal Democrats. But really, we're seeing this squeeze. The question actively being asked, sent to me by Conservative figures, is can we be completely sure, as the Conservatives get squeezed, that they will continue to be one of the 2 main parties? But it really is hurting for both the main parties. I want to show you just one tiny result that tells the same story in a different way. Right? This is what's been going on in a place in the Midlands called Cannock Chase. Now, it's the parliamentary seat switches between Labour and the Conservatives. They battled it out for years. But it's also, today, the place with the highest Reform UK vote share in the country right now. OK, the biggest. And what's happened? Again, you have seen that is a consequence of the two main parties duking it out, and then in 2025, bam, down it goes. It's just a very, very consistent picture. And this is more of a surprise for the Labour Party in some senses than it is for the Tories because they had this effect last year. And nowhere can you see that more for Labour than in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election. There, the Reform UK candidate won with 38% of the vote, so they got an extra, they put on 20.6 percentage point. And again, Labour losing out to Reform UK even more than the Conservatives. This is another reason why the Tories are so worried today. This is Hertfordshire, true blue, conservative, small C conservative land. And even there, Reform UK are picking up in vast numbers the support that once had gone to the Conservatives. So you can see across that spread of results, whether it's the by-elections, whether it's what we know of the council elections, whether it's the mayoralties that we haven't discussed yet, all of them are seeing inroads into the two main parties in parts of the country that weren't expected. There is a redrawing of how people behave, and I suspect that the short-term consequence will be panic in the two main parties, and we will see what happens electorally in the months and years to come.
Really interesting. And as you say, Sam, in some ways it's quite a simple, consistent story across everything. I mean, that's partly, of course, the councils that are up, for example. We're only talking in England, which does, I guess, kind of streamline the story in some ways, but it is still very simple and pretty stark as a result.
I've sat in this studio with you quite a lot of times, Sophie.
So remind
and Sorry? Thank you very much indeed. I'll keep going. We've sat together too many times for comfort and listened to Labour folk over the last few months, sort of dismissing Reform UK. I have to say, Dawn Butler did it, sitting in the studio just a few days ago. They don't take them as a serious opposition. They're just sort of nutters. They're on a fringe party. Today, that changed.
Yeah, I think that's it. And also the comfort blanket that they're doing more damage to the Conservatives and so benefit Labour. I think there'll be people questioning that as well. Tamara, what are your reflections?
I mean, clearly Reform are gaining from Labour and the Conservatives, and that was one of the crucial questions for this election. Could they turn that massive poll lead into seats? Yes, they can. They're winning power regionally, and there's obviously an ongoing question about whether they're able to do so very successfully in a year's time when we have very significant elections in big cities and also in the Welsh and Scottish parliaments. We're not having any elections today. Will they look at what Reform have done over the past year and think we'd like to see more of that? So it's a big challenge for them. When they're running councils or holding mayoralties, they won't be in charge of immigration policy. They'll be in charge of local services. So that's a big question for them. But look, there are some really serious questions for Labour and the Tories. Keir Starmer said, I get it, but we're seeing a number of Labour MPs so far on the sort of Starmer critical left of the party, publicly, others privately, but they're saying we've gone wrong on winter fuel allowance, we've made people think that we are doing more austerity, people are still finding it tough, they're not feeling any better off, they're not seeing the change we promised. He says he's going to go further and faster, the Prime Minister says, can it make a difference? And for Kemi Badenoch, really, there's some existential questions about the Conservative Party. Yes, they did do very well 4 years ago, and I've had a number of Tories saying to me, look, we knew we were going to do badly today, we knew we were going to have huge losses, but I think if they are losing votes to Reform all over the country, lots of different kinds of places, and as we'll see later today, they're also going to be losing a lot of seats to the Lib Dems on their kind of left flank. I think how she recovers from that is a really open question.
And just kind of pausing on that thought about Kemi Badenoch, nowhere is this more illustrated than in Staffordshire. We told you, of course, earlier that the Conservatives had lost control of Staffordshire, somewhere that they have dominated, really, since 2009, and we've now got the raw data. And my goodness, does it tell a story? You can see there in Staffordshire, Reform putting on 49 seats from a standing start. The Conservatives losing 46 seats on the council, only 10 left. And that really is an astonishing swing away from the Conservatives. Labour are down 4 seats too. They've only got 1 seat left, and the Greens have gained a seat as well. But really, that is an astonishing repainting of Staffordshire Council. It's an area in the West Midlands, somewhere with a history, of course, of pottery, coal, iron industries, exactly the kind of place where we've seen over the last 24 hours, Reform doing incredibly well. Sam?
It's one of the areas where there are high-profile Tories. Gavin Williamson, former Chief Whip, is from there. So it's going to be interesting to talk to figures like him and to watch what figures like him who are movers and shakers in the Tory party, even though he doesn't have a formal role, if you get my meaning.
Not always loyal, I think, as Sam. Might actually tell us what he really thinks.
You make a good point eloquently. I'd broaden this out. Staffordshire, Lincolnshire, Northumberland, Devon. It's the geographical spread.
Yeah, it's
that Hertfordshire seat. It's the geographical spread of where the Tories are losing. And the reason that geography matters, Sophie, is that you get... I mean, it's a little bit of a cliche, but I think there is some accuracy behind it. You get different types of Conservative voter in different parts of the country. Different industries, different jobs, different economies dominate in different parts of the country. And every political party is a coalition. And it looks to me like the Conservative coalition, geographically as well as economically, is splintering. And there's an element of the Brexit effect as well. Areas where there are lower numbers of graduates, much higher Reform UK vote. I think we're going to be looking at this story since 2016 quite hard.
I just want to really pick up, because that's really made me think, actually, when you're talking about the parties win when they successfully bring together a coalition of voters. I mean, we saw it with Boris Johnson, right? We saw it really with Labour at the last election, where they had a very broad appeal, quite shallow, but they successfully built a coalition of different voters. And you're right, Sam, if it is now Reform who can successfully build that coalition, my goodness, we could see some big changes to the political makeup. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we'll have more, of course, of our Vote 2025 coverage. We've got an awful lot of councils still to declare. That is Ramsgate in Kent, another area, of course, where Reform could do very well indeed.
Show of military might and menace. Why should the West trust you?
Frankly, I don't care whether the West trusts us or not.
Sky News. Get the full story first. Have a quick word for Sky News. Is the West right? Are you fueling Russia's war machine? American journalist Evan Gershkovich is on trial here, but was first on display. I'm Ivor Bennett, Sky's Moscow correspondent.
1,500 movies. I don't want this flight to end.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to our Vote 2025 coverage. These results now coming in thick and fast. We do have a little bit of breaking news to bring you because we can tell you that Nottinghamshire Council, the Conservatives have lost control of. Now, the voting is a little bit too early to say for definite whether it's going to go to no overall control or if another party will take control, but we can now say for sure that the Conservatives have lost control of Nottinghamshire in a similar way to some of those other councils where they've been having a very difficult day indeed. Nottinghamshire usually flips between Conservatives and Labour, but both parties, of course, vulnerable to reform. And it's another council where we've really seen reform shaking things up and doing very well indeed. Ashfield, of course, was a constituency that reform gained at the general election with Lee Anderson taking that seat there. We'll, of course, have much more coverage of Nottinghamshire, the result there, and, of course, the other councils that have still to declare. But in the meantime, we can bring in our guest for this hour. Sarah Olney of the Lib Dems joins me, Sam and Tamara here. What's your reflections on the results that we've seen so far?
Well, obviously things are starting to pick up a little bit for the Liberal Democrats, and I think we're being very encouraged by what we've seen so far. We were expecting to make some big gains in the councils in those areas where we won seats in our record-breaking general election success last year. And so far we see we're doing extremely well in Oxfordshire, in Devon. We're getting good results in Cambridgeshire and Shropshire, and we're looking forward to more results coming in. I see as I arrived here that we've moved into second place overall in terms of numbers of seats. So, and I think that just goes to show that compared to the two major parties, our vote is holding up, and we're continuing to win the seats that we hope to win.
Is this the day that was, I guess, the final nail in the coffin for two-party politics?
Obviously, as a member of the third party, I would contend that we haven't had two-party politics. But, obviously, I think over the last decade, we've seen quite a few changes. But particularly since last July, you've had the Liberal Democrats back in Parliament as the largest third party that
My question is really about reform as well, though. But, I guess, I know that the Lib Dems would say, yes, look at our amazing result from last year. But, frankly, the Westminster has been dominated by the Conservatives and Labour for, 100 years. Reform and the Lib Dems, I admit, have really, it feels, shaken things up. Is that now over?
I think it remains to be seen what happens from now on. Obviously, Reform have made some huge gains over the last 24 hours. I think what will be interesting is to see what they do next. They will have a lot of very inexperienced people suddenly leading large councils with large budgets, but, many of them with big budget deficits and really, really severe problems to overcome. So I think there's going to be a lot of attention now paid to Reform to see, well, what are they actually going to do? And that, I think, will have a significant impact on how well they do in future elections. So I think obviously they've had some amazing results tonight, but I think this is just the start, and they really have to deliver on some of the things they've been promising if they really want to consolidate.
Which is interesting from a Lib Dem perspective, because in many ways that's how you built your support over the years, right?
Yeah, I think the difference with the Liberal Democrats is we already have, a strong local government base. We have been building that up. We're getting back to, sort of some of the very strong representation in local government that we enjoyed for many, many years, and we're getting back there. And places like Oxfordshire, where we're hoping to take control, we've already got a strong base of Oxfordshire county councillors who are ready to step into that leadership role if that's the way it goes. So we're not in the situation of starting from scratch like Reform will be.
Sam?
Because it's really interesting, this discussion about two-party policies. Look at this graph, and you can see in this election in 2025, the proportion voting for the two main parties has dropped from 67% just a few years ago to 40%. And I suppose my question is, building on what Sophie was just asking you, do you think that Liberal Democrat tactics are going to have to change? That you're going to spend less time attacking the two main parties? You've got to have a thought about how to deal with Reform. But ultimately, the political market for a party such as yours is perhaps easier or perhaps just different to achieve the kind of goals that you want. Is the way the Liberal Democrats campaigns going to change as a result of the way that politics seems to be changing?
I think it's a bit early to say, but one thing I think will be interesting, something else to look at as we go forward from here, is now that there are a lot of people, and we have spoken to so many voters on the doorsteps up up and down the country throughout this set of elections who really don't like reform. And I think there will be a strong anti-reform vote out there. And I think what people will see is now that Reform are, making good on their opinion polling promise, if you like, I think there will be a strong anti-reform vote, and I think a lot of that might come to the Liberal Democrats.
I wonder if... part of me is wondering if Reform doing well could politically actually benefit the Lib Dems, because what we could see is both the Conservatives and Labour very worried about Reform tacking closer to them, which actually means there's more space for you to...
And I think, obviously, this is a local election and it should be about local issues, but there's no doubt that the Liberal Democrats' stance on Trump, for example, a trade deal with America, defending Ukraine, has had a lot of resonance with a lot of voters because it really speaks to, their own view of Trump and their own view of what Britain's place in the world should be. And we've been quite distinctive on that. We've been distinctive from the Tories and we've been distinctive from Labour. And I think that's the sort of message that voters really want to hear about. So I think that there's a lot of scope, if you like, for the Liberal Democrats as being a very, very different party from Reform.
Tomorrow.
Sarah, when you think back to when the Lib Dems started doing really well in their new Labour years and making big gains, because you managed to sort of get a coalition together between people who had maybe been traditionally Labour and traditionally Conservative, do you feel that Reform are at that moment now where they seem to have managed to build a bit of a coalition of voters who, aren't all from the same places and don't all want the same things, but all see in Reform something that they can support?
I think we will obviously have to look at all the results once they've come in, but I still think that Reform are taking very many more votes from the Conservatives than they are from Labour. And I think that's something that will continue to be true. They are still very different political histories, as it were. But I think there's no doubt that there's a lot of discontent out there. There's a lot of dissatisfaction with the way the country is being run. But I do wonder if in a few years from now, Reform will just be the latest party that failed to deliver on their promise and that we will start to see something of a backlash.
Really interesting to hear. What do you think Keir Starmer needs to do? Because I do appreciate what you're saying about the threat to the Conservatives, but I have to say, the story of an awful lot of this election is Reform taking seats off Labour as well. Do you think that this is going to change the tone of the debate?
I think so. And what I would like to see Keir Starmer do is actually, I find it personally quite depressing the way that both Conservatives and Labour seem to be chasing Reform and trying to, adapt some of their policies. I'd really like to see Starmer take a more distinctively Labour line, if you like, but to be offering something distinctly different from Reform, because I think there's a big, constituency out there that don't want, just different versions of the same kind of policies.
You're saying that you are a bit depressed about the way that Keir Starmer's reacting. I could turn that statement on its head. You could read into these elections that the public is actually moving to the right, and you're sort of doubling down on a position to the left of British politics, and actually Tory and Labour are following them. So I suppose there's a big picture dilemma for the Liberal Democrats. At the moment, it seemed inconceivable. You were very clear at the last election. There was never a circumstance that you would put a minority Conservative administration in Downing Street. Do you think that there is ever a chance that you wouldn't put a Labour administration in Downing Street based on the way and the direction of politics?
I think that's a really difficult question to answer. I mean, I think it's one of those things, because things have changed so much overnight. How the political calculation now works out is, something that I think everyone needs to go away and reflect upon. I think what we have seen, and I was just looking at the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Mayor result on my way here, and you can see, I mean, we were fourth, but we got nearly 20%, and that just goes to show, I think, how very close together all the parties are, and it does seem to me, if it continues like that for the next 4 years, it's really difficult to see how any one party, whichever it is, can gain a majority. And so I think it's much too soon to start sort of talking about coalitions or whatever, but it's obviously a possibility that everybody would have to take seriously.
Yeah, certainly things are moving pretty quickly. It's hard to remember a time when politics has been so volatile. Thank you very much indeed, Sarah Orney, there. I just want to bring you a bit of an update to results updates from Gloucestershire, because with 47 of the 55 seats counted, so some seats still to be counted, we now can say that the Conservatives will lose control of Gloucestershire Council. It's too early to say whether it'll be no over control or if it would be to the Lib Dems, they would need every remaining seat for a majority. So that is looking, I guess, slightly unlikely. But Conservatives will lose control of Gloucestershire Council. And again, this is just feeding into the overall narrative of Conservatives bleeding council seats. Briefly.
At the start of this election campaign, Kemi Badenoch said the Conservatives might lose every council under their control. At the moment, if you look, we've got a list of the seats so far. The Conservatives haven't retained any of them, and the result that you just outlined is the same trend. Could the Tories lose everything by the end of the day?
I mean, there are a few, aren't there, that they'll be hoping for, a few safer ones up there as well, Buckinghamshire, for example, but it would be a pretty... well, you couldn't get much worse than that, could it? A complete wipeout. Gloucestershire, they were almost certain to lose control. They only needed to lose 3 seats in order to do it.
Lancashire is almost certain to just be about to go out of Conservative control.
But whatever happens, if last night's narrative was about those Labour losses, about Labour really bleeding votes to reform, it does feel like today we're now switching into the second story of the general election, local elections. I'm getting overexcited. The local elections, which is the extent to which reform are hurting the Conservatives. It is a fascinating set of results so far, and there is still plenty more to come. It does really feel like we're witnessing something pretty significant indeed. Reform, an astonishing set of results so far. The splintering of the two-party system can, as Sam Coates was saying, Kemi Badenoch hang on to any of the councils? We'll be finding out throughout the afternoon. Hello, it is 3 o'clock and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. Nigel Farage hails Reform UK's success after taking control of Staffordshire and Durham county councils and winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election.
We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
There's victory too for Reform in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister says the results are disappointing as he defends Labour's performance.
I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change.
Also ahead, Prince Harry loses his Court of Appeal challenge over his UK security arrangements. And Russell Brand is granted bail as he appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to our Vote 2025 election coverage, because frankly, it has been an extraordinary set of results so far for Reform UK. The party beat Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, just 6 votes. Nigel Farage said it represented a whole different politics, with his party taking votes away from both the Conservatives and Labour. And in a big blow for the Conservatives, Reform has also taken control of Staffordshire and Durham county councils. And it won the position as well of the newly created Greater Lincolnshire mayor.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
She could barely wipe the smile off her face there. That was a moment when Reform Sarah Pochin was confirmed as the winner in Runcorn and Helsby. Just 6 votes in it. Never let anyone say your vote doesn't count. That by-election, of course, called after the Labour MP Mike Amesbury resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. Let's have a look at the result, because things don't get closer than this. Sarah Pochin won for Reform with 12,645 votes. Karen Shaw of the Labour Party in second place with 12,639 votes. Just 6 between them, and the Conservatives and the Greens far behind. In terms of vote share, well, Reform and Labour got exactly the same, 38.7% of the votes, and really nothing breaking through for the other parties, or much lower in terms of vote share. But look at this one, because this really tells the story. The vote change. Reform's vote share was up more than 20%, Labour's was down 14%, and the Conservatives down by nearly 9%. Well, after it was announced that Reform had secured victory, the party's leader, Nigel Farage, told Sky News the results showed even traditional Labour voters have lost faith.
But just think about the swing. Think about the change. This is heartland Labour Party. Their vote has collapsed, and much of it's come to us. And that does away with the sort of media narrative that somehow it's just us versus the Conservatives. It's not. This is a whole different politics. What tonight does is it embeds us. We now are the opposition party in the United Kingdom to the Labour Party, and the Tories, frankly, are a waste of space.
Well, let's just rattle through some results, shall we, on the councils. I think we can start off with Staffordshire. This was Conservative before the election, but you can see Reform have gained control for the Conservatives. They've gained 49 seats on that council from a standing start with Reform, and the Conservatives lost a whopping 46 seats on Staffordshire Council, leaving them only with 10. Labour and the Green Party picking up 1 seat apiece. But that is an astonishing shift from the Conservatives to Reform in Staffordshire. Let's look at Durham now, because this is a council under Labour control for 100 years, but Reform have gained control of Durham from no overall control before. They put on 65 seats in Durham, and again, that is an astonishing breakthrough for Reform. The Lib Dems, the second largest party, with 14 seats, that's a gain of 1. But just look at Labour hemorrhaging votes and seats. They only have 4 seats remaining in Durham compared to 43 before this election. And finally, let's look at Devon now, shall we, and see what's happened in Devon. Because you can see there the Conservatives have lost control of Devon Council. That has now gone to no overall control. The Lib Dems, the largest party with 27 seats, they added on 18. Reform also adding on 18 seats in Devon, and the Conservatives dropping 32 overall. So really, three very, very different parts of the country that we've been looking at there: Staffordshire, Durham, Devon, but a similar position all over the place. And what I can tell you now is that just in my ear now, I've been told that Reform have gained control of Lancashire from the Conservatives. We are hoping to hear from Nigel Farage again shortly, but the Reform gaining control of Lancashire Council from the Conservatives, it was likely that the Conservatives would be losing their majority there. It usually switches between the Conservatives and Labour, but I think, again, the shock, the story, is Reform breaking through and taking control. Sam Coates.
Right now in Lancashire, the Reform gain that you were just talking about, they now have 44 seats. 43 were needed for a majority. There are 14 seats left to count, but they're over the hurdle. There's another one, Warwickshire update. Tories lost there as well.
Let's have a listen to Nigel Farage.
I said that Keir Starmer's Labour Party had moved rather a long way away from Keir Hardie's Labour Party, and that we were now the party of the working man and woman. We were now the party in touch with patriotic, hard-working, decent, law-abiding people that believe in our country, that love its history. And Starmer didn't listen. No, he said in the House of Commons, he said that Nigel Farage will have the Conservative Party for breakfast. He said in the Prime Minister's questions. But he missed a bit, which was we were going to have the Labour Party for lunch, and that's what we've done today. The scale of it was amazing. The Labour Party in their traditional heartland are down to about 4 seats, and I think on last count we have managed to win 63, an overwhelming majority. Well done, you. In North Tyneside, we came within a whisker. Once again, in a Labour heartland. The same thing happened in Doncaster. We missed out by a whisker, winning what should be a safe seat for Labour. And over in Lancashire, I've heard within the last 10 minutes that we've taken control of Lancashire County Council. Part of the North, well done to our successful candidates and team in Northumberland who have frightened the life out of the governor there, and well done them. And what last night marks a couple of very important things. Firstly, it marks the end of two-party politics as we've known it for over a century in this country. It is finished, it is over, it is gone. That is a significant moment. It is finished, it is over, it is gone. That is a significant moment. It also will mark the beginning of the end of the Conservative Party. They may well have been around since 1832 and the Great Reform Act, but they've been wiped out in the shires of England, wiped out in those West Midlands, southern, southwestern areas where they've got their members, they've got their councillors, they've got their base, they raise the money, they will frankly cease to exist. And they now become an obstacle, because what is perfectly clear, given those mayoral contests in both Donny and indeed North Tyneside, is that whilst we clearly are the main challengers to Labour in the Midlands and the North, if you vote Conservative, you stop our chances of winning. If you vote Conservative, you get Labour. But if you vote Reform in the Midlands of the North, from now up until the general election, if you vote Reform, you get Reform. And those messages are big and strong and clear. And they're my big takeaways from what's happened here over the course of the last 24 hours. For many of you, you won't have been in council office before, but remember, stick to our principles. And I would advise anybody who's working for Durham County Council on climate change initiatives or diversity, equity and inclusion or anything, or things they could go on working from home, I think you all better really be seeking alternative careers very, very quickly. We want to give council taxpayers better value for money, we want to reduce excessive expenditure, we want to find out who the long-term contracts are signed with and why, and reduce the scale of local government back to what it ought to be. Providing social care, providing SEND needs for kids. Oh, and I nearly forgot, mending potholes. Let me promise you, if you can mend the potholes, get the right technology, get the right contract, you will all be re-elected in 4 years' time. I've been on this political road for a very, very long time. But I do genuinely believe that what has happened yesterday, the length and breadth of England, is a truly historic landmark. And I have little doubt in my mind that the optimism of our voters, you met them out there on the street, they really believe in us, they want change, and they know they're not going to get change from Starmer or indeed for whoever the 6th or 7th or 8th leader of the Conservative Party in 10 years is. We are the agents of change, we are the agents of optimism, we are the ones unafraid to stand up for our principles, our belief in our nation, our absolute desire to protect our borders. And the number of people I met in the north just so enraged because they get up early in the morning, they go to work, they pay their taxes, and they see young men crossing the English Channel, being dumped into the north of England, getting everything for free, and then once they're given indefinite leave to remain, put to the top of the social housing list. It is unfair, it is irresponsible, it is wrong in every way, and I don't believe Starmer has got the guts to deal with it, but I tell you what, we at national level have got the guts to deal with it, and we will resist central government plonking scores, hundreds of these young men in these counties that we now control. I will attempt to speak to the major, they were major party political leaders. They're all in love with net zero. The Conservatives wrote it into law. Labour are now pursuing it with sort of religious fervour that Ed Miliband applies to it. And you and I both know that the Labour Party promised to reduce national bills by £300 when they've gone up £300, and that we now have the most expensive energy in the world because of lunatic net zero policies that are deindustrialising Britain. Let's be clear, we want to produce our own gas, our own oil, make our own steel, make our own copper wire. We want to reindustrialise Britain, reindustrialise the north, and give men and women well-paid, skilled jobs and a sense of pride in their community and what they do. And we can't do that from Durham County Council, but we can set the markers for how we intend to govern. You have cleared a very important hurdle today. And next year, we'll clear those hurdles in the Welsh and Scottish parliamentary elections. And I believe, as I think you believe, we really will make history and win the next general election. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. Thank you.
Race in Lincolnshire, Durham, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, Staffordshire, Derbyshire, some of the councils you've won. Is it beyond what you thought you could do today?
Way beyond. I knew we'd do well today. I mean, I've seen the party grow. I've seen the calibre of people improve. We professionalise the way we operate, everything from our literature to data gathering. But frankly, what we're achieving in terms of council seat numbers, what has happened here in County Durham, beyond my wildest dreams. Okay. Just goes to show people are ready for real change.
It's interesting as well, when you look at the national equivalent vote, so how at the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, how how you might go in terms of vote share, it could be that Reform become the biggest party in terms of these elections, in terms of vote share. What do you make of that?
I think people just look at Westminster and look at failure. You know, the Conservatives swept on a massive wave, including seats up here in the so-called Red Wall that they won. A wave of optimism. They broke virtually every major promise they made to the British people. Labour won on, frankly, an anti-Tory vote. The Prime Minister promised change. Well, no one's seeing positive change economically or socially. And people are actually getting poorer, despite the claims of the government. So people want something different.
But back in Westminster, when you were saying, I will be the next Prime Minister, a lot of people thought that was ludicrous. You were being audacious and it wasn't believable. What do you say to them now?
They're not laughing now, are they? They've seen. This is reform quake. That's what's going on across the country today. These are the most astonishing set of local election results in the history of our country.
You're building a coalition here. You're taking votes from Labour in some of those red wall seats that Boris Johnson did well in. And you're also obviously hitting the Conservatives really hard. But to maintain that, do you need to change the style in which you lead? And what I mean by that is you're a divisive politician.
Well, good. Good.
But to keep a coalition together, do you have to change anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not Mr. Bland. You know, I am who I am. Take me or leave me. I'm a straight speaker. I say what I believe. And if you like it, that's fantastic.
But what I mean
and if you don't, I don't care.
In a fast-past-the-post system, though, people tend to win on centre ground. So they've got to build a massive coalition of voters. Yeah, but just up there, you were talking about people don't work from home, you don't like diversity on the councils. A lot of people won't like that.
What you're missing is that is the centre ground of public opinion. There's a silent majority that believes in the things that we believe in. Westminster, and dare I say it, much of the media, is out of touch with where this country is moving, and I think that's what today's election results prove. Nobody in lessons from this in the short term, but I tell you what, this is happening. It's not a one-off, it's real.
So, sort of divisive politics, or are you going to carry on doing that?
Do you know, I mean, I'm a bit older than you.
I'm not, you're not that much.
Michael Thurt versus Margaret Thatcher in the 83 election, you could say was divisive politics. They both had completely different worldviews. And there wasn't much love lost between one and the other. But provided it's civil, provided it's within reasonable rules, I think politics is about having a choice of different visions that some love and some hate.
One other question. I noticed on stage there you said that the councils that Reform run are now no longer going to allow the government to house illegal migrants coming over on boats claiming asylum. You're not going to allow them to be housed in your local area.
I said we fight them.
Yeah, can you just explain that? Because that was a new piece of information.
Yeah, so basically central government scatters young males who cross the English Channel around the country, and most come pro rata to the northeast and the northwest, and they're imposed upon councils, and councils kind of, in theory, have to accept them, where they're going to find a much more robust response here.
Can you stop it, though?
We give it a go.
You're going to give it a go. And final question. Badenoch, and what's your message to Keir Starmer?
The message to Keir Starmer, sarcastically, is please keep doing what you're doing. And the message to Kemi Badenoch is, well, frankly, the Conservative Party's finished today. It's gone. It's dying in the shires. It has no future. It stands for nothing. It serves no purpose.
Any chance of doing a deal with them to unite the right?
I don't want to do a deal with them. We're going to win the next election on our own.
OK, Nigel Farage, thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent.
Nigel. Beth Rigby there at Political Editor speaking to Nigel Farage as he addresses the crowds up in Durham after, of course, Reform took control of that council, really proving that they are able to be taking council seats, not just from the Conservatives, but also from Labour. And on that point, I just want to clear something up, because if you're looking at the bottom of the screen down there, you might be wondering, where is Labour? You know, you can see Reform seats, Conservative seats, you can see Lib Dem seats and Green seats. We haven't just blacklisted them or forgotten about them, but they're not actually in the top 4 parties who have won in terms of council seats so far. I should say we've only had the results of 5 full councils in so far, but you can see there that Reform, the Conservatives, the Lib Dems and the Green Party are all above Labour in terms of the number of seats that they've won. It's just worth just pausing on that State of the Parties graphic, because 182 seats have been won by Reform. They've also taken control of 4 councils. I think when Nigel Farage said he wasn't expecting this in his wildest dreams just there to Beth, this is perhaps a reflection of what he was talking about there. In second place are the Conservatives. They've lost, though, 136 seats. They've also lost control of 7 councils. All of the councils that have come in so far, the Conservatives have lost control of every single one. Lib Dems on 50 seats, the Greens on 19, and Labour in, 5th place there on 15 seats. Right, let's go to our political editor, Beth Rigby, shall we? Beth, since we spoke this morning, we've had more and more results coming in, all telling the same story. It's been a reform quake, as Nigel Farage put it to you.
Yeah, look, Sophie, I'm in Durham now, and I finally got caught up with Nigel Farage, and I think he's going to go from here to various different rallies around the country, and he's got quite a few places to pick from. Quite simply, as he said himself, they did not expect to do this well. They've won Runcorn, they've taken the Lincolnshire mayoralty, I think they think they'll take Hull, and as you said, Sophie, they've taken a number of councils as well. And so this is a really profound moment for both Reform, where they've turned that idea of being a protest party, polling well, but could they actually win real power? They've proven today that they can. And when you look at the estimated vote shares, and we'll get that later today, it could be on a national equivalent vote. So if you extrapolate the votes in these local council mayoral and the by-election, if you extrapolate that out to the country and said in a national poll what would happen, it could be that Reform come out as the party with the biggest vote share, bigger than the Conservatives, bigger than Labour. Take that in. That's why when I said to Nigel Farage, maybe becoming Prime Minister isn't such a pipe dream, that's kind of the point that's being made there. And you can see that he's very determined. Look, I think there's other issues there. I think there's issues about delivering governing. And you heard him talk about, to Durham councillors, about remembering to govern in terms of their principles. Because as the party gets bigger, there's bigger risk in that. So that's one of the issues for him. And also, can they keep the momentum going? Also, the issue of divisive politics. You know, he's a Marmite character. Can he bring a bigger coalition? He said to me, you heard that there, he said, I am the centre ground of this country. I speak for the silent majority, but there'll be lots of things that he says that people are uncomfortable about, and he will now have a bigger platform inevitably as Reform begin to seriously run parts of this country. So we talked at the beginning of the day about how consequential this set of elections are. They're not a big set of elections, they're a pretty small set in terms of voters eligible to vote and councils up for grabs, but they are profoundly consequential when you look at the current state of politics and the two-party system. And Nigel Farage, having knocked on the door of power, you know, for well over a decade, he's now got a foot in the door. I think the big question now is, what do they do with it? Can they sustain it? And I think that there will be divisive policies. You know, he's talking about the migrant policy there, you know, trying to stop councils having illegal migrants if they're Reform councils in their areas, in their constituencies and on their patches. Like, how are the government going to handle that? So this is going to be a fascinating few weeks as Reform beds in and we look to see what Nigel Farage does next. As for the Conservatives, absolutely awful for them. One Labour source saying to me earlier, like, the Conservative councillors have been machine gunned, in their phrase, just being taken out all over the country. And that has a knock-on effect, because Reform, you see, when they build councils, they're building a grassroots and they're building a base. So this is potentially a really existential threat for Kemi Badenoch. And just finally, watch for next year, because Nigel Farage thinks Reform could win in Wales, and then that will be another step for him on the path to power.
Extraordinary stuff. Beth, thank you very much indeed. Beth Rigby there. Well, leaving Durham, I want to take you to Oxfordshire. This is the very kind of genteel latest pictures from Bicester. Ed Davey arriving at a garden party there. I'm not sure that anything could be more Lib Dem than the images you're seeing on your screens right now. The marquee is up. I think we're going to see him handing around some pins in a moment. But really, you know, there we go. Perfect timing. It is worth pointing out as well that behind the overall narrative of Reform doing so well in these elections, the Lib Dems are also eating into the Conservative vote in so many areas. And in many cases, it is that pincer movement that is really painful for the Conservatives, where they're losing votes not just to Reform on the right, but also to the Liberal Democrats as well. There's a couple of votes and results that I want to take to you just as we watch those pictures of Ed Davey in Bicester, because I can tell you that Reform have gained control of Kent Council from the Conservatives. It's a place, of course, that's got an awful lot of marginal seats in there as well, a lot of Conservative-held constituencies, and Reform now taken control of Kent, somewhere that the Conservatives usually dominates. Nottinghamshire as well, that is another Reform gain from the Conservatives, an awful lot of marginal seats in Nottinghamshire too. Reform, of course, won Ashfield, Lee Anderson seats at the election, but both parties, both the Lib Dems, not the Lib Dems, Labour and the Conservatives, vulnerable to Reform in Nottinghamshire, and Nigel Farage will be delighted by gaining that other council control. There's one other result that I can bring you. We've got the full results now in from Leicestershire as well, which I'm hoping we could be able to see on our screens. There we go. The Conservatives have lost control of Leicestershire. That's gone to no overall control. But as you can see on your screen, Reform now the largest party in Leicestershire, pushing the Conservatives into second place. And Reform were only 3 seats short of an overall majority. So it does show just how close they ran that council to gaining no overall control. I mean, I don't think I've ever covered a set of election results with a clearer narrative. I don't know what you think here, Sam, just bringing in Sam Coates, our Deputy Political Editor, but it really is quite breathtaking.
Is it like a meteor coming down and sort of like splatting large parts of England here? And it is only England at the moment. Scotland and Wales, well, we'll see the impact of Reform UK in a year's time when we have those elections. I just want to show you a few charts, if I may, that just tell you quite a lot of the story that we're getting. So the overall picture, and of course we've got this list of the parties. Of course, as we were pointing out, there's no Labour on this because they're not in the top 4 political parties with seats at the moment. But the basic story is Reform gaining seats, the Tories losing seats, Labour losing seats as well. But this, Sophie, is the chart that tells you, and it sort of explains and shows what you were just talking about. Look at the dominance of the 2 main parties to date in British politics. In 2009, if you added together the Tory vote and the Labour vote, that was 58%. In 2013, 58%. In 2017, 68% of people voted for one of the big two, 67% in 2021. And then it plummets. It's almost, not quite, almost halves. This is the impact of Reform. This is the transition to 3, maybe 4, maybe 5 party politics. And it's just a huge shift. Now, there have been shifts before, but as you can see from this slide, nothing as quite as dramatic as that. Now, I want to show you another slide that shows you a different story. And I love this slide because it actually tells you a very clear sort of story. This is about Staffordshire. So this is one of those Midlands areas that can change control quite regularly. Sometimes it's Labour, sometimes it's Tory over the years. And what you can see is, you know, for years there was councils in Labour control and then the Tories did a bit better. And you always had the protest vote here in the middle with the yellow, which is the Liberal Democrats. And at one point after 2009, UKIP did pretty well. But now, the party, I would say, that has completely squashed the Liberal Democrats, replaced it as the party of protest when you're unhappy with Labour and unhappy with the Tories, is Reform UK. This is an incredible story. This is what's going on in Staffordshire and all around the country, which is if you are unhappy with the main parties, you go Reform, whereas previously you might have gone to the Liberal Democrats or briefly to UKIP. And I think that tells you something very interesting, as does this. This is another key piece of analysis. And this is what I'm increasingly thinking, Sophie, is a bit of the Brexit phenomena coming back in. Where is Reform UK particularly strong? Where are they doing well? Well, it's in areas where there are fewer graduates. It's less than 25% graduates. 41.2% of people are voting Reform. It's over 25% of the population are graduates. Well, it's quite a lot lower, 30.2%. That gap suggests that Reform UK appeals more to non-graduates. That's the Brexit phenomena. That's what we saw then. And then we look at this. The Conservatives are defending 18 councils. And look at this. Not a single one so far has been retained by the Conservatives. Some have gone, quite a lot of them now, Lancashire, Lincolnshire and Staffordshire have gone all the way over to the Reform UK party. Looks as if that might happen in Kent as well. Some have gone to no overall control, Northumberland and Devon, but not a single win. Might there be Buckinghamshire? May that be the only Tory-controlled council of all of them by the end of the night? Well, that's the kind of question we're asking, Sophie, because it really is that bleak. It's that bleak for Labour. It's that bleak for the Tories. The question is this a permanent change in our politics? Well, the two main parties are going to be hoping not, but we just don't know.
It really is extraordinary. If you're talking about a situation where it could be wipeout for the Conservatives, and as you say, there are some much safer Conservative councils that we're expecting them to have more of a chance of holding on to, but it is still an extraordinary set of circumstances. We'll have an awful lot more to come in our Vote 2025 coverage, and an awful lot more of this man, Nigel Farage, who is doing a whistle-stop victory tour of the country at the minute. He's just popped up in Durham, where his party have gained control of the council. Hello and welcome back to our coverage of what is, frankly, an extraordinary set of local elections, telling a very clear story of reform on the march. They won a parliamentary by-election against Labour, they've won a mayoralty, and they've also taken control of several councils, including in Durham, where Nigel Farage did a victory lap earlier. You can see he could barely wipe the smile off his face. He said that this was a result beyond his wildest dreams and that this is a redrawing of the political map of the United Kingdom. Nigel Farage taking votes, yes, from the Conservatives, but also in Labour, in some of their heartlands, such as Durham as well. We've also been watching the Liberal Democrats as well in a very classically Lib Dem setting. There is Sir Ed Davey, a waved arm, a smile on his face. He's in Oxfordshire, in Bicester, I should say, where the Lib Dems are hoping to do pretty well in the council results there. His party up 22 seats in total, pouring out the pims, you can see there, Ed Davey. Some other news now to bring you. Because Prince Harry has lost a Court of Appeal challenge over the UK government's decision to strip him of publicly funded security while he's in the United Kingdom.
The decisions taken in the decision letter and subsequently were taken, I said in my judgment, as an understandable and perhaps predictable reaction to the Duke of Sussex having stepped back from royal duties and having left the UK to live principally overseas. So the conclusion, in my judgment, with which my colleagues, Lord Justices Bean and Edis, agreed, was that the Duke of Sussex's appeal would be dismissed.
Well, our royal correspondent Rhiannon Mills is outside the Court of Appeal and describes how this has impacted the Prince.
Oh, an enormous blow. You have to remember that he deliberately made the choice to fly all the way from America back here to the UK for that two-day Court of Appeal hearing. He wanted for himself to sit there and hear all of the evidence that was read out, not just in public, but in private, because as you were hearing in that judgment there, a lot of what was heard was highly secretive, seen as very important that it was kept secret in terms of what is done for protection when it comes to royal family members and also VIPs that travel here to the UK. But for Prince Harry, this is the most personal issue. It's been one of the most contentious problems, as it were, ever since Harry and Meghan decided to move away from the UK, wanted to step away from royal life. And when his barrister was talking through what his case was during that two-day appeal court hearing, she very clearly said that he believed that his safety, his security and his life were at stake because of that decision to not automatically give him police protection when he comes here to the UK. You have to note that when Prince Harry has recently made those visits to the UK, we haven't seen Meghan. We also haven't seen his children either. And he will say that one of the main reasons for that is because they simply do not feel safe. However, the Home Office have all along said that actually they were still assessing what risks he was under, but it was on a case-by-case basis. Rather than doing this kind of top-line assessment that he permanently needed protection, they were taking it on a case-by-case basis. So whenever he came here to the UK, he had to explain to them why he was coming, the intention of his visit, and then they would decide whether or not he needed their protection. I have to say, for Prince Harry, he was talking to reporters after the appeal court hearing. He very clearly said that he realised that whatever the outcome, it may not change things for him. But as with so many of these court battles that he's taken on, he sees this as a real point of principle. He was hoping that it might change things for other people as well as himself. His team have consistently said, and they said that there has been confusion around this, that he has not been asking for special treatment. What he's been asking for is to be treated like everybody else. However, today we've heard in this judgment that it's been decided that the Home Office were doing as much as they should have done, and his appeal has now been dismissed.
The comedian Russell Brand has been granted bail after appearing in court on charges of rape and sexual assault. The charges relate to 4 women alleged to have taken place between 1999 and 2005. He denies all the allegations. The England and Wales Cricket Board has banned transgender women from playing in women's cricket with immediate effect. Following the Supreme Court ruling, the ECB said only women whose biological sex is female will be eligible to play in women's and girls' cricket matches. Transgender women and girls can continue playing in open and mixed cricket. The German right-wing Alternative for Deutschland party has plans to take legal action against Germany's intelligence agency, which classifies it as extremist. The AfD stands accused of threatening democracy, a claim the party's co-leaders deny. The party, that won a record number of seats in February's federal election, said the decision was a severe blow to German democracy. The Prince and Princess of Wales have released a new photo of their daughter, Princess Charlotte, to mark her 10th birthday. The picture was taken by Kate on a phone during a visit to Cumbria earlier in the year. Right, back to our Vote 2025 coverage, because the Liberal Democrats have won nearly 70 seats so far in the council elections. We're joined now by the leader of the Lib Dems, that is Sir Ed Davey. Good to have you with us. We've just been admiring you pouring out Pimm's in a very sunny-looking Oxfordshire area. I have to say, looks very nice. What's your reaction to the results so far?
We're extremely happy about the results. They've gone even better than we expected. We were thinking we could beat a lot of Conservatives last night, and we look like we have done. It's looking brilliant here in Oxfordshire. Really good noises from the Cambridgeshire count and Shropshire. We've done really well in Devon, and I think places like Gloucestershire, Wiltshire, Cornwall, really exceeding expectations. So still a lot more votes to count, Sophie, but so far it's going to be a really good night for the Liberal Democrats.
I absolutely take your point about there being more results to come in, and you have been putting on seats, as you said. You're up 24 seats overall. But of the councils in so far, only Reform have managed to take control. Are you suffering slightly, missing out perhaps just on some places because you're not the only ones who are taking votes off the Conservatives?
No, I'm expecting that we will take control of one or more councils from the Conservatives when all the votes are counted. I'm not going to predict, because you shouldn't do that, as you know, Sophie, but I can say that we're really confident. And what's happening out there is people are very angry still with the Conservatives. They've not forgiven them. And it's not just the national Conservatives they rejected, like they did in general election last July when the Liberal Democrats had our best results for over 100 years. It's the local Conservatives who've run councils for so long and frankly taken people for granted. And what I'm excited about is not only the Liberal Democrats' success in what I could call Middle England, where we're replacing the Conservatives as the party of Middle England, it's the fact that we're going to have lots of great local community champions elected as Liberal Democrats, able to really put forward the concerns of their communities, of individual people in their villages and towns, and really work hard for them. That's what Liberal Democrats have traditionally done, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to roll up our sleeves as the dust settles on these elections and get to work for people.
You talked that you say that you're confident about taking votes off Conservatives and taking control of councils as well. Just looking forward, because obviously the story of the night in so many ways is the successes of Reform. If the Conservatives, and also frankly Labour, I guess, kind of tack closer to Reform in terms of policy, in terms of language, do you think that might benefit you by opening up more space for the Lib Dems?
Well, there's no doubt that the Conservatives have been had a dreadful night, one of their worst in history, and that's come at the expense of Liberal Democrat victories as well as Reform victories. And so the Conservatives are in a real mess. And Labour haven't done well either. That leaves the Liberal Democrats as the party standing up to the divisive and destructive policies of Nigel Farage. It's interesting, isn't it? During the local elections, he didn't talk about Donald Trump or Elon Musk, but as soon as the polls closed, he said he was going to copy their policies in town halls up and down the country. I don't think that's very fair to the electorate. And you know what? I think the more people see Reform in action and hear about their policies, whether it's their idea of an American insurance-based model for the NHS, whether it's their attitude to Donald Trump and to Vladimir Putin, I think people will increasingly reject them, and it will be the Liberal Democrats left standing up for traditional British values, taking on the divisive populism of Nigel Farage and reform.
The other thing that Nigel Farage has been saying is a message to Kemi Badenoch. He said his message to her is, please don't go. In other words, she's benefiting reform. Is it a similar message from you?
Oh, the Conservatives can decide what they want to do about their leader. They change them pretty regularly, don't they? So who knows what will happen. I'm just determined that the Liberal Democrats are the best opposition in Parliament to the Labour government. Reform have very few MPs. We've got our largest number for over 100 years. The Conservatives have been a really bad official opposition. It's been the Liberal Democrats and our 72 MPs who've been holding Labour to account over the family farm tax, over the winter fuel payment, disgraceful.
You haven't actually managed to change any of these things, though, have you? You know, you say that these are your successors, and you haven't changed anything.
I'm afraid you're... Well, first of all, we're holding them to account, so we're the best opposition. Of course, we're not in government, so we can't change things, but we're the best opposition exposing their failures. But we have made changes, actually. For example, on carers allowance. I raised this with the Conservatives and they were dismissive. There's a real problem of people having overpayments claimed back from the DWP when they're completely unintentional, and people on very low incomes doing a fantastic job looking after loved ones being penalised. So I raised it again with Keir Starmer, and they set up a major review and they increased the earnings limit, which is part of the problem, very significantly. So there's an example of Liberal Democrats having campaigned for family carers, so important, up and down the country, millions of them, and actually making an achievement because of our pressure. I think we're the only party to have achieved anything like that. I'm really proud of that.
And just finally, you said there that, you know, making predictions is a bit of a mug's game, and I am having flashbacks of people, you know, vowing to eat their hats and then being forced to do it on national television in the past. But I am going to try and push you a little bit. What are you hoping for by close of play? What do you want to see?
Many more Liberal Democrat councillors elected. Continue what we've seen throughout the day as the councils have called. I mean, listen, listen, I think we're doing really well in Oxfordshire, really well in Shropshire, really well in Cambridgeshire. I think we'll see gains in Hertfordshire. We've seen great gains in Kent and Warwickshire. I think we'll see more gains in Cornwall and in Wiltshire and Gloucestershire. I can't say fairer than that, Sophie. We are taking on the Tories, making fantastic gains. This will be the 7th successive year where Liberal Democrats have made gains in local government elections. That's never happened before. So we're really on the march. We are the party of Middle England now, and I'm really proud of what our councillors have achieved and what they're going to achieve as they work hard for their local communities.
OK, well, it certainly looks like Middle England behind you. I'm going to let you get back to the Pims. Ed Davey, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Just want to trot you through a couple of the latest results now, just to make sure you're fully up to speed with everything that's been happening. This is Derbyshire. First, Reform has gained control of Derbyshire Council from the Conservatives. They put on 42 seats in total. The Conservatives lost 33 seats in Derbyshire. I mean, it really is turning into an extraordinarily painful set of results for Kemi Badenoch's party. Labour are down 11 seats on 3, and the Lib Dems actually lost a seat in Derbyshire as well. Right, let's show you Nottinghamshire next, shall we? Home of an awful lot of marginal seats in Westminster terms. Reform have gained control of Nottinghamshire from the Conservatives. They have a total of 40 seats now on Nottinghamshire Council. The Conservatives lost 20, so just over half of the seats they were defending. Labour also down 11. And look, the Lib Dems also lost their single seat on Nottinghamshire Council as well. Lincolnshire next. Let's have a look at what's going on, shall we, in Lincolnshire, because once again it is a similar story. Reform gaining control of Lincolnshire from the Conservatives. Another astonishing set of results for Reform. They put on 44 seats in total. The Conservatives down 40 seats. They've only got 14 left. And the Lib Dems gaining an extra 2 seats to put them on 5, just leapfrogging Labour, who ended up losing a seat. 7 councils in total have now been gained by Reform. And I think from a party that, you know, was nowhere to be seen in 2021, although I know that you're going to be telling me that, you know, there were reiterations of this previously in Brexit Party or in UKIP, but this is an extraordinary, breathtaking set of results for Reform. These are the councils that they have gained. 6 from the Conservatives, 1 from no overall control. They've gained control of Nottinghamshire, Lincolnshire, Derbyshire, Kent, Lancashire, Durham and Staffordshire. And I think it is fair to say that that surpasses expectations of how Reform could do. I just want to talk to you a little bit now about the Green Party, because their co-leader says people are drawn to their progressive values, and the Greens have expressed confidence in success at the expense of the Conservatives and Labour. We can speak now to the Green Party MP, Ellie Chowns, who joins us now. Ellie, how would you characterise the results so far?
For the Green Party, it's been a really, really good set of results. We've held lots of seats and we've won even more seats. And we've won them from Conservatives, from Labour, from Lib Dems and from Independents, because people like to vote Green. They know when they vote Green, they get great local champions who work incredibly hard for them. And the clear result from this election overall is that the era of the two-party system in the UK is over. We now live in a 5-party system. Our political system needs to catch up with that, and people face a really clear choice between the opposing values of the Green Party and Reform, and the politics of hope that the Green Party stands for, and unfortunately the politics of division and fear that Reform stands for. It's crucially important that we will be there holding Reform to account on these councils that they're now going to be holding. I'm quite worried by the things that Nigel Farage has said about council services and what he intends to do. We will see what happens. But for the Green Party itself, these are a really, really good set of results.
You say they're a really good set of results, and I don't want to downplay that at all, because clearly you have been putting on seats, but you're saying there that it is good that you've been holding seats. And, you know, if you look at, for example, the mayoralty of the West of England, an area where the Greens have obviously traditionally been very, very strong, you had hopes there, and you were, you know, pushed into 3rd place behind Reform as well as Labour. I'll be honest, I was expecting the Greens to do a little bit better than this.
I don't think that's really fair to say, actually. I mean, the Lib Dems came 5th in that contest, and they've historically been very strong in that part of the country. We're really pleased with the result that we got in that mayoral contest. It was always going to be a stretch, and we went for it hard, in the same way as we campaign hard wherever we are across the country. But we've had record-breaking results. You know, we're the only party that had won more councillors every year for the past 7 years up until today. And now for the 8th year running, we are winning way more councillors. We've been growing steadily and sustainably, because when people vote Green, they get a Green councillor that they like what they see, and they keep on voting for us more and more.
At the same time, though, you haven't managed to break through in the same way as Reform, for example, in the same way as, you know, the Lib Dems have had that astonishing breakthrough at the general election last year. And I absolutely agree with you that you've been, you know, improving year on year. But is there any moment you think that you could actually really punch through and start winning a few mayoralties, picking up, you know, a few more control of a few more councils?
I am absolutely confident that that is going to come. Like I say, we've been the record breakers year on year, steady growth for the last 8 years. And that's how we intend to keep on growing, keep on convincing people about that green message of hope, the greener, fairer councils and country that we can build. We've broken through in new areas today, for example, on Leicestershire Council, on Staffordshire Council. So whereas the Conservatives and Labour, and indeed in a number of places the Lib Dems have seen significant losses, we're breaking through in new places, as well as strengthening in places where we were already doing well, like Gloucestershire and Worcestershire and Warwickshire. Just yesterday, I was there in Worcester supporting the campaign of Tor Pingree, our Green councillor, who has overturned the Conservative leader of Worcestershire Council. We're doing really, really well, and I'm sure we're going to go from strength to strength in future.
OK, thank you very much indeed. Good to have you on the programme today.
Thank you.
Well, we've been talking Greens, we've been talking Lib Dems. Let's talk Conservatives for a moment, shall we? Because, Sam, it's been... I mean, there's not much glimmers of light for Kemi Badenoch, are there?
There really aren't. These are the 18 councils that the Tories are defending. 6 of them have now gone light blue to reform. The grey ones, the 5 grey ones, they're now in no overall control. There might be a glimmer of hope by the end of the day. Could Buckinghamshire stay in Tory hands? But we just don't know. I'm really struck, Sophie, about one thing that hasn't happened. We haven't heard from Kemi Badenoch. She's done a tweet, she's done a piece of social media, but we haven't seen her. Now, maybe we'll see her in the next hour. But it always strikes me, and you and I have been here before, that when leaders delay their appearance before the media, when they don't immediately come out fighting when results are as bad as this, and we've known all morning that they're going to be as bad as this, the direction of travel has been clear since about 2 in the morning, and we haven't heard from her. That indicates problems. That indicates that there is a huddle somewhere, probably in Conservative headquarters, where they're wondering what on earth to do, what on earth to say. So when we see Kemi Badenoch, we will listen to what she says. We will look how she seems, because this is a critical moment. There are voices going, the world has changed. We're not sure the Tory party will continue to be one of the big 2 parties. She's got to convince everybody imminently, probably in the next hour, that she is the answer to the problem. And there are people who don't think she is.
That really is extraordinary stuff, isn't it, Sam? Do you think she's safe now, very briefly? I mean, the pause maybe actually says it all, to be honest.
The question that we were asking earlier is, what has gone right under her leadership so far? And I have to say, you didn't get a great answer from the ministers that I was putting that to this morning. And that is the question that Tory MPs are saying. Of course it would be silly if the Tories changed leader on one level. They are addicted to regicide in the Conservative Party. Okay. But what is Kemi Badenoch doing right? We'll find out when we see her, possibly.
Sam, thank you very much indeed. Well, as Sam was saying, we do have some more councils coming through, but it has been an extraordinary set of local election results so far. More to come. Hello, good afternoon. It is 4 o'clock and I'm Sophy Ridge. You're watching Vote 2025 as the political parties digest the results from the elections. Nigel Farage says the results are beyond my wildest dreams as he hails Reform UK's success, taking control of Staffordshire and Durham county councils and winning the Runcorn and Helsby by-election.
This is Reformquake. That's what's going on across the country today. These are the most astonishing set of local election results in the history of our country.
There's victory too for Reform in the Greater Lincolnshire mayoral election, with the former Conservative MP Dame Andrea Jenkins winning by nearly 40,000 votes. The Prime Minister says the results are disappointing as he defends Labour's performance.
I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change.
Also ahead, Prince Harry loses his Court of Appeal challenge over his UK security arrangements. And Russell Brand is granted bail as he appears in court facing rape and sexual assault charges. Hello, good afternoon. Well, Nigel Farage has called it a reform quake, and it's certainly been an extraordinary set of results for his party. Reform UK pipped Labour by the tightest of margins in the Runcorn and Helsby by-election, and of 12 county councils up for grabs, it's claimed 7, including Staffordshire and Durham, with the rest under no overall control. It also won the position of the newly created Greater Lincolnshire mayor. Well, let's have a look now, shall we, at the state of the parties. You can see their Reform in that pale blue way up front with 386 and 7 councils. The Conservatives have been bleeding seats heavily. They are down 296 seats. They've also lost control of 11 councils. Every single one they controlled, they have lost control of so far. The Lib Dems are up 26 seats. Labour also down 115 seats. So not a great night so far for Labour. The Greens have also put on an extra 15 seats in total.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
And we had a parliamentary by-election too. This was the moment when Reform Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby. That happened just after 6 o'clock this morning. The by-election was called after the previous Labour MP, Mike Amesbury, resigned after he admitted punching a constituent. And just look how close it was. Reform's newly elected MP won 12,645 votes, 6 ahead of Labour's Karen Shaw on 12,639. The Conservatives way behind in third, only just ahead of the Greens. And this just shows how close it was, because Reform and Labour won exactly the same percent of the vote. The other parties only managed single figures. The story really, though, is shown by this graph here. The Reform vote share was up by more than 20%. Labour's was down 14% and the Conservatives down nearly 9% too. Extraordinary stuff. And as you would imagine, the Reform leader, Nigel Farage, has been out and about. It hasn't been hard to see him being pictured. And our political editor, Beth Rigby, managed to track him down in Durham.
The mayoral race in Lincolnshire, Durham, Lincolnshire, Lancashire, Staffordshire, Derbyshire, some of the councils you've won. Is it beyond what you thought you could do today?
Way beyond. I knew we'd do well today. I mean, I've seen the party grow. I've seen the calibre of people improve. We professionalise the way we operate, everything from our literature to data gathering. But frankly, what we're achieving in terms of council seat numbers, what has happened here in County Durham, beyond my wildest dreams. Okay. Just goes to show people are ready for real change.
It's interesting as well, when you look at the national equivalent vote, so how at the end of the day, when all the votes are counted, how you might go in terms of vote share, it could be that Reform become the biggest party in terms of these elections, in terms of vote share. What do you make of that?
I think people just look at Westminster and look at failure. You know, the Conservatives swept on a massive wave, including seats up here in the so-called Red Wall that they won. a wave of optimism. They broke virtually every major promise they made to the British people. Labour won on, frankly, an anti-Tory vote. The Prime Minister promised change. Well, no one's seeing positive change economically or socially, and people are actually getting poorer despite the claims of the government. So people want something different.
But back in Westminster, when you were saying I will be the next Prime Minister, a lot of people thought that was ludicrous. You were being audacious and it wasn't believable. What do you say to them now?
They're not laughing now, are they? They've seen. This is reform quake. That's what's going on across the country today. These are the most astonishing set of local election results in the history of our country.
You're building a coalition here. You're taking votes from Labour in some of those red wall seats that Boris Johnson did well in, and you're also obviously hitting the Conservatives really hard. But to maintain that, do you need to change the style in which you lead? And what I mean by that is you're a divisive politician.
Well, good. Good.
But to keep a coalition together, do you have to change anything?
I'm sorry, I'm not Mr. Bland. You know, I am who I am. Take me or leave me. I'm a straight speaker. I say what I believe, and if you like it, that's fantastic.
But what I mean
and if you don't, I don't care.
In a fast-past-the-post system, though, people tend to win on centre ground. So they've got to build a massive coalition of voters. Yeah, but just up there, you were talking about people don't work from home, you don't like diversity on the councils. A lot of people won't like that.
What you're missing is that is the centre ground of public opinion. There's a silent majority that believes in the things that we believe in. Westminster, and dare I say it, much of the media, is out of touch with where this country is moving, and I think that's what today's election results prove. Nobody in lessons from this in the short term, but I tell you what, this is happening. It's not a one-off, it's real.
So, sort of divisive politics, or are you going to carry on doing that?
Do you know, I mean, I'm a bit older than you.
I'm not, you're not that much.
Michael Foot versus Margaret Thatcher in the 83 election, you could say was divisive politics. They both had completely different worldviews. And there wasn't much love lost between one and the other. But provided it's civil, provided it's within reasonable rules, I think politics is about having a choice of different visions that some love and some hate.
One other question. I noticed on stage there you said that the councils that Reform run are now no longer going to allow the government to house illegal migrants coming over on boats claiming asylum. You're not going to allow them to be housed in your local area.
I said we fight them.
Yeah, can you just explain that? Because that was a new piece of information to me.
Yeah, so basically central government scatters young males who cross the English Channel around the country, and most come pro rata to the northeast and the northwest, and they're imposed upon councils, and councils kind of, in theory, have to accept them, where they're going to find a much more robust response here.
Can you stop it, though?
We give it a go.
You're going to give it a go. And final question. Badenoch, and what's your message to Keir Starmer?
The message to Keir Starmer, sarcastically, is please keep doing what you're doing. And the message to Kemi Badenoch is, well, frankly, the Conservative Party's finished today. It's gone. It's dying in the shires. It has no future. It stands for nothing. It serves no purpose.
Any chance of doing a deal with them to unite the right?
I don't want to do a deal with them. We're going to win the next election on our own.
Farage there. Well, I have to say the politics is exciting enough in the UK, but we are going to go to Canada because the newly elected Prime Minister Mark Carney is now speaking. Let's have a listen to what he's got to say.
Et le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Guterres. J'ai aussi parlé au président Zelensky, auprès de qui j'ai affirmé l'engagement du Canada envers le peuple ukrainien. Dans les semaines et les mois à venir, je saisirai toutes les occasions d'échanger avec nos alliés et partenaires pour bâtir des relations renforcées, fondées sur des valeurs communes. Nous allons faire preuve de leadership à l'international. Nous aurons d'ailleurs l'occasion d'en faire la démonstration en juin, alors que le Canada présidera le sommet de G7. We will reinforce our strength here at home by building an economy that creates jobs, grows incomes, and withstands shocks. Pour y arriver, nous allons bâtir une seule économie canadienne au lieu de 13. D'ici la fête du Canada, mon gouvernement aura contribué à l'atteinte de cet objectif. We will remove federal barriers to internal trade by July 1st to help unleash the full potential of Canada. We will work with provinces, territories, and Indigenous groups to identify projects that are in the national interest, projects that will connect Canada, deepen our ties with the world, and grow our economy for generations. We'll make the Canadian government a catalyst for these projects, not an impediment. And we'll always be guided by our conviction that our economy is only strong when it serves everyone. That means bringing down costs for Canadians and helping them get ahead. So we will put more money in Canadians' pockets with a middle-class tax cut that will take effect by Canada Day, saving two-income families up to $825 a year. We will protect the programs that save families thousands of dollars a year, including pharmacare and $10 a day daycare. We will expand the Canadian dental care plan to 8 million Canadians, saving the average family over $800 per visit. To lower costs for first-time homebuyers, we will cut GST on new homes at or under $1 million, allowing them to save up to $50,000, and we will lower the GST on homes between $1 million and $1.5 million. These tax measures will provide immediate relief, but they won't be sufficient to make housing affordable again. For that, we have to build. We will address failures in the housing market head-on, unleashing the power of public-private cooperation at a scale not seen in generations. We will slash development charges in half for all multi-unit housing. That's about $40,000 off the cost of a two-bedroom apartment in Toronto. And we will create an entirely new Canadian housing industry in modular and prefabricated housing using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. We will build houses faster, at lower costs, with a smaller environmental footprint in construction and greater efficiency once families move in. And to kickstart these efforts, we will create a new entity, Build Canada Homes, and provide $25 billion in financing to private developers. Nous allons construire 2 fois plus de logements par année et créer une toute nouvelle industrie de la construction avec des technologies canadiennes, des travailleurs qualifiés canadiens et du bois canadien. My government will focus on keeping Canada secure as a sovereign nation and Canadians safe in their communities. We'll build a stronger Canadian armed forces to protect Canadians, defend our sovereignty, and support our allies. We will strengthen our border security with 1,000 more CBSA officers, as well as scores of dog teams, drones, and scanners to fight the traffic of guns and drugs. We'll strengthen Canadian law enforcement by hiring 1,000 more RCMP officers and giving law enforcement more tools to fight crime. We will toughen the criminal code and bail laws for those threatening the safety of Canadians, including making bail harder to get for those charged with stealing cars, with home invasion, human trafficking, and smuggling. Nous allons bâtir la confiance en notre système de justice et nous allons faire de même avec notre système de l'immigration. We will return our immigration to sustainable levels by capping the total number of temporary workers and international students at less than 5% of Canada's population by the end of 2027. That's a sharp drop from the recent high of 7.3%, and this will help ease strains on housing, on public infrastructure, and social services. At the same time, we will work to attract the best talent in the world to build our economy. Canada has what everyone wants. We're a confident nation that celebrates our diversity, that believes in and practices free speech, that respects the rule of law, that has a vibrant democracy. We value innovators and builders. We trust science. We protect our immense natural heritage. For Canadians abroad thinking about returning to build their lives in our nation, there's never been a better time to come home. Dans toutes nos actions, nous serons guidés par une nouvelle discipline fiscale. Notre gouvernement va dépenser moins pour que les Canadiens puissent investir plus. Day-to-day government spending, the government's operating budget, has been growing by an unsustainable 9% every year. We will bring that down to 2%, less than half the average nominal growth rate of the economy. We will not cut any transfers to provinces, territories, or individuals. Instead, we'll balance our operating budget over the next 3 years by cutting waste, capping the public service, ending duplicative programs, and deploying technology to boost public sector productivity. We will use scarce taxpayer dollars to catalyze massive private investment. By working together, we can give ourselves far more than the Americans can ever take away. By working together, we can build Canada strong. Pour surmonter les défis auxquels nous faisons face, le Canada doit être uni. Guidé par cette approche, j'ai échangé avec les chefs de l'opposition. J'ai fait part de mon intention de travailler avec eux pour rendre notre gouvernement plus efficace, soutenir nos travailleurs et nos entreprises et remettre notre économie sur la bonne voie. J'ai aussi échangé avec les premiers ministres des provinces et territoires qui sont des partenaires essentiels du gouvernement fédéral. Avec eux, je m'attends à continuer le travail étamé lors de la rencontre des premiers ministres que nous avons tenue avant l'élection, où nous nous sommes étendus pour abattre des barrières qui freinent le commerce.
Mark Carney speaking there in Ottawa. I hope your French is better than mine. But the big news that he did say was that King Charles will be visiting Canada at the end of May. That's for the state opening of Parliament. He'll deliver his version over there of the King's speech. Let's just listen to that moment.
I have the privilege of welcoming His Majesty King Charles III, who will deliver Canada's speech from the throne on May 27th. Her Majesty the Queen will join this visit. This is an historic honor which matches the weight of our times.
And that's also been confirmed by the royal family, who have put out a statement on X, making their own announcement, saying the King and Queen will visit Canada from Monday the 26th to Tuesday the 27th of May. Their Majesties will attend the state opening of the Parliament of Canada in Ottawa. There you go, King Charles and Queen Camilla visiting Canada in May for the state opening of Parliament. Right, let's return, shall we, to our Vote 2025 election coverage. There are a couple of results to bring you as well. The first one is Gloucestershire. Then I want to show you what happened in Gloucestershire, because you can see there the Conservatives have lost control of Gloucestershire. That is now no overall control. It was, a Lib Dem target. They didn't quite have the momentum to get a majority there, but they did pick up 11 seats, so they're the largest party. Reform also picking up 11 seats, and it's again just a story of the Conservatives hemorrhaging votes, hemorrhaging seats. Let's go now, shall we, and get the... there's Warwickshire. The Conservatives lost control of Warwickshire as well. That is no overall control. Reform, the largest party. The Lib Dems also putting on seats. We are in the extraordinary position, I guess, of the Conservatives losing control of every single council that has been declared so far. Labour as well have been losing seats to Reform as well. Let's just hear from the Prime Minister.
Well, looking at these results, I could stand here and say opposition parties always do well in elections like this. We successfully defended 3 mayoralties, and of course Runcorn was very, very close. All of that is true, but I don't want to give that standard answer. I want to respond by saying, I get it. We were elected in to deliver change. We've begun that. Waiting lists are coming down, 3 million extra appointments. Wages are going up faster than prices, hugely important for people in a cost of living crisis. And interest rates are coming down, which for mortgage holders is hugely important. The message I take away from these results is we must deliver that change even more quickly. We must go even further. I've believed for some time that's the case. I'm reinforced in these results that that's what we've got to do. So yes, I could do the traditional opposition parties always do well in these sorts of... But actually for me it's deeper than that, which is yes, we get it, we've got to deliver that change more quickly and go further than we've gone so far.
Well, it has been a pretty seismic set of results so far. We are joined by our Deputy Political Editor, Sam Coates. We also have our Economics and Data Editor, Ed Conway, here as well. Ed, it feels like it's time for a number crunch, doesn't it? 'Cause we're getting more and more results coming through. What's been happening?
Yeah, and kind of user tip, you know, if you're watching at home, just keep an eye on those numbers at the bottom of the screen. You can see them there. And I mean, the one that's up there right now, the number of councils that have been declared. And you can see there, Reform is the only one with them right now, 7 of them. And what that doesn't entirely tell you is just how many have been lost. The control of them has been lost by the Conservative Party because they are defending so many of them. But you can see that again. Look at those blue kind of hexagons on each of those things on a kind of vidi printer at the bottom. They were Conservative. Now they've lost control, or indeed they've gone to Reform. But let's just give you a few charts that kind of tell you the story in graphic terms, because. Well, I mean, it's really striking. Of course, these are local elections. I'm going to focus on the local elections because we've had the by-election news earlier, the mayoralties as well. But specifically, when it comes to these local elections, it is extraordinary because what you're having, as well as obviously control of various different councils around England, in this case, mostly shire councils, you're just having this sense, you know, the litmus test of what people are feeling across the country. And what they are feeling is they have swarmed towards Reform at an extraordinary rate and away from the Conservative Party. Just look at that. This is the number of seats in these councils and the numbers we have so far. And it's still relatively early days. We're kind of about halfway through this count. So up by 420 for Reform from 0. Last time around was 2021. Conservatives down by 353. That's not a misprint, leaving them with only 137 of these seats. Abysmal, really, when you look at these numbers. And when you look at the places that we're talking about, this is showing you the councils that Conservatives are defending, or were defending at the start of this process. And here's the thing to remember. Each of these places, from Northumberland to Nottinghamshire and Wiltshire and Devon, all of these were blue. So dark blue for Conservatives, or royal blue for Conservatives at the start of this process. None of them are blue now. And obviously we have yet to have, for instance, Buckinghamshire and some of these other numbers coming through. But will any of them be blue by the end of the count? We just don't know. But at the moment, a lot of them have gone turquoise. So there's turquoise for Reform, or indeed they have been lost. The control has been ceded, so they are grey. A staggering result, given this is traditional Conservative heartlands. And if we look at just the overall picture of just where those seats have been going back, so what we're doing is we're comparing this election here, and we've kind of put it in slightly transparent terms, so you remember that we're just counting these numbers right now, and that's not definitive so far. But just look back through history, going back to the 1970s, OK? Look at how dominant the Conservatives and to some extent the Labour Party in that kind of Blair period there were in these councils. So this is comparing like for like, and then you've got the Lib Dems there, to where we are now. And the Conservatives and the Labour Party are a fraction of where they were before, a fraction. And you have Reform here in the middle, just squeezing through and being completely dominant in a way that I think even Nigel Farage, as he was saying earlier, didn't quite expect. And what we can do is, if we just take the share of the number of seats, so this is the share of the seats that we have so far, and the share that's accounted for by the Conservative Party and Labour, and just show you that over time. Have a look at this. This is the Conservative and Labour share of all of these council seats going back to the 1970s. And for almost all of that period, that two-party share, the two-party dominance of these councils has been in the kind of 70-80% range all the way through. And this includes, by the way, the 2013 period where UKIP did very well in terms of the number of votes, the share of the vote, but not so well in terms of the number of councils and council seats that they won, down to where we are now. An extraordinary plunge, really absolutely extraordinary. Now, obviously, that's exacerbated by the fact that we're in a first-past-the-post system and the total share of all of the votes is actually slightly higher than that. But the share of the seats that have been won here by the main two parties, smaller than we have ever seen before. We've never seen anything quite like that. And if you look just at the kind of extent to which, another way of showing you this, is showing you just how many of these just how many votes you need to win in order to win a seat. And what this goes to is the fact that whereas UKIP in 2013 did very well in terms of the number of votes, they didn't convert that into seats. And this is critical in a first-past-the-post system. You need to be able to be efficient. OK, and what this is showing you here is the share of the vote you need to win seats. And here, it was relatively high. You needed a large share of the vote to be winning these seats, the median seats. But just look, this particular election, the lowest share of the vote is needed to win those seats. And that's partly a reflection of the fact that the political system has been completely shaken up by the introduction of parties like Reform and indeed the Green Party, which are coming in from the middle and splitting that vote. It's a really extraordinary moment, and we're seeing some of the electoral, I guess, assumptions that we have come to kind of depend on, because, you know, this goes back to the 1970s.
It's extraordinary.
Those assumptions are kind of breaking up here.
I think that the two-party graph is just the one that
it's
really...
crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy. It just shows a sort of splintering of politics and the unpredictability of it as well. It really feels significant.
So if you pick up from that, then you've got to ask the question, what do the two parties do that are tanking, as your beautiful graph shows us? Well, let's start with Labour. I was really struck that Keir Starmer said, "I get it." Now, the last time a leader said, "I get it," like that, at a moment of trouble, was David Cameron after the Syria vote in the Commons back in the early 2010s, where he just lost it and he was having to change course. And I do wonder a little bit whether we're going to have a bit of a battle for the soul of the Labour Party now, as some people in number 10, as I think is their kind of slightly their ideological bent, want to lean into trying to woo back some of those Reform voters, while others, like Ed Miliband and Angela Rayner, resist. So I think this is going to increase tensions on the Labour top table. So that's the Labour possible next step. But what about the Tories? I mean, Kemi Badenoch's done a tweet. The Conservative Party, on the numbers that Ed was just showing in the screen, is facing potentially an existential crisis. I mean, apart from one mayoralty in Cambridgeshire, there is not a single glimmer. There are losses to Reform, there's losses to no overall control. So far, they have not held on to a single of the 18 councils. This is a disaster for Tories, and Tories that I'm communicating with electronically at the moment know it. They all know it. And where is the leadership? Where is the leadership? You know, at any point, she could have done a little video. She could have summoned the media. We're all waiting for her to speak, and it might come in the next few minutes. But you and I, Sophie, have sat here before. I remember in 2021, Keir Starmer took ages because the Hartlepool by-election had been lost. And what was he doing? He was weighing up whether to resign. Now, I don't know what's going on in Conservative headquarters because we haven't heard from Kemi Badenoch. But what I do know is when the leader doesn't come out fighting on an important day like this, there are some deep and probably dark conversations going on right now.
Yeah, it's so striking, isn't it? It really does feel increasingly so. Interesting stuff. We'll have to see when we do finally hear from Kemi Badenoch when she emerges. Lots more coming up with our Vote 2025 coverage. Those council results coming in increasingly over the next few hours. It is a difficult night for both the two main parties, but particularly for the Conservatives. Lots more coming up on the Reform March after this break.
we've got your Sunday mornings covered. From the front page and the sounds of the streets to the voices of the people who make the major calls and big picture politics beyond Westminster. We'll put you at the heart of our story.
I'm ready. Are you?
Join me, Trevor Phillips, Sunday mornings on Sky News.
Hello, welcome back. Let's get more now, shall we, on the news that the King and Queen are to visit Canada later this month. The royal family confirmed the news in the last half hour, posting on X that the King and Queen will visit Canada from Monday the 26th to Tuesday the 27th of May. Their Majesties will attend the state opening of the Parliament of Canada in Ottawa. Well, I'm glad to see that our royal correspondent, Rhiannon Mills, is here in our little family studio.
So lovely to join you all.
Yeah,
You've been very busy.
So just talk us through what's been announced today.
Yeah, so I think what's interesting about this is there had been some mutterings at the end of last year, start of this year, about whether the King would visit Canada. Don't forget, he is their head of state, just like he is our head of state. However, that was kind of all brushed aside, saying, no, that can't happen because there's going to be elections, so it wouldn't be right. However, we have now had an election, and Mark Carney, in his first press conference, deciding that to add a little flourish, he would announce that the King is going to be there to open Parliament on the 27th of May. So obviously a huge moment for him. I've just been doing what you usually do with these things, a little Google. Apparently, the last time that the Queen Elizabeth, this was, opened a session of the Canadian Parliament was actually 1977. So it's not a standard thing that the monarch would be there to deliver a speech. So this will be a very special moment. But I think for me, at the moment, what is so fascinating is that, of course, he is Canada's monarch. He has been showing, I would say, an abundance of support for Canada recently. He met up with Justin Trudeau before he departed. He's also met up with Mark Carney before those elections. I think the King has been going out of his way to show publicly his support for Canada, which is obviously always there. But on the other hand, he's also being deployed as our main way of courting Donald Trump. How on earth does that work?
Yeah,
and that, for me, is the fascinating dynamic in terms of how the King has kind of really been positioned at kind of the forefront of those diplomatic matters at the moment. But yeah, so fascinating. Wouldn't you love to be kind of part of those conversations? How do you navigate that?
Yeah, it's so true, isn't it? Because as you say, with all this talk about turning Canada into, the 51st state, I think there has been some questions about whether such a key ally, the UK, should be taking a more robust line on that, for example.
Well, and it's almost like Donald Trump doesn't kind of acknowledge that the man that he is kind of so fulsome in his praise of, I think King Charles is probably one of the only people that he's not taken a pop at. Donald Trump doesn't seem to acknowledge that actually he is monarch of Canada. So this whole chat about 51st state is a little bit kind of offensive towards King Charles. But yeah, obviously this year is going to be fascinating to see how and when we might have a potential state visit, trips over here by Donald Trump, how exactly the King is going to be positioned and used around that. But yeah, I think this trip to Canada very much, again, reinforcing that commitment to Canada, the Canadian people, and showing the support in the way that the royal family can through soft power and that soft diplomacy.
Absolutely.
Always very subtle. The optics.
Donald Trump seems to have kind of dropped the whole 51st state thing literally in the last kind of few weeks, and so people say it was partly because Mark Carney kind of stood up to him when he became Prime Minister, and so who knows, maybe by the time the King arrives there, they might have worked out a deal. But
I think what's always interesting is historically we talked so much about Queen Elizabeth II and how she was this really seasoned diplomat and how she would have those quiet conversations behind the scenes. You have to remember that King Charles, although he was waiting in the wings for a very long time as heir, he also has a huge amount of experience in terms of navigating those difficult diplomatic discussions. And I think certainly when you saw him meeting up with President Zelensky, you've seen him meeting up with the Canadian Prime Ministers as well. Look, we don't hear about the conversations that go on behind the scenes, but I know that the King is a man who is consistently asking, what more can I do? What more can I do to make a difference? And yeah, I've got no doubt that he is saying as much as he can at the moment. But yeah, be fascinating to see him go to Canada and deliver that speech.
Rhiannon, thank you very much indeed.
No problem.
Rhiannon Mills then. Let's return now, shall we, to the election results. And Reform's excellent night and day began with a big one for them, the Runcorn and Helsby by-election.
Sarah Joanne Pochin is duly elected as a Member of Parliament for the Runcorn and Helsby constituency.
Well, this was the moment when Reform's Sarah Pochin was confirmed the winner in Runcorn and Helsby shortly after 6 o'clock this morning. And let's have a listen, shall we, to what the new Reform MP, Sarah Pochin, had to say in her victory speech.
The people of Runcorn and Helsby have spoken. Enough is enough. Enough Tory failure, enough Labour lies. And I want to thank every one of you who were brave enough to put a cross against my name on the ballot paper. Every one of you who voted for change. Every one of you who have put their faith in me as your next Member of Parliament for this constituency, which has such potential, and who have put their faith in Nigel Farage as the next Prime Minister of this great country. It will be an honour and a privilege to serve this community, a community of hard-working people who just want fairness.
Well, Nigel Farage has called it a reform quake, and it's certainly been an extraordinary set of results for his party, with victories in the Runcorn by-election and also a swathe of county councils too. Well, here to try and make sense of it all we've still got Ed and Sam with us, luckily, but also James Nation, the former Deputy Director of the Number 10 Policy Unit, and Baroness Ollie Grander, the Lib Dem peer and Director of Communications for the 2024 election campaign. Great to have you both with us. I mean, it's kind of astonishing. I mean, in a way, I don't know why we're surprised, because the polling has suggested this. But Ollie, you know, you're a Westminster veteran, a bit like, you know, me and Sam.
How dare you?
No, I mean it as a compliment. How significant do you think it is?
Oh, yeah, I mean, there's no getting away from how significant this is. I mean, the one thing I would say is there are moments in the past. So if you look at when Joe Swinson got, you know, kind of a similar percentage in the polls, in the spring before the 2019 general election. But the number of councillors now elected is the really extraordinary thing. I mean, obviously, you know, we're cock-a-hoop, and I understand we've just overtaken the Tories in terms of national share of vote for the first time ever. And so, you know, kind of what we have definitely found as one of the parties fighting against reform is that we've very much held our own, and we will overtake the numbers that were predicted for us by everyone at the outset of this campaan. I mean, but the reform story is extraordinary. Yeah. There's no question about it.
I mean, it does feel that way, doesn't it? James, it's been a bad day for two-party politics, but it's been a particularly bad day for the Conservative Party.
I think that's fair to say. Look, and I could say this as a Hertfordshire boy, you normally expect a bit of a, you know, the Yellow Army to rise up in the home counties and for there to be a bit of a Lib Dem pushback. But I think that the fact that you've seen in the same geographies, as you guys have been outlining earlier, reform up alongside the Lib Dems. And actually, in some cases, I think I was looking at the Wiltshire result earlier, that's actually held the Lib Dems back as well in terms of taking overall control of the council. But I think the fact you are seeing that simultaneous squeeze in those same geographies is something that is noteworthy. I think maybe some people might have assumed before today, the story would be in the red wall, would be where reform turned the squeeze on, and in the home counties in the southwest, as I say, would be where the Lib Dems are.
I'm just going to interrupt you because we are seeing Kemi Badenoch for the first time. She's in Peterborough. She's with their new Conservative mayor of Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. Let's listen.
It's very special. We've won a mayoralty that in 2021, just after the vaccine bounce, that the Labour Party won. The Labour Party didn't win here, again. The Labour Party came third. And here in Peterborough, we won in every single ward. So, we've got a big job to do. I'm going to dual our A roads, I'm going to connect our 3 cities by faster trains, I'm going to build light rail in Cambridge, we're going to build a new community stadium for Peterborough United, and we're going to do all of this while keeping our taxes low. And do you know why I'm going to do it? It's because I've got a plan. I've got a manifesto, a 45-page manifesto setting out how exactly we're going to do it. Because a vision and ambition is nothing without a plan. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to show the rest of the country what Conservatives are going to be like in office, what a future Conservative government is going to be like. To tell you a little bit more about that, someone that I backed for leader of the Conservative Party, it's Kemi.
In Peterborough with Paul. We campaigned together many times. I've known this man well over 15 years. I knew he could do it, and you have done it. I know that the results across the country are pretty mixed. We've seen lots of disappointing results. What I saw everywhere I campaigned was that people are fed up with the Labour government. They were angry about winter fuel payments. They were angry about the jobs tax, but they are still not yet ready to trust us. We have a big job to do to rebuild trust with the public. That's the job that the Conservative Party has given me, and I'm going to make sure that we get ourselves back to the place where we are seen as the credible alternative to Labour. All across our country, we are seeing that our economy is not growing. Growth has halved. We are seeing taxes rising, unemployment is rising. We need to make sure that Keir Starmer is a one-term Prime Minister. And the election results that we are seeing show that he is on course to be a one-term Prime Minister. But we can't take things for granted. Protest parties are doing well today. I know that. It is disappointing. And I have a message for all of those Conservative councillors who lost their seats, how sincerely sorry I am for your loss, because I know how hard you worked, but we are going to win those seats back. That is my job now. We're going to make sure that your hard work was not in vain. Conservative councils did deliver better services for lower taxes across the board. Other parties may be winning now, but we are going to show, as with Paul here in Cambridgeshire, that we can deliver and that we are on course and recovering. Thank you.
Kemi Badenoch there, resurfacing after a difficult night for the Conservative Party. She was in Cambridgeshire and Peterborough, where the Conservatives did, of course, manage to win that mayoralty. Paul Bristow, former Conservative MP, is the new mayor for Cambridgeshire and Peterborough. She said it was a difficult set of results. Protest parties are doing well today. I know that. It's disappointing. I wonder how Reform will take being called a protest party. She said, though, that they are on track and her party is recovering. Well, let's chat through some of that, shall we? We're joined by usual family, Ed, Sam, and we've also, of course, got James and Baroness Ollie Grenda here as well. Sam, what do you make of that?
Sorry, she said they're on track. They're on track. Which bit of the results that we have heard over the last 18 hours are on track? Ed's got a chart. He might be able to get it up as I'm speaking. It's the one of the councils that the Tories are defending, and
little test thrown there, by the way. That was a bit of that was like a bit of a spin ball over.
I'm not saying we've both done that job, and there can only be one winner. But what that shows is that the Conservatives have not picked up. Here it is. Here it is. You're very proud of that one. They haven't won a single seat. They haven't won a single council. Some of the councils have gone to Reform. Some have gone to no overall control. The best chance of them getting a council is Buckinghamshire. But that's not even an absolute given. I mean, this could be a complete wipeout. So how is that a definition of on track? I did listen to that speech by Kemi very carefully. And if I was a Tory MP, I'd just be wondering whether or not there was a touch of complacency to it, whether or not there was any sense of a direction and a real understanding or an attempt to understand the message that voters have sent. And I wonder whether or not that little speech increased confidence or not.
Just to say, just as we are looking at the board just behind Ed, Wiltshire, they've also lost control of Wiltshire. That's gone no overall control as well. So just again adding, I guess, to the picture that you're painting of a really bleak night for the Conservatives. James, what do you make of it? Do you think there was a touch of complacency there from Kemi Badenoch?
Look, what I found interesting, actually, was that Kemi went to the economy quite quickly in that speech. And I think what she's trying to do there is, I totally take on board the points that have been made in relation to the board as we see it, but also if we take some of these places, Leicestershire, Lincolnshire, Derbyshire, if you looked at the general election results, these would also be areas where Labour would be expected to make some quite substantial gains, and they haven't. So it's not to deflect from I think the challenge that the Conservative Party has faced, but I thought it was then interesting that she chose to go on the economy, because what she's maybe trying to do and realising is that based on some of the feedback that there will have been on doorsteps about winter fuel allowance and the like, based on the fact that some polling suggests trust in Labour's ability to manage the economy is way down after the budget and last year as well, maybe that is some turf as Her Majesty's opposition to try to exploit. And that's all they've really got at the moment. They've got the fact that they are the opposition in the House of Commons and to try and push Labour on some of those issues. But overall, still a challenging picture.
Yeah, Ollie, what do you make of it all?
I think she makes it very clear that the Conservatives didn't get the memo from last July when they were pushed into their worst result in 100 years. And this is not just me saying it. There are people in the Conservative Party who are saying they have not done the thing that you need to do in that circumstance. And by the way, hands up, I've been in that circumstance many, many times, which is you have to absolutely dig deep and look at everything and examine your party. And instead, she sounded extraordinarily bullish, I thought, for a moment where actually it is a total pasting. And, to say that it's just a blip in a protest, well, I wonder if how voters feel about hearing that, having just gone to vote in a particular way. So what we have found across the board is, in places like, for instance, Tunbridge Wells, where all the Tories are now gone, in Devon, in Shropshire, places that 5 years ago you would never dream of, except, kind of maybe West Country recovery, of the Liberal Democrats marching forward, which they are in those areas. And it is at the expense of the Conservatives.
Interesting.
For me, if I'm allowed to put one more chart up, I'm not going to jump up in front of it, but for me, the defining chart, which hopefully we can put up on the screen behind me, is just what's happened to the share of the vote for the main parties. I mean, it's a political earthquake is what we're looking at here. And obviously this is local elections, and that's not the fully representative share of the country. This is just these particular councils we're looking at. But even so, we just have never seen anything quite like this before. And I think in that, what was interesting, what Kemi Badenoch was talking about, casting Reform as a protest party. I mean, in 2013, UKIP was certainly a protest party. They got quite a decent share of the vote, but they didn't turn that into seats. They didn't turn it into councillors. They didn't turn it into control of councils. What's happened this time around is they have big time. And so then the next question is, OK, so for the next 3 years or so, they are actually going to have to do some governing. And I think that's going to be the interesting thing. When they're governing in councils, when they're also governing in kind of mayoral areas as well, that raises questions then. That's a new challenge for Nigel Farage that he hasn't really had to deal with so far.
You bring up the early 2010s as a really good comparison, and UKIP then didn't translate that into anything in the 2015 general election in terms of executive power. But it did. It really did. Because what was the legacy of all those council elections year after year that saw UKIP topping the ballot? It was a Brexit referendum. And so, and I think that's the point, because for me, one of the things I'm going to be looking at very closely is how the two main parties, less popular than they once were, respond. Do they move much more wholesale onto the turf that, do they follow the agenda to try and get back the voters of Reform with the tension that will cause in the Labour Party and the kind of the questions about what the difference is between the Tory Party and Reform UK if they completely move onto the same territory? Hugely difficult questions. absolutely no sense of answers today.
But it's just much harder because it's not a single issue party.
And running a big political party is way harder than it looks.
Lots to discuss. I just want to bring you one more result, or a half result, if you like. This is Hull and East Yorkshire. This is a mayoralty. One of the two areas have now come in. This is East Riding, and Luke Campbell, the Reform candidate, is in the lead by over 9,000 votes. Former boxer, he won gold at London 2012. He was born in Hull. He's never done any politics before. And right now, he is leading the race to become the new mayor of Hull and East Yorkshire. The Lib Dems are in second place currently. Only half the results in, of course. Mike Ross at the Lib Dems. And then you've got the Conservatives with 19,900 votes with Anne Handley. So it does look pretty close still. But at the same time, some good news there for Reform with Luke Campbell, the former boxer, no previous political experience. He could become the new mayor. And I really think it comes back to what we were saying before about delivery, about performance, about having something to be judged on, right?
Yeah.
This for me is and I think, Ed, you kind of touched on it. You have now got Reform in charge of some councils. They're going to need to go and negotiate with Angela Rayner and her department for funding later this year. And we've heard a lot of talk today from Nigel Farage about, mini doges in councils, clamping down on diversity initiatives. And I get all of that. But the reality of local governance is hard. And my experience is everyone always wants more funding. So those negotiations will be really interesting as we're thinking kind of a few chess moves ahead to what happens next.
I was really struck by the Lib Dem slogan, this campaign, where Kemi Badenoch criticised, said the Lib Dems are good for fixing the church roof, and you were like, yeah, that's exactly what we do. Yeah, that's why I should vote for us.
We love the church roof reference. I mean, why would we not want to fix the church roof?
Yeah, I get it. I get that, definitely. Do you think that this, I guess, does give an opportunity for Reform as well? Because you, really, the Lib Dems have built on that local success and changed that into electoral success in general.
Let's see. So Nigel Farage was very proud of his due diligence operation on these candidates. And after polls close, you always want to stop the bad candidates before polls close. After polls close, we found, one or two people, like someone who said that our former Queen was a scrounger, or someone who thought that Hitler was quite a good guy, or whatever. So I think that it's very, very likely that the media are going to put a huge spotlight on these new councillors. And when you go on a feeding frenzy of people's social media histories, and we've probably both been on the other end of that experience, it ain't pleasant.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd just say quickly to that is no one's talking about Rupert Lowe today, really, are they? So that was kind of a big Reform spat a few months ago, and a big kind of kickback on X. That hasn't really cost Reform. If anything, Nigel Farage dealt with that, and there's not really been much blowback. So I hear the point on personalities. I do just wonder sometimes to what extent does this cut through?
Really interesting stuff. Thanks very much, all of you, indeed. It's been an astonishing set of results so far, hasn't it? Sam, do you think that there is a way back for the Conservatives from this quickly?
You can't ever predict the future after moments like this. But life has got so much harder for the two main parties, and we are now taking politics in a direction that we have not been, that we do not know the destination.
I've got a little bit of news. We can confidently say we're taking control of Oxfordshire. We've never done that before.
That would be a good bit of news indeed for the Lib Dems. When we spoke to Sir Ed Davey, he seemed pretty confident. He was out there, pouring the Pims in Bicester. So we'll have to wait and see what goes on.
We've all got FOMO.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bring some over here, Ed, if you're listening. An extraordinary set of results. It does feel like a real earthquake for the two-party system here in Westminster because of these local council results that have been coming in throughout the English nation. Good night for Lib Dems, even better night for Reform. And Kemi Badenoch really is going to be licking her wounds.